I declare open this Budget Estimates 2022-23 hearing of the Senate Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Legislation Committee. At the outset, I wish to note the recent passing of the former Deputy Chair of this committee, Senator Kimberley Kitching. Many appropriate words, kind words and recognition have been spoken in the Senate chamber, and all my colleagues are of the view that there is no need to repeat all of those comments. Suffice to say, I think it would be an appropriate gesture if we could all be upstanding for 1 minute silence in recognition of that contribution. I thank the committee and officials. Today, the committee will examine the Department of Defence, Department of Veterans Affairs and the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. The committee is due to report to the Senate on the 16th of May 2022 and has set 19th of April 2022 as the date for senators to submit written questions on notice in order to receive answers by the due date of the 20th of May 2022. Information on procedural rules governing the estimates hearings and claims of public interest immunity has been provided to departments and agencies and is available from the Secretariat. Senators, departments and agencies have been provided with advice on the arrangements in place to ensure the hearings are conducted in a COVID-safe environment. This guidance is also available from the Secretariat. The committee appreciates the cooperation of all attendees. An officer called to answer a question for the first time should state their full name and the capacity in which they appear, and witnesses should speak clearly and into the microphones to assist Hansard to record proceedings. Mobile phones should be switched off or turned to silent. I welcome Senator the Honourable Marise Payne, Minister for Foreign Affairs, representing the Minister for Defence, the Acting Secretary of the Department of Defence, Mr Yiannopoulos, the Chief of the Defence Force, General Angus Campbell, and ask them in turn whether they have an opening statement.
No, thank you, Chair, and thank you for that respectful
Acting Secretary and Chief.
No, Chair. Thank you.
All right. I hand the call to Senator Wong and also the Chair to Senator Fierravanti-Wells.
Okay,
Thank
Senator
you.
Wong.
Thank you, Chair. Can I start with the attack class and the consequences, fiscal consequences of that, cancellation of that contract? Can you confirm the total cost to date on the cancellation of the attack class submarine program?
Senator Tony Dalton, Deputy Secretary, National Naval Shipbuilding. The total cost expended against the attack class program to date, Senator, is that?
That's right.
2.5 billion as of the end of January.
$2.5 billion as at the end of January.
That's correct, Senator.
So let's just be clear. I'm sorry, I've forgotten a notepad. Can I take one of them? I always forget these. Thank you very much. 2.5 billion to the end of January. And what does that is the total expenditure to date?
To the end of January, Senator.
Okay. What proportion of that deals with termination costs? of the expended, let's not get into the confidentiality
Yeah.
bit now because of your negotiations, but of the $2.5 billion in taxpayers' funds expended, how much of that relates to cancellation of the contract?
Senator, I guess the way I would put it is at the time the contract was cancelled, we had expended $2.4 billion. So we've had another $100 million.
Only in the defence portfolio would you make that mistake of 2 decimal points. $100 million, okay. What is it to date? So we're in 1st of April.
I'd have to take that on notice, Senator.
Why?
Would be, because I don't have those figures available with me right now.
Why not?
The numbers are... We are paying invoices as they come in. We have a transition out plan that has been agreed in February with Naval Group. It's just a matter of... I will take it on notice. I could probably get it back to you today.
I'd appreciate that. So you have invoices today and you have a transition out plan agreed as at the end of February?
With Naval Group, Senator, yes.
Agreed at end of February. Can tell us about the transition out plan.
So the transition out plan is a requirement under the strategic partnering agreement, and that describes how we will manage...
Sorry, I've just been distracted by another senator. Could you repeat that answer?
So the transition out plan is described in the strategic partnering agreement, Senator, as a way we will manage the transition of the contract to its final termination.
Can you table those clauses of the SPA, please?
I'll certainly take that on notice, Senator.
Minister, are you in a position to enable that to be tabled?
Let me seek some advice.
Thank you.
Senator.
So they are. So does that mean the termination cost settlement negotiations are effectively settled?
No, Senator. That means we have a framework in which to conduct those termination.
Right. So what's been agreed as part of that as part of that framework?
Well, it looks at the transition costs, which include paying for workforce that manages the termination. There's different treatments for workforce that will be no longer required under the contract and workforce that will manage the contract to termination, and there's different regimes that apply to how profit is applied to that bit of it. So that's described in the transition.
How profit is applied?
Indeed, Senator.
To the workforce components.
That is a normal contractual practice.
No, I'm just clarifying. So
Yes.
it's all right. So that's one aspect, which is workforce not required and workforce to manage, presumably under a particular formula that's been agreed.
Correct.
Okay. Are you able to give me any cost estimate of that component?
I'll just, it is commercially
Okay.
sensitive.
How many people are we talking about in each of those categories?
Well, the current workforce for Naval Group Australia is sitting at a tad under 90 at the moment, Senator, so that's down from 360.
Yeah, in each of those components, workforce not required and workforce to manage.
So the transition plan for Naval Group Australia has that workforce. I can take that on notice, Senator.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand. Is this... in the workforce not required component of these, what would you like me to call them? Break costs or termination costs?
Termination costs.
Termination costs. So is the taxpayer face any liability for the numbers of people, which was going to be in the thousands down the track, who are going to be associated with constructing these?
No, Senator.
Right, okay. So that's one component of the termination cost. Tell me what else the framework recognises.
Oh, well, there's equipment costs, there's lease costs, there's subcontractor costs.
Equipment costs, lease costs.
On properties, Senator?
Yep. And subcontractor. Anything more?
They're the broad categories.
Okay. And in each of those, what I'd like to understand is, does the framework only contemplate costs incurred as associated with both the contract and the breaking of the contract?
So yes, it does. It does cover costs incurred to date.
And on the latter component, what's the what's the time frame? What's the outer limit? So, for example, I could how does future loss get managed in this termination framework? So, for the loss of future profit, the loss of future activity, etc.
So there is a negotiation process,
Right.
Senator, that will contemplate those aspects.
Okay. So what you've indicated to me to date is really costs incurred to date and costs which, so say they've leased something for 10 years, who pays out the lease?
And break payments and
Break
things.
payments, okay. But we're talking about something different, aren't we, over and above that, which is the loss of the value of the contract more broadly.
Senator, that's subject to negotiation.
Right. Is that, how does the SPA treat that? How does the partnership agreement?
It's silent on that, Senator.
It's silent. It's silent on how much the taxpayer would pay if the contract were broken for the loss of the contract.
It's silent at this for a termination at this point in the contract. That's correct, Senator.
What do you mean at this point in the contract?
Well, there are inside the contract there were negotiated points at which a break payment would be payable if the contract was terminated at or beyond that point.
When was the first of those?
The first of those was at preliminary, once they'd passed the preliminary design review milestone.
Had they passed that?
No, Senator.
So why did we not wait for that?
That would have been in 2023, Senator.
Right. But there was an identified compensation sum at that point.
At that point, Senator.
Of what?
Again, I think we have not put the actual payment figures into the public domain yet because they were commercially sensitive.
Well, but that's not for negotiation.
No, Senator.
So I'm asking you what the contract said about what would be paid out as at that milestone not being reached.
Oh, can I take that on notice, Senator?
Because that's clearly never going to be reached because we've broken it before, so
Correct.
there's not much more in confidence associated with it, is it?
No, but it does go to the way that the contract was structured by Naval Group in terms of profit and all those things, which is still commercially sensitive for Naval Group.
Sure, but you... so we never contemplated breaking it this early?
Well, the strategic partnering agreement didn't contemplate a break payment if the contract was terminated before preliminary design review.
Well, it's the same way of saying what I just asked you, isn't it? The contract does not contemplate a break prior to the 2023 preliminary design milestone.
It doesn't contemplate a break payment prior to the preliminary design review.
But it doesn't exclude it. It doesn't exclude it.
No.
Right. Was the government aware of this in terms of the timing of the announcement? They were fully aware of the fact that we had no rights under the contract or no ceiling on compensation at that point under the terms of the contract at the time the contract was cancelled?
I'm not sure that's the way that the contract is structured in.
Well, no. Well, there is a clear articulated break payment if the contract were to have been terminated as at the first milestone, which is the preliminary design review, correct?
Senator.
Right. There is no, which sets an effective, I could use ceiling, but it provides an effective quantification of how much taxpayers would have been up for if the contract had been terminated at that time.
It provides where the Naval Group and the Commonwealth had turned their mind to
Sure.
terminating the contract
Right.
at that point. It provided for it provided a payment at that point if the contract was
Right, but there's some quantification.
correct, Senator.
There's no quantification for breaking the contract prior to that point.
Before that point,
Yes.
contractually, that means there's no obligation to pay a break
Well,
payment.
that's an assertion.
And contractually, there's no obligation to pay.
That's an assertion. I mean, I'm assuming Naval Group have not indicated that they don't believe there's a break payment required.
There is no contractually. There's no break payment.
No.
So they have
That
clearly they've
ex-
reserved their rights. Senator.
Explicit contractual term is not contained. The contract does not envisage a government breaking the contract at the time the Australian government chose to do that, correct?
Senator, I would say that the contract has clauses within it that allowed for the termination of the contract by convenience by the Commonwealth
Sure.
at any stage that the Commonwealth decided to terminate the contract.
But the
for
point you
convenience.
made before is that the contractual terms don't specifically go to the circumstance we're now facing.
Which means that there
No,
is...
can you just answer yes to that? The contractual terms don't specifically go to the circumstances we're now facing.
Well, what I can say, Senator, is that the contract, there is no break payment payable if the contract is terminated before preliminary design review.
Is that accepted by Naval Group?
That is the contract.
No, that wasn't. Yeah, it's a long time since I practiced law, but I am sure that there are a whole range of other implied terms, etc., which might be argued. So I'm not going to. I just want to know whether or not the position you have just articulated, that there is no legal contractual right to a break payment, has been accepted by Naval Group.
They've reserved their rights. Senator.
So in other words, they haven't.
They've reserved their rights.
Well, that means they haven't accepted it, correct?
It means they've reserved their rights, Senator.
To dispute that.
Potentially.
Thank you. All right. And so we've got a framework for transition costs, which, would you agree, is reasonably finite,
Senator.
right? And then there is this, I suppose, bigger potential legal dispute, which is what additional costs Naval Group will seek from the Australian taxpayer for the loss of the contract, the loss of profit, etc., correct?
Senator.
And that, who's conducting the latter negotiations?
Defence is, Senator.
Right, and where are you at on those?
Naval Group were in Australia this week, Senator, for those initial discussions around...
Right. Have they put a demand on us? Have they put a demand on us for their second component?
We are in the early stage of the negotiations.
Yeah, I'm not asking yet what the amount is. I'm asking whether they have expressed to the Australian government how much they believe they should be paid as compensation for the breach of the contract.
Not formally, Senator.
What does not formally mean?
Well, it means not formally. They have not put a settlement offer
No,
on
but
the
there's
table.
always discussion. So has that been expressed to you by people representing Naval Group?
I'm aware of what they're thinking about, Senator,
Okay, and can I ask you how you're aware?
because we've had those initial discussions.
Right, and you've been in those meetings?
Yes, Senator.
Right. Are you the lead negotiator, Mr. Dalton?
Yes, Senator.
I presume we have lawyers engaged in this? I assume we have lawyers engaged on this?
Yes, Senator.
Defence or AGS or external?
Contractors to defence, Senator.
Contractors to defence. Which lawyers are they?
Clayton Oots is
Clayton
providing
Utz.
our contracted internal lawyers, and we also have external advice from Clayton Utts, and Ms Rush is our commercial counsel, and she's
Okay.
been assisting me.
Right. And in the course of those discussions, they have floated a figure on a without prejudice basis.
Correct, Senator.
I'm going to ask you what the figure is.
I'd rather not say, Senator.
Is there budget provision for this?
Yes, Senator.
For the figure you've just outlined?
Um,
Sorry, let's be clear. Well, let's do it this way. Page 109 of your PBS. Sorry, I'm having trouble. C1000 Phase 1B. Is Phase 1B Getting out of the contract?
It's the one that covers the contract centre.
I'm sorry?
It's the one that covers the contract centre.
Okay. Tell me what all of those budget entries represent and what they contemplate.
So the estimated cumulative spend to the end of this financial year, which is still some time away, was what was originally programmed. So again, what we didn't want to do is flag.
So basically you gave us misleading budget figures because you don't want to tell us how much it's going to be.
So what we've done is we've left the provision as it stands because we don't know.
Then you should put NFP in.
We've left the provision as it stands.
Okay, so let's be clear. The budget figure represents an historical entry that doesn't reflect the announcement by the Prime Minister that the contract's being breached.
We've left the figures where it stands.
So the budget figure reflects an historical figure that does not reflect the Prime Minister's announcements of the cancellation of the contract.
Well, we haven't determined what the final cost is.
Could you just answer my question?
Well, Senator, all I can do is tell you that we've left the figures as they stand.
Yeah, so it's an historical figure. I would hope that the Senate would actually get something more than historical figures. That's the purpose of this.
Well, we haven't.
The purpose of this is the Senate examining the budget.
I understand.
So that
Senator.
appropriation can occur in accordance with the Constitution. But you've given us an historical figure.
Well, we've given you a figure that is.
No, it's not the most accurate figure. He just explained that to me. You've given me an historical figure that doesn't reflect the contract termination. How is that consistent with the budget rules? How is that consistent with accounting standards? You must have provisioned more.
It's not provisioned.
What do you mean it's not provisioned?
This,
That doesn't make sense.
No, well, it sits within our overall integrated investment program.
Okay, so it's hidden somewhere else in the IIP.
It's not hidden.
Well, you've been a finance official.
Yes.
Estimates are supposed to reflect the estimates of expenditure. This does not reflect the estimates for expenditure. This reflects the historical figure because you don't want to disclose how much you're actually estimating for expenditure for commercial reasons. But that's not legit.
It reflects our current estimates
No, it doesn't. He just said it didn't.
without
Yeah.
putting on in here what we believe our
Sure,
commercial
then you should have
settlement might
NFP
be.
plus NFP. Don't tell the Parliament this is your estimate when it doesn't reflect the truth. Okay, so 2918 doesn't reflect anything. It basically just reflects the world as it was before the announcement of AUKUS. Correct?
Less the sovereign talent pool, which we have pulled out, and the funding for the nuclear-powered submarine task force, which is in next year.
That is the world before AUKUS. I mean, it's basically... All right, so what's the 425 million? So let's be clear, 2918, and I'm just... We'll have an election soon, but I don't understand how it's consistent with accountability and accounting standards for you to put something in which you know does not reflect the estimate for the year. And you know it.
Well, I mean, Senator, what it
Of course you know it, Mr Dalton. Look, I get people don't want to tell us stuff. But you know that estimate that you presented to the Parliament is inaccurate. You know that it reflects what you were going to spend. Doesn't... Anyway, it should be... There must have been a way of putting this in that was at least a little more transparent to the Parliament. So what's the 425 budget estimate then?
That was the budget estimate that we had for the program. That was
Wow.
that less, as Mr Yiannopoulos
Right,
said.
so the 425 million that the Senate is asked to approve as part of these appropriations represent an historical view about what would have been paid under a contract that's now terminated. Correct?
I would word it slightly different. What the Senate was asked to approve was our overall budget for the integrated investment program.
No, you can't. Then what's the point in having PBSs? You can't say that. Then we may as well just have one approach that just says, oh, by the way, we're going to have X, few $100 billion, $600 billion approved. Come on. I mean, that's the whole purpose of this. This is the key accountability measure on the budget.
It is very embarrassing for them, so that's probably what I've...
It's just,
Not
and
done
whose
the proper thing.
insistence was this, that we be provided with an historical record as opposed to an accurate estimate? Whose decision was it to put that in? Sorry, where's the CFO? Does she or he want to come forward and explain? So, sorry, my eyesight's a bit bad. Groves, isn't it? So, Mr Groves, as I understand it, what you have presented the Parliament with in your portfolio budget statement is an historical estimate on the basis of the previous estimates for expenditure on the contract pre the contract being terminated. Except not quite, because you've taken out a couple of things that, because the contract has been terminated, aren't going to be spent, correct? Didn't you say workforce and what were the two items?
The talent pool with ASC, Senator, and nuclear
Sorry,
powered,
you have to speak up. I'm having trouble hearing you.
the talent pool with ASC and the nuclear powered submarine task force.
So you took out the talent pool from ASC and the nuclear powered task force, but you basically left everything else as if the contract hadn't been terminated. Correct?
Correct.
So why did you decide only to do those two and nothing else, Mr Groves?
Stephen Groves, Chief Finance Officer. Senator, that's the amount of the approved program less the adjustments.
Yes.
I think it's entirely appropriate to include that because at this point in time and when we prepared the PBS, we don't have a better number for what is going to be the spend for 22-23.
You have no provision for what it will cost to get out of the contract? I don't believe that.
Well, at this point in time, we don't have...
Do you have currently provision to get out of the contract?
Yes, Senator.
How much have you provisioned?
It's still part of the negotiation.
Right, where is that?
Mr.
Groves, where is that in the PBS? Where is that disclosed, that provision?
What we have left in against the C1000 provision is the amount of the remaining approved provision. If what is required differs from that, then it will be managed within the overall defence budget and the IIP.
But this is not a...
I can't give you a better number because we don't have one.
Let me ask the questions, please.
And allow him to answer.
He's answering a different question. This is not how you manage your internal budget. The estimates process, the presentation of portfolio budget statements by ministers, is a part of the approval of the budget by the Parliament. You understand there's a democratic and constitutional basis to the estimates, correct?
Yes, Senator.
Thank you. It's not about how you budget, it's about accountability and disclosure of the estimates. That's what we're asked to approve. Do you understand that?
Yes, Senator.
Right. What you've asked us to approve is an historical budget provision which has two components taken out to reflect break costs, but does not reflect at all what you are actually provisioning for the break costs, correct?
Senator, I don't have another specific number. As Mr Dalton has outlined, we don't have a better specific number for 22-23.
That you want to disclose?
No, Senator, it's not that. I don't have a different number.
Well, you must have provisioned for it. You just told me in, I think, your second or third answer, you've provisioned for the break costs.
Well, there is an expectation that we will need to manage the break costs from within the defence budget.
Right.
At the moment, what is sitting there and presented in the voluntary tables that we do around the top 30
What do you mean voluntary
projects,
tables?
they are not a specific requirement of producing a portfolio budget
so we should be grateful
statement.
for you. And
No,
the
Senator.
taxpayer should be grateful
Allow
for you actually
Mr Groves
disclosing
to
this many
finish.
billion dollars.
Allow Mr Groves to finish.
Senator, you asked is how does this compare with our internal, this is not the internal budget. What is reflected in the top 30 information is our internal budget. and it's not a specific requirement of the PBS, but we are presenting what we have as information at this point in time, and we're trying to explain how that has been derived, in that we started
Well, you
with
don't
the-
actually.
No, allow Mr
You
Groves
don't.
to finish, sorry.
You don't.
Well, it was the amount of the approved budget for the C1000. Mr Yiannopoulos has outlined the adjustments that have been made to that in relation to the nuclear-powered submarine task force and the sovereign talent pool costs, which have been deducted from there. And what is left is the remainder. And at this point in time, we do not have a better estimate for 22-23. And when the actuals do come in, that number will be adjusted
Well, first,
at AEs.
First, Mr Groves, can I just say as a senator, to sort of come to an estimates committee and say, you know, we're voluntarily doing this when you're talking about billions of dollars of taxpayers' money does not fill me with confidence about the commitment to accountability. This is a portfolio where, rightly, a lot of money is spent. I think wrongly, some of it on capability that has not been delivered. That's a different political point. But this committee, regardless of where people sit, we have a job to do that is part of our job, both under the Constitution and as a matter of convention. And that is to examine the details of budget estimates. It's not to be given, you know, historical data about which you know don't reflect the reality. But that's, and the trend towards less accountability, I think, is problematic. Now, let's go to the other point. So we understand the nature of this entry, which is completely unhelpful to the Senate and to taxpayers, but anyway. You have obviously made, I think Mr Dalton said, made provision for or considered potential break costs. Correct?
Well, we know that we will have to pay break costs as part of the termination of the contract.
You know that, which is a little different to what Mr Dalton said.
In what sense, Senator? I think we're talking about termination costs. Senator.
All right, termination costs, not... What do you want me to call the disputed head of damage? I'm happy to use nomenclature that you like.
It'll be part of the termination costs. Well, that's the way it is. It's
Okay.
There'll be a negotiated...
apart from those identifiable... The termination costs which are easily quantifiable, there's obviously... That Naval Group has reserved their right for, in relation to a much more substantive set of payments associated with loss of the contract. Agreed?
That's correct, Senator.
Okay. I assume, given the role you have, that you and others have, Mr Groves, have considered potential quantum for that.
Yes, Senator. There are a variety of estimates for both potential expenditure around those activities for both this year and, depending on where those negotiations land, into next year.
Into next year?
Well, that's what we were talking about with the 22-23 figure.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how have you derived them, Mr Groves? How have you derived those estimates?
I'm aware of estimates. I have not derived them, and we are tracking where the, as Mr Dalton said, as the lead negotiator, where those negotiations land.
Right. So you're aware through Mr Dalton's discussions with you?
Yes.
Right. And have you started to look at where in the IIP you might be able to cover those costs from?
Until I understand the size of those, at this point we are still of the belief that they can be managed within the existing C1000 approved provision that is remaining.
Which is how much?
For, as we've outlined in the PBS, it's the 427 for 22-23. I'll just have to confirm that number.
425. What's the forward estimate remaining C1000 allocation, cumulative?
Well, you can see it in the papers, Senator. The total approved budget for this phase is $4,896 million, of which
So-
we have spent around about
Yeah. So do you want to just...
$2,500 million.
So we're looking at just under 2 bill remaining. So basically, does your evidence, Mr Groves, mean you think you can deal with all termination costs within that budget framework, which is $2 billion, remaining budget? I'll repeat that question. That was very poorly constructed. Is it your view, Mr Groves, that any termination costs, including those under negotiation, can be managed within the remaining budget allocation for C1000, which is an additional $2 billion?
I'm certainly expecting that, Senator.
I think Senator Patrick would like to go.
Senator, just at the risk of agitating, and I don't intend to, the final sentence of that section was our attempt at explaining that we have left the budget as programmed.
Right. Did you get, was that something agreed with Finance?
I don't think we go through to that level of detail with the Department of Finance.
No, and at the risk of outlining again, that those are estimate tables that are largely internally based, and Finance looks at them, but I don't think they would have had an alternative view.
Who talked to you about doing it this way, Mr Groves?
I'm sorry?
Who
Senator?
talked to you about doing it this way, the PBS?
At what point?
Don't be smart.
No, I'm not. Nobody does. We've historically done these tables.
No, I'd like to know who made the decision to do the entry in this way.
Well, ultimately, I guess I'm responsible for the production of the portfolio budget
Yeah.
statement.
Did anyone more senior speak to you about the construction of this measure, of this estimate in the PBS?
No, certainly there would have been clearance processes.
When people say there would have been,
Sorry.
it becomes a hypothetical. I'm asking you what you actually did.
There would have been, there was consultation
Thank you.
processes that would have led up to the production of the tables in the relevant business areas that are responsible for those estimates. I'm ultimately responsible for the clearance of the overall portfolio budget statement.
Was there any discussion with the Associate Secretary or the Secretary?
The Associate Secretary and the Secretary were both provided with copies of the full portfolio budget statement. The Associate Secretary certainly provided a range of comments that were included.
Did you alter it at all?
I don't recall altering it.
So it came to you in this way?
For clearance.
But it came to you constructed in this way,
Yes, Senator.
which was your decision, Mr Groves?
Yes.
No involvement was there any discussion about this measure or this estimate description with the Minister or their office?
No.
Sorry, I think Senator Patrick wanted to call.
Just a couple of questions, if I may. Can I, Mr Dalton, good morning. I just, the number you used of, I think was 2.4 or 2.5 billion?
2.5, Senator.
Okay. How does that reconcile with the 2.918 number in the PBS as estimated cumulative expenditure up to the end of next month?
Up till the end of June.
Yeah.
I think we've just been through that, Senator.
So there are additional, so the 2.5, there are additional costs up until the end of June of about $400 million from the 2.5.
What we've done, Senator, is we've just left the provision as it was. So the last AEs, we've carried it forward to this one. It's
Okay.
not necessarily indicative of what we think we will ultimately pay. We didn't want to flag to
Sure, I get
everybody that here is how much money we have for a settlement.
Okay, can I ask, does that number 2.918 billion include the cost of work done from 2009 when the Future Submarine was first announced in the Defence White Paper? So, for example, in 2012, $240 million was allocated to the Future Submarine project for de-risking research and so forth.
No, Senator, it does not include
So this
that.
really just covers from the contract with Naval Group.
Correct, Senator.
Can I ask you to take on notice how much money has been spent on the Future Submarine Program since it entered into the Defence White Paper in 2009?
We'll take it on notice, Senator. I'm not sure we'll take it on notice.
Well, I mean, I've just given you one example. In 2012, $214 million was allocated, and along the way there would have been other allocations. I just want to understand how much has been spent on the general activity of a future submarine since it was announced in the 2009 Defence White Paper. Thank you. Thank you, Senator Wong.
Senator, if it may help, I do have a split of the, to the end of February, the 2.526 billion life-to-date expenditure. I do have that split by financial year, if you wish.
Yeah, so this is actually going back from 2009 to 2016.
Yep.
There was money spent on the Future Submarine Project.
Yeah, I think technically, I'd have to confirm that, but I think that was tracked as a separate project before it became the C1000.
And all I'm asking, and I understand that, all I'm asking is, can you now go back and add up the totals on those other
we've
projects?
taken them on
yeah.
those, Senator.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Wong.
Thanks. So just to summarise where we're at, the evidence is that you have a framework for termination costs, identified termination costs, which has been agreed.
With Naval Group.
With Naval Group.
So there's another parallel process running with Lockheed Martin Australia, 2 prime contracts for the attack class submarine.
And has that been resolved too?
That termination process is very close to being finalised. It was not as complex as the Naval Group contracts. It is included in those figures.
Okay. That Naval Group have reserved their rights for additional compensation over and above those identified termination costs?
They've reserved their rights generally.
Yep. That they have expressed to you a figure or some indication of how much
without prejudice.
Without prejudice, but you're not prepared to disclose that?
I'd prefer not to, Senator.
That...
Sorry, Senator Wong. They know the number, and you know the number, and you're the only parties to that negotiation. Why is it...
We haven't agreed anything, Senator.
No, I understand that. But
it's subject to a negotiation.
Sure, but I'm just wondering why it's considered sensitive in the context that both parties know what the number is.
Because they haven't formally presented it.
I might recap again. There's been an agreed framework for termination costs, identified termination costs. There's no agreement about additional compensation over and above those identified framework. Naval Group have reserved their right in respect of all of those matters, and Naval Group have provided to the government an estimate, a without prejudice estimate of what it would cost.
Informally.
Informally, yeah, I understand that. Mr Grove's evidence is that he anticipates the total cost to be within the existing budget provision for C1000, including a compensation claim, which is just under $5 billion over the forward estimates in total.
So the total approved amount for the program is just under $5 billion.
It's his evidence, yeah. So
that also includes the money that's been expended.
So we are potentially at a point where Australian taxpayers are likely to be liable for up to $5 billion for non-existent submarines.
Senator, if I may, I think my intent, if it wasn't stated, was that I was tracking that over this financial year and next financial year, the amounts that were part of the C1000 approved provision, I'm anticipating that they would be adequate to cover those costs, noting that I don't know what they are.
Sure. I think the evidence very clearly is you think it could be within the envelope of the provision that we discussed, and Mr Dalton and I had a subtraction discussion where we agreed it was in the order of just under $2 billion in addition to what's been spent. So that means up to $5 billion from the taxpayer for submarines which don't exist.
I don't think we should
I'm not
connect
agreeing
those two.
No, I'm sure you don't think we should
Points.
connect
Well,
those
well,
two,
because-
but that is what they are.
No, we have left the provision, the approved provision.
So please don't try and restate the evidence. I think the evidence was clear. That's the envelope that you're working in. If it's more, you'll have to come back to the Parliament for more. If it's less, then there'll be less than $5 billion. But that's what the provision your officials are working to.
Senator, if I may, I disagree. What we were saying is that there is a total spend of $2.5 billion to the end of February.
No, Mr.
There is an
Graves.
amount of provision that is available for this year and for next year, which does not add up to $5 billion.
No, hang on. Mr. Dalton and I had a very clear conversation about what the provision was. And he pointed me to the PBS
And I
and said
don't
that's the amount. And the evidence is, you can try and restate the evidence now. I think it's very clear. That's what you're working within. Is there any chance that the compensation claim could go beyond the provision we've been discussing?
Not in a negotiated sense, so no.
But if it went to court?
I think it would be unlikely to go beyond.
Right. So you don't envisage anything above the $5 billion in total?
Well, not at this stage, no. It's still subject to a negotiation.
I
As Mr. Groves-
understand that. I understand that.
And there is money allocated across the forward estimates that's still there.
Which is the $5 billion?
Exactly.
And Mr Dalton, I think you said in the last estimates that it was your expectation that this matter would be settled before the end of the financial year.
That's certainly what I'm working towards, Senator. I can't promise it. It will depend on how well the negotiations actually unfold. But we will, I'm confident that we will have Lockheed Martin Australia's termination settled in the next 4 weeks. And
Will that then become a matter of public record within the 4 weeks? Do we need to have another estimates process in order to understand this number, or will it be revealed publicly within the month?
I'm not sure it will be revealed publicly within the month, Senator.
And what would be, if it's settled, what would be the basis for not disclosing that?
Confidentiality clauses.
Oh,
But it must. I
Once
think
it's
you
done.
said. I think you said last time. Cost will become a matter of public record. You said, I think the total cost will become a matter of public record.
I think the total cost will become a matter of public record, Senator.
And you don't intend to tell the public which components the Lockheed Martin component and which components the Naval Group component?
No, I'm just. I think they're.
You've just told me that the Lockheed Martin component will be concluded within the next 4 weeks, so it must be very close indeed to being finalised.
It is the final invoices.
You've told estimates previously that the total package will be settled best endeavours by the end of the financial year. 4 weeks is between now and when.
Well, I'm expecting the Lockheed Martin Australia bit to be settled in April this month.
Yeah, so is the government intending to keep that confidential until after the election?
I don't think there's an intention to keep it confidential till after an election, and I think we're just following a process in terminating that particular contract. We'll follow the process.
Within the 4 weeks?
So I'm expecting that we will make the final payment. There will be a process where we have to then finally close down the contracts and everything. That will take time, but the cost will be settled this month. For Lockheed Martin Australia.
Yes, yeah, I understand that point.
So when I said we might have $5 billion, up to $5 billion spent for submarines which don't exist, I neglected to include the $500 million that is additional to that in the budget provision. The $540 million and other project inputs to capability on page 109. So when your answer that you anticipated all break costs and any extant not agreed figure for compensation would be dealt with within the existing budget provision. Were you meaning 4896 plus the 540, so it's about $5.4 billion that expended on the submarines?
No, my evidence was that I perhaps corrected was that I'm hoping that the termination costs will be covered from within the amounts for this financial year and possibly into next financial year if required. I do not link it to the full amount of the approved project expenditure. But if to answer your specific question, Senator, it would have been at the 4896 line. The 540 tends to go on a range of other activities, including work that is still underway by our Defence Science and Technology Group, for instance, doing studies and those sorts of things.
But still on the C1000 project?
Around future submarine capability, yes.
Still on the C1000?
It's funded out of that provision, yes.
Right. Up to $5.5 billion.
So that 540, for instance, Senator, is part of what was always spoken about as the 89 or the $88 billion provision. That is all part of it, the total provision.
But basically we have a $5.5 billion budget provision, including about $3 billion spent to date, and potential costs within that envelope. So taxpayers would be up for $5.5 billion on submarines that don't exist.
The final negotiated settlement will be within that price, Senator.
Within that. Okay.
Thank you. I have some questions about the Anzac and Hobart class.
We have Rear Admiral Wendy Malcolm online.
Sorry?
We have Rear Admiral Wendy Malcolm online.
Oh, good.
And there she is.
And there she is.
Welcome.
Good morning, Senator.
Good morning. Just a quick set of questions, really. I just want to understand where we're up to in terms of the capability gap and issues around these projects. So we're already in the middle of a substantial upgrade program for that Anzac class. That's correct, isn't it?
That's correct, Senator. And Chief of Navy may also like to talk to your questions here, Senator.
Admiral Noonan's coming through.
Yeah. Thanks, CDF. Vice Admiral, good morning. I just want to quickly understand where we're up to on this set of issues. Where there is, I think, on the basis of what we've previously heard in estimates, the first Anzac class was originally meant to retire in 24, 25, and the last in 32, 33, and the current dates are now 29, 30 for the first retirement and 42, 43 for the last retirement. That's still correct, is it?
That's correct, Senator. Vice Admiral Mike Noonan, the Chief of Navy.
And there are upgrades and life of type extensions underway, but it's hard to see that there is much more capacity to extend beyond those dates. That's a fair enough assessment?
That'll be assessed over the life of the class of ship, Senator, and certainly the nature of the work, the intensity of the activities that they undertake over the next 10 years will determine their viability in terms of extension to or beyond those dates.
Yeah, and so there's issues of cost, capability, workforce. You know, the longer those get extended, the more pressure on where are we in terms of the gap now between the arrival of the Hunter-class frigates?
There is no gap, Senator, in terms of the capability that the Anzac-class frigate will continue to deliver.
Yeah, this is the challenge, isn't it? That you can assert there's no gap because the life of type extension and the other upgrades will allow it to extend. But what is the current date for first boat in the water and last boat in the water for
the Hunter class, Senator?
Yes.
I might ask Mr. Dalton to speak to those exact dates.
We'll get Ms. Lutz to come forward to
thank you.
Give that a very precise answer, Senator.
Senator, just whilst Ms. Lutz is coming forward, we have done a number of studies that confirm the viability of the Anzac hull into the 40s and beyond. So we have done independent studies to ensure that there's not a single location or a single point that the class cannot be extended. Done extensive studies on obsolescence and future capability. So at this point, I would just note that there is nothing prohibiting the Anzac class from being extended further.
And does that include contemplation of additional Hobart class destroyers?
Senator, there is no contemplation of additional Hobart class destroyers at this point in time.
Ms. Lutz, good morning.
Cheryl Lutz, First Assistant Secretary of Ships. The first ship for Hunter is planned to be delivered 2031. It then needs to go through operational capability assessment, which takes generally 1 to 2 years for the first ship. The last ship is planned to be delivered in 2044.
So there is real pressure on here. I take your point, Vice Admiral, but there is real pressure on cost and capability in that, let's call it the overlap period, as one class is being retired and another part into the water. We're still in a position where we'll have older, more difficult to maintain, you know, with all those pressures on capability and availability, that will increase over time. And on the current timetable, the arrival of the new class, at best, we're going to have significant pressure on our capability and availability over that period. Is that at worst? My experience of these things is that the timetables don't generally get shorter; that they get pushed in the wrong direction. So that's best case scenario as where we're at now in 2022.
It's very difficult to look at an individual capability. I look at the capability of the whole fleet going forward, Senator.
Yeah.
And certainly as we see the ageing of the Anzac class platforms and the introduction into service of the Hunter class platforms, which are a significantly more capable ship, we'll also see the introduction as of later this year of the first of the offshore patrol vessels, which is a significantly more capable vessel than the current Armidale class patrol boats, and I would expect that those vessels from later this year will start to undertake some of the tasking that the Anzac frigates currently undertake. So as you can see, Senator, as we go forward, the number of platforms in our Navy doesn't increase significantly, but the capability of each class as they are progressed and upgraded and replaced is a significant upgrade. And so by the time we get to the fleet of 2035, 2040, we do have a very significantly different fleet to what we have today, and it will be significantly more capable than the vessels that we're talking about in terms of current fleet in being.
Yes, I think we're saying the same thing though, aren't we, Vice Admiral, that your job is to, given the delays in the building program, your job's to try and achieve two things: stretching the capability of the Anzac class and the life of type and the upgrades, and also find capability elsewhere across the Defence's assets to achieve the same objectives. But the longer the delays, the more difficult the capability issues become and the harder the cost issues get. That's a reasonable summary of that's your challenge in terms of your responsibilities. Failures in the procurement program, stretches in the procurement program, cost blowouts, delays, characteristic of a series of these programs, delays, uncertainties, put pressure on capability. If those failures don't occur, you've got more flexibility to deploy capability more broadly, don't you?
I think you've captured one element of capability management, Senator. It's a complex equation, as you're alluding to, and certainly the challenge that I face is managing the fleet in being and ensuring that the usage upkeep of the fleet in being is consistent with the tasking from government direction. And so certainly we manage the fleet in being with a view to the program of activity as we see it, and my job is to provide advice to government in terms of what the Navy can do today and into the future, and upgrade that advice as circumstances and capabilities change.
Yeah, I think, as I said, I think we're saying the same thing, and the problems in procurement reduce your room to move, and that has impacts in terms of capability and cost on your side. That there are cost and capability issues on the procurement side that are obvious to the public, but actually it has an impact on your side of the ledger in terms of cost, in terms of sustainment, and capability in terms of how the existing capability is deployed. Thank you.
If I may, Chair. If I may, thank you. Moving on to a different topic. President Zelensky last night flagged a request for armoured vehicles. I think he actually identified Bushmasters.
We just wait for the officers?
Yeah, of course.
Thanks.
He clearly must like them. He must think they're good quality.
I'm asking if, as a consequence of that public statement last night, if government has tasked any consideration of what could be done in relation to that request.
Senator, yes, overnight we were asked to explore what was possible in terms of the provision of Bushmasters. And I think I've just seen an announcement by the Minister for Defence.
Oh, sorry, I've been in here, so has he said something?
I was just showing the message. We'll make available four Bushmasters.
Four?
Four. Sorry, up to four.
Up to four. Is that all we can do?
That's the current decision of the Minister. We have produced some options for him.
CDF, were you aware of this?
Senator, I'm aware that the request was made by President Zelensky in his address to Parliament, and I'm aware that we have been looking at options to provide advice to the Minister through his office.
Were you aware of the announcement before it was just identified?
No, I haven't looked at my phone in the last few minutes to see it.
So you weren't aware?
Well, that the Minister has decided on, as Mr Yiannopoulos has said, up to 4 Bushmasters. No, Senator.
Right. When was the advice provided to him? Or has it not been?
We provided advice overnight.
Overnight. Right.
So,
Now,
Senator,
there are Hawkeyes as well. Is that how?
So, Senator, my understanding is those discussions have been happening overnight, including in relation to a number of issues. And we, without extending this, but we have been on each occasion where there has been a request or an offer of military assistance, also worked with countries that are geographically closer to see if we can facilitate
So is the 4
delivery
because
as well.
that's where we've got them nearby? Is that what the... Tell me about that.
Senator, Major General Andrew Bottrell, Headland Systems Division from CASG. Senator, we've overnight been working through options on what we've got available, where they are, provided some of that advice through to government. They're still considering those options now. I'd suggest it's moved on from just 4, so those options are still being considered by the Minister and government.
Sorry, the Associate Secretary just told me 4. Do you know about this?
Senator, yes, I do. I was just on the phone now to advisors, just discussing how that thinking is evolving.
Senator Van has a question on this particular issue. Senator Wong, if that's agreed.
Well, I also raised about Hawkeyes, whether or
Yes.
not there'd been consideration of that, because I understand that we have
Senator,
quite a number of them.
We'll come back to you on that. This is literally happening in real time.
Yes, I gather, and without the CDF's knowledge.
And I think it would be appropriate to ask General Bottrell and officials to come back on the current status of the discussions.
You asked me to see to Senator Van.
Yes, Senator Van, if that's okay.
Yep.
Just a very quick one. Would airlift capacity be a restriction on this? Because
Senator, we'll come back on those details.
How many Bushmasters do we have, just out of curiosity, in total?
Senator, stand by.
He's a sailor, I'm not sure he does it.
Beg your pardon?
Nothing. My gratuitous observation about your service. Your line of service, not your service per se.
Not so much stand. I think is what you were saying.
Sorry, I thought that would be a quick answer.
There's a lot of things to count, Senator.
There are... Bear with me. Senator, I'll have to come back. I do have it. I do have
Gone
the
to mood
detail. I'll have to
lighting.
come back
It's a
to
little-
it.
Approximately how many Bushmasters do we have?
Comfortable.
We look better on camera.
Thanks.
I said we.
Yes, you did.
All of us.
There's unity there.
The advantage of a beard, I suspect.
Senator, could I just say, as Minister Payne has indicated, this is all in real time.
Sure. You'd like some time.
So no, we would like some time, but I just want to clarify a point while we more generally clarify issues. I think the comments made by the Associate Secretary, Acting Secretary, actually are referring to a reference in a media engagement that a C-17 can fit up to 4 Bushmaster vehicles in one load. That's correct. And the government is considering options with regard to Bushmaster being provisioned to the Ukrainian armed forces.
We have
Hence
a
my
break at
suggestion
10:30.
that given this is happening in real time, perhaps I could
I
take
just
some
wanted
advice.
to know though, this one, I'm happy to give the officials, I don't want to put CDF and Major General Bottrell in a position of having to be quizzed about something that they weren't aware of, but I just want to be clear. Did anyone at the table know that the Minister was making this announcement this morning?
So I think the CDF has just clarified that the Minister said this morning that you could fit 4 Bushmasters on a C-17. He did not announce that there would be 4
Right.
Bushmasters on a C-17.
Okay, so no one at the table knows about any announcement at this point, is that right?
Because these discussions are happening in real time.
Yeah,
that's
no, but
correct.
that's the case?
Yes.
Yes.
Great, okay. Do you want to come back after the break and
Yes,
we
Senator.
can have a discussion? Yep.
Yes, and we'll provide the committee with an update as we are able, based
No
on the
worries.
discussions that are underway.
I think that's a
There
way
was
forward.
there was a hanging
Next topic.
There was a hanging question there, just on how many bushmasters we do have.
There's quite a lot of hanging questions, Senator Patrick. I think we
Senator, I'll have that detail for you shortly.
and logistics and getting them there. But look, I appreciate where you. Why don't we do that after the break? You can go.
Thank you.
I think.
Well, it's a question: are there more doors than wheels? Because that's a TikTok
Back to the
problem at
C.
the moment.
You want wheels numbers as well as vehicle numbers?
Well, I was
Senator?
going to ask the Chief Scientist. There's a big debate on TikTok at the moment about whether there are more doors or more wheels in the earth,
More doors or more wheels?
in the
If
world.
we could go to the frigate.
Oh, in the world?
In the world.
In the world.
It's a huge debate on TikTok and social media.
It's nice to know how you spend your time, Senator.
My daughters inform me of these things.
And they are.
question, Rex? How many bushmasters in the world?
Yeah.
1,072.
You think TikTok is what a clock does?
1,072 have been built.
Now, the broader question is: are there more doors or wheels in the world? That's a question being asked on TikTok at the moment.
All right, next topic of questions.
Thank you,
Coming
Chair.
from Senator Ease.
Can you tell me, Mr Dalton or Ms Lutz, when the system definition review for the Hunter-class frigates was completed?
Yes, it was completed in November 21 for the mission system.
And so roughly 12 months late?
Correct.
And what caused that delay?
The maturity of the reference ship design and our ability to incorporate changes into that reference ship design. You needed a mature design before we incorporate our changes.
And these are the design issues that we've canvassed in previous estimates. Has preliminary design review commenced this quarter as scheduled?
Preliminary design review
Yes.
is planned for July 23.
July 23. It was scheduled in first quarter of 2022, and is that
It's
extension
as
a consequence of
as a result
what we've
of
just discussed?
the delay for system definition review. We have done our first zone readiness review for Zone 5. That was completed on 15th of March, which means we've commenced spatial design for the first zone.
And so how long has preliminary design review been delayed for now? Longer than the 12 months?
Preliminary design review is planned to be conducted in July 23.
And was originally scheduled for first quarter of this year, wasn't it?
I'd have to check the NPR. The major project review shows no date because there's no date in the contract. So we've forecast it for July 23 in the major project reports from 2021.
But that's not where it was been. So I understand but in previous estimates, I think, at least on the basis of the information available to me, what first quarter of 2022.
I understood
consistent
I understood it was quarter 3 2022, but
quarter 3 2022
previously forecast.
Yeah. Mission system critical design review was originally meant to be completed in November 2022. When is that now scheduled to be completed?
System critical design review is now scheduled at this stage to be completed end of 24, but we are reviewing that given the...
Sorry, I just missed that.
Sorry, December 24, but we are reviewing that given the delays we've experienced with system definition review.
So December 24, but could blow out even further.
Could be later, yes. There is a risk it could be later.
And are you able to tell us what the range of possibilities is there? Is it 12 months?
Well, we're looking at the risk involved, obviously, so it would not be more than 12 months.
And when you say the risk involved, can you just explain that for the committee?
The risk involved is we're still obviously transferring the design packages from the Type 26, so we need to make sure they progress as planned, to make sure then we can apply our Hunter changes to those packages and keep going in terms of the zone reviews that are planned to be conducted. So progress the design of the zones as planned. And we won't complete our final CDR until all of those zones are completed.
And that currently scheduled for December 24, but presumably now somewhere in 25.
There is a risk it could be delayed.
Yeah. When would you be able to? When will that assessment be made?
That assessment will be made. We'll have certainty of that assessment as we obviously progress through the zonal reviews, but definitely by the time we get to do preliminary design review. Because at that stage, preliminary design review, we assess the maturity of all of our designs and our zones, and at the whole of ship level.
So July 23.
Yes.
We'll know whether that end of 24 is. Sorry, you.
I was just going to say, in parallel to the preliminary design review and the critical design review, we are doing all of the zone reviews. So we are also designing zones, zone by zone. There are 12 zones. So that enables us to cut steel in mid-24. The preliminary design review gives us a whole of ship view of the design, and will highlight any risks, in particular probably in the upper deck, where we're doing the significant changes as to what we need to be aware when we go into the zonal reviews.
And is that because, from a layperson's perspective,
yep,
the zone review, the mission system critical design review really integrates all of the zone reviews, and that those issues that go to structure that were the subject of discussions in the February estimates, you know, about size and volume and all that, those sort of issues, that you're saying you can proceed cutting steel because whatever the outcome of those reviews are, it will not impact on volume. Is that what you're...
What I'm saying
volume
is
profile,
the first zones and the where we start building the ship from are the lower impacted zones in terms of Hunter changes or Australian government changes. So we can start those and complete the review of those, and gradually we then do the designs of the more impacted zones and build the ship up. So
I think in 2015 the government said construction would start in 2020, so cutting steel in 2020. You're saying...
That was changed to prototype in 2020 and cut steel in 2022.
It went to 22 and now it's in 24. There's no further shift?
No, there is no shift to the cut steel date for mid-24, June 24.
And so in both cases, it was always the end of those years, Senator. So it was always the end of 2020 and the end of 22.
Yes. Oh, so you're saying it's not really June 24. It's
no. So
it is
the cut
June
steel date is no later than June 24.
Yes.
The original cut steel date was December 22.
Well, in 2015, the government said 2020.
Yeah, and that was the end of 2020.
Yes. So there's 6 months that way. But so not quite the 4 years, 3.5 years of delay. Is that the point that you're trying to make?
I think when we entered into the contract, we had already established that prototyping was a sensible way to manage the risk in this program. So prototyping actually started on schedule in December 2020. So that met that 2020 milestone.
You're not trying to tell me that there was a gap between the government's announcement and the subsequent delivery, are you?
I'm not sure I follow, Senator.
No.
Well, the government's announcement in 2015 was construction beginning in 2020. Turns out, as you indicated, that the prototyping, the design process meant that that actually wasn't achievable, and that was very clear in advance of 2020. Date changed to 2022. Now, as you're now you're very keen to point out, it's the middle of 2024, not the end of 2024. I get that point.
So we have had an up to 18-month slip to the commencement of construction.
Yeah. Yeah, and there's a very significant gap between what the government says when it announces this program and what's actually practically possible. So there's two sources of slippage here, aren't there? One is that a shrewd assessment of the best pathway to getting the optimum delivery said, well, you can't do that in 20, it's actually 22. And then some of these design complexity in the design process and the interaction with what's happened with the core vessel and the design issues with the core vessel mean middle of 2024.
And I would suggest, Senator, that COVID has played a role in this as well. The Type 26 is being built in Govan in Scotland. Scotland had a very harsh experience with COVID. Over 10,000 people in Scotland alone died of COVID, and that was the environment in which the Type 26 design was being finalised. You can't do ship design on your home computer.
Yeah, there's 3.5 years of delay. Some of these COVID-related issues go to a component of 18 months of that delay. Fair enough? They explain some months in 18 months. The 2 years, not COVID related, are they?
No, the 2 years was when we looked at the three types of frigates that were considered during the CEP process, and we understood the design and build in Australia requirement. Actually being able to commence work on the first ship in 2020 was a very high risk.
So the 9th frigate, a vessel acceptance date is 2044. Is this still the expected acceptance date?
Yes, that is.
And as we discussed, I think that acceptance date and actually commissioning is 12 to 18 months.
As you progress through the fleet, it's more likely that initially, first between delivery and declaring operational capability could be up to 2 years. But as you progress through the fleet, that generally
And that's where the
decreases.
12-month figure has come from. It's an average over the life of that. Yeah. So you might expect that to be 6 months, but a longer process at the beginning of the schedule.
Definitely a longer process at the beginning.
So that's where the... I think, as we discussed at additional estimates, the CASG engineering team report identified some risks to the program, lower speeds, higher fuel consumption, shorter range, higher running costs, greater vulnerability, risks for crews. And we had quite a long discussion about that engineering report. How many of the specific concerns that were raised by the engineering team in November have been closed off?
We continue to do work. So, as an example, in terms of the damage control, the Navy Operational Evaluation have done their assessment at the end of last year. We will do an assessment this year, and then we will progress with any changes that we need to make to ensure that that ship is safe. We've continued to do modelling on speed and range. We have identified the maximum speed and range of the Type 26 class of the Hunter class frigate are similar to the Type 26. The maximum speed and range of the Hunter class are similar to the Anzac class and also the Hobart class. the Hunter class will deliver a significantly greater level of lethality and combat power. So we're progressing, and we will progress as we go through the design to ensure that the risks identified in that report are managed and mitigated.
But none closed off as of today?
Well, from the system definition review, we have closed all of the major actions, and there were 37 minor actions. We have, and I'm doing this off memory, I've got the figures here, we have 22 minor actions closed, 6 minor actions awaiting a closure by the independent chairs, and 9 minor actions still ongoing.
I think Ms. Lutz, you said in the answer before the last one that there was progress being made in relation to the issues outlined in the engineering report.
Yes.
My question was, have all of those issues been closed off? I think your answer was slightly, your subsequent answer was slightly different to that. Can you just address the question?
So all of the actions haven't been closed off.
Yes.
But we have closed quite a significant number of those actions.
So some, a significant number, but not all?
Yes.
And I think, Mr. Dalton, sorry, I'm trying to move through this quickly because I'm conscious of the Chair's focused attention to the 10:30 break time. Not because he's very keen for a coffee, but just he's very tight on time. So I'm just trying to skip through this quickly. But Mr. Dalton, you said, I think at the last time, that Defence would consider adding the frigates to the projects of concern list. Has that happened?
I think I said if there was further schedule slip, Senator.
So that hasn't happened?
No, Senator.
Okay. It might be a good time to conclude, Chair.
All right. Before we suspend until 10:45, I can indicate there seems to be unanimity amongst the committee that we consider Defence until 12:30, luncheon from 12:30 to 1:30. We do Department of Veterans Affairs 1:30 to 2:30. Then Foreign Affairs 2:30 to 5:30. Trade 5:30 to 6. If need be, we will stretch some of these times to go till 6:30. So if officials and others could be made aware of that, to hopefully be ready somewhat earlier than initially anticipated, that would be great. And in a moment of weakness, I agree to Senator Patrick kicking us off for 15 minutes after the break, which hopefully will allow my Labor colleagues extra time for morning tea, but also Defence to find out more information in relation to the Bushmaster before we then resume, I dare say, that matter at about 11 a.m.
With first questions to the Chief of Air Force.
All right, so we are suspended until 10:45. Thank you.
Yes.
The committee is resumed. Senator Patrick, you have the call.
Thank you very much. Is it Chief of Air Force? Has that been a replacement that I'm unaware of?
No, Senator. Air Vice Marshal Stephen Meredith, I'm the Acting Chief of Air Force.
Okay.
And my normal day job is the Deputy Chief of Air Force.
Okay, thank you. CAF had indicated, this goes to the Super Hornet ejection at RAF Amberley in December 2020. Previously, CAF had advised that indications where the aircraft was repairable, though some further investigation was required. Has a decision been made in relation to that aircraft?
Senator, I'll just get the right brief out. Senator, what I can say is that the repair effort, we examined that aircraft, and I might ask CASG to provide some additional details, but repair efforts have been completed, and that aircraft completed a successful return to service flight on the 6th of December last year.
And the cost of that repair?
I might ask my CASG colleague to...
Apologies. Air Vice Marshal Leon Phillips, Head of Aerospace Systems. Could you repeat the question, please?
The cost of getting the the aircraft back into service, the one that was subject to the ejection at RAF Amberley.
We'll take that on notice.
Yeah, okay, we'll take that on notice.
We'll get back to you.
There was an investigation into that. Has that concluded? And if so, what were the key findings?
Senator, the investigation was completed on the 7th of July 21. Report made 6 recommendations, noted that 2 safety actions were already underway, related mainly to abort guidance, so when to make the decision to not proceed, aircrew resource management and conformance with standing instructions that support compliance against our regulations. As a result of that safety event, significant activity by Air Combat Group that operate the aircraft to address the primary causal factors that led to the runway excursion. And that, I'll leave it at that.
So can I just ask, if I understand what you've just said, is that you're suggesting the pilot maybe shouldn't have ejected? They were following some rule that has now been changed?
No, Senator. That I think we made some of the guidance clearer for the crews to operate the aircraft.
Okay. Can you table that report on notice, please?
Senator, it's classified official sensitive. There are some things in the report about the aircraft and its operation that would make it difficult for public release.
Well, maybe a redacted version of it, please.
Well, it's been taken on notice and under
Sure.
consideration.
We'll see what we can.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't want to have, but I like you don't want revealing secret information. In relation to the Growler that was lost in Nevada, the previous, or CAF had advised that in November 2019 that the Growler was worth approximately $85 million. That's what he testified or provided as an answer to this committee. On the 30th September, the Defence Security Cooperation Agency in the US indicated that an aircraft would be made available to Australia out of Lot 38 for $125 million US, so approximately $160 million. Are we taking up that offer, and why the cost differential?
I might ask my CASG colleague to talk
Thank
about
you.
the acquisition, Senator.
Thank you, Senator. Air Vice Marshal Leon Phillips, Head of Aerospace Systems. Yes, the government has agreed to replace the lost aircraft, and that approval was on the 28th of February 2022, so this year. We do have a letter of offer and acceptance with us that we are considering. The figures you quoted are correct, and they would be a not-to-exceed figure, as we understand it, and we'll work out those costs as the US government puts that on contract.
So what are the differences between CAF's estimate to this committee in 2019, November 2019, of $85 million, and the US number of approximately 160 million Australian dollars?
I suspect, Senator, the CAF in 2019 was just referring to the cost of the aircraft in terms of at that time. What we're talking about here is replacement of an aircraft several years downstream. And so the replacement aircraft, it will require configuration change to make sure that it's up to speed with us, with our current baseline of aircraft, and consistent with the baseline that Australia is operating. It'll include flight test activities to complete all of that work. And so I think there's a difference between what may have been quoted back in 2019 and the actual acquisition process we're moving through at this stage.
So you said you suspect. Could you take on notice to provide just some further explanation of that? Would be appreciated. I have some questions. I actually might just one more for CASG. I had a conversation with Mr. Fraser about moving forward because we basically lost an aircraft that had 120 hours on it and had no recourse for cost recovery or warranty. Mr. Fraser who's now coming to the table, did indicate that you were going to look at this moving forward. I just ask what you've resolved in respect of the Apache helicopter purchase and the Romeo purchase, additional Romeo purchase.
Senator, good morning. Tony Fraser, Deputy Secretary, Capability Acquisition and Sustainment Group. We have changed our procedures such that when we apply with our letter of request to the United States on our foreign military sales, we do specifically request if there is provision for insurance. For the Apache helicopter and for the UH-60 Mike Black Hawk, we have put that request in. We're still working through what the response is from the US.
Okay, thank you. That's all I would like to know on that. Chief of Navy, on the loss of a Romeo helicopter off the Philippines.
Yes, Senator Patrick, good morning. With respect to the loss of that particular aircraft last year, we've sought advice from the US in terms of the production run of the Romeos, and I have sought to provide advice to government with respect to replacing that aircraft while the production run of the Romeos is still available to us.
Okay, why did the crew ditch?
There is a ongoing investigation in terms of the factors surrounding the loss of that aircraft, as I described at the last Senate estimates, but I am satisfied that it was not as a result of mechanical failure of the aircraft, Senator.
Okay, because the airframe is sitting on the bottom of the ocean, isn't it?
It's in about 6,500 metres of water in the Philippine Sea, Senator.
So you're not intending to recover that?
No, it's not possible.
Okay. How old was this airframe in terms of flying hours?
I'd have to take that on notice, Senator. In terms of flying hours, the airframe itself would have been 3 to 4 years old.
Okay. Has this incident given any has it given rise to any thought about our ships with only one helicopter, or you just think this is the cause of this is isolated?
I have no concerns about the operation of the Romeo off the DDG Hobart class destroyer, and I don't have any concerns about the airworthiness of the airframe.
In relation to the Taipan, the MRH-90, I'm not a specialist in above water operations, Chief, but Admiral, there would be a lot of utility work that's carried out by Navy, and the 60 Romeo, from my experience with 816 Squadron, or the old Seahawk, is a very, very cramped aircraft. I might, perhaps, there's probably a better word for that. Are you not concerned that there's a loss of capability in closing down that program?
No, Senator, I'm not concerned about a loss of capability. The MRH-90 is a different aircraft, of course, to the MH-60 Romeo, and the Romeo is very capable in providing both the maritime support task, which is traditionally what the MRH-90 was used for, and also the maritime combat role. There is certainly scope within the capability of the Romeo to do both tasks, and I don't see that there would be a loss of capability in the maritime support role if it was to be a task that we would only use the Romeo for. In terms of space, the carrying capacity of the Romeo can be configured to have up to 4 to 5 passengers, and if we were operating 1 to 2 of those aircraft at sea from a frigate or a destroyer, for example, it provides adequate space and lift for the sort of support tasks that we routinely do off our frigates and destroyers. Of course, the LHD aircraft, as you're familiar with, Senator, carries typically a mix of Navy and Army helicopter platforms, which gives us certainly a wide breadth of capability and response options.
Maybe I might ask just the Chief of Air Force or Acting Chief of Air Force to come back. Just a general question about marinisation of aircraft. You might also stay there, Admiral. Just the experience with the deployment to Tonga with the Chinooks on board, whether or not there's been any feel for issues of corrosion, the fact that you don't have a folding tail, no folding blades on those aircraft, they're not marinised, and also that goes in some sense to the Apache, which one would have thought we might deploy off that off an LHD, but obviously would be complicated by the fact that it's not like the Viper is in the US Marine variant. Chief of Air Force, any?
So, Senator, Army operate the Chinooks and the Apache, so I'd probably defer to Chief of Army on this occasion, Senator.
Okay.
Who is online, I believe.
Okay.
Do we have General Byrd?
I can see his name. There we are.
There we go. Hey, Senator, General Rick Burr, the Chief of the Army. Thanks for the question. So I'll defer to CASG for any specific immediate feedback about the Chinooks as a result of the most recent deployment, but we've done this often. There's a procedure for that they are washed down and maintained, so I'm not aware of any concerns. And likewise, other armies operate Apache from naval ships as well and have a procedure. And as I understand it, they are not marinised, but this will be part of the information we bring forward in describing the capability as part of the submission to government.
So that no,
CASG might have a comment.
So you're saying no final decisions have been made on the Apache?
My apologies. A decision has been made. I'm sorry. Yes.
So
yeah, in terms of how we'll maintain it, is probably let me correct what I said. The decision for Apache has been taken. In terms of how we manage the fleet in being, is still working through as part of that acquisition. But
you didn't present to government the sustainment aspects of operating the Apache on an LHD.
There is a description in there. I'll need to refer to that, but it is not assessed as a concern. No.
Okay. Which navies do you say operate the Apache on naval vessels?
Both the US and the UK have operated their Apaches from in littoral operations and have operating concepts for that.
Okay, thank you. I have lots more questions, but the chair's going to hand it to call to someone else. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Patrick. Labor, do you have questions again? And
We were going to go to
And I should indicate that just before we go to the luncheon break, we'll be calling Senator Steele John from Western Australia. Sorry? Yeah, 12:15.
Great.
Sorry, Senator?
I said we were going to go to Bushmasters and you were going to...
Yes, I spoke to the Minister's office during the break, Senator, and as Mr Yiannopoulos and officials indicated, we have been receiving advice overnight from the ADF on the availability of vehicles, their location, numbers and capacity to be deployed at this time. That's been provided to government, including with respect to transport options. The transport options, which I think is the issue Senator Van raised earlier, are ones that have to be considered not just in terms of numbers of vehicles, but in terms of fuel and whatever other material needs to be deployed with those. We are speaking with Ukrainian officials to determine exactly the nature of the request. There has been other requests made which are separate from this. We've worked through those with them. We're doing the same on the Bushmasters, and we will make an announcement as soon as those discussions are finalised.
Right. Are we looking at, when you say transport options, what are those options? C-17?
Well, probably not for me to speculate, Senator, but that is an obvious answer, yes. C-17.
Well, I just want to...
Yes,
it's not a partisan issue, I'm just interested.
No,
so what are the
understand.
transport options?
So flight is much more preferable to sea.
Obviously.
In terms of many factors.
Yeah. And has there been consideration of Hawkeyes?
I'll leave that one to official, Senator.
Not at this stage, Senator.
Is there a reason for that?
We're just working through the proposals. We may get to Hawkeyes, but not at this stage.
Hasn't been raised with us, Senator. It's not part of the discussions that have been engaged in with Ukraine and other partners.
Sure, but they don't necessarily know everything we have. So I'm just asking, are we considering, so there's, obviously...
So there was an International Defence Donors Conference held in Ukraine last night. Secretary Wallace from the UK hosted that conference, and that is about working with partners to make sure Ukraine get what they want.
Right.
And so these discussions are all part of that process, and that would include what availability Australia has across the requests from Ukraine.
Major General, are you able to update me any further?
Senator, nothing. Major General Andrew Bottrell, Headland Systems. Nothing further to what Senator Payne had mentioned. I can provide the Bushmaster total that was asked earlier. It was 946 that we have in our stock at the moment.
And how many Hawkeyes are waiting at the factory?
At Thales.
At Thales?
Yes, Senator. There are. The 1,000th vehicle just came off the production line the other day. There's 183 of those that are currently sitting in Army units. There is approximately 400 that Defence has paid for to assist Thales with their cash flow, but they are still awaiting further work to lift them to the contracted level before they can actually be issued to Army units.
Thank you.
Okay. Do we have a time frame on when this might be resolved?
Which issue, Senator?
The issue of President Zelensky's request for Bushmasters and how we might respond.
In as soon as possible, Senator. That is what the donors conference was about, finalising a number of these.
Right. Okay, thanks for that. Well, perhaps it'd be good to be updated when you can.
Yes, Senator.
Can I just quickly, before I go back to Senator Ayres, who wants to do a couple more capability points, I'll let him go first, and then I'll.
Okay, sure. Mr. Yiannopoulos, we just canvassed a discussion about the capability and timing and scheduling issues with future frigates, and I won't get the officials to come up unless it's necessary. The other issue that, of course, goes to that program is cost. So as Mr. Dalton was keen to point out, not 4 years behind schedule, but three and a half behind what the government announced in 2015. What is the current estimated outturn cost of the Hunter class frigates as of the 22-23 budget? Sorry, Ms. Lutz.
Thank you.
I thought.
Cheryl Lutz, First Assistant Secretary Ships. The current outturn cost budget is $43.9 billion, PBS 22-23.
43.9.
Yeah.
And the original outturn cost was 15. Sorry, it was 30. It was 30. Sorry.
No.
No.
No. The original cost, the current approved budget is just over $7 billion. The original cost in the Naval Shipbuilding Plan said in 2017 said greater than 35 billion outturned. When it went to government, the original estimate was 44.3 billion.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I'd like to ask some questions about MRH-90 helicopters now, if I can. Thanks, Ms. Lutz.
Senator, good morning. There are some other officials on their way to assist.
So there's a report in The Australian on the 10th of December that reported that the government had decided to replace both the Army and the Navy's 47 MRH-90s with Black Hawk and Seahawk helicopters. Can you tell me how much the government spent so far on acquiring the 47 MRH-90 helicopters?
I can, Senator. Senator, I'll refer you to the portfolio budget statements, if that suits you, 22-23. Tony Fraser, Deputy Secretary, Cape Acquisition and Sustainment Group. The cost of the MRH-90 estimated to 30 June this year is $3.522 billion.
So $3.52 billion, another $116 million forecast for 22-23.
That's correct, Senator.
Can you tell me how much has been spent on sustainment?
I'll take that on notice, Senator. We'll get that for you today, but I just don't have that figure sitting in front of me at the moment.
And is it possible to get that this morning, given that we're...
I'll seek to, Senator.
Yeah,
yes,
thank you.
We will seek to do so.
The Australian used unusually pejorative language for the Australian. They said that the MRH-90 was being scrapped. Is that correct?
Senator, what we have done is to apply to the United States government foreign military sales for a potential replacement of up to 40 UH Mike Black Hawk helicopters to replace it. It's not yet a government decision. It'll be later in the year.
So subject to being able to conclude that that arrangement, the entire fleet would be replaced.
That'll be a matter for government decision, but the intention is to ask for it, and what we have done is requested a price and availability of up to 40 Mike Black Hawk helicopters.
So scrap's essentially right.
Senator, the MRH-90 has performed well in the floods recently, but as is well documented and is a project of concern, it has not met the availability requirements, and the cost of operating the aircraft is higher than what Defence expects.
Can I jump in, Chair, please? Back to Bushmasters. So I've got information that the Prime Minister's just confirmed that Bushmasters will be flying over to Ukraine on C-17s. Were you aware of that announcement?
Yeah, he said he didn't go to the numbers. He said that we would be intending to do that we'd send via C-17 because it would be the quickest way, but that is part of the discussion that is ongoing.
PM confirmed armoured vehicles to be provided.
And that's
after
tweet,
request from
Senator.
President Zelensky, Bushmasters will be flying over on C-17. So that is the government's
He said he
position?
was discussing options with the Defence Minister. He said that he did not go to numbers. He made it clear that we've got every intention to help and we would send them via C-17 because that would be the fastest way, as we just discussed.
So I'm a little confused. Are we discussing it or are we going to do it?
Well, the Prime Minister has said we will be sending Bushmasters, but the numbers and the process, which we were talking about before, are in the finalisation process with the Defence Minister.
Were you aware of that announcement coming, Associate Secretary?
No.
I assume the CDF wasn't aware. No, he's shaking his head. Okay, thank you.
The Minister's press release says, consistent with what you've just said, is that information about the Black Hawks has been sought to support development of options for the government. Can you tell me why is it that the Australian reported this as a government decision to scrap? Did the Minister brief the Australian differently to the press release?
Senator, I refer to the media release, which is the statement from us. I'm not sure what the Australian, what information the Australian reported on precisely. I saw the article, but as to whether there's any differences to it, yeah.
Was this a decision announced but not yet taken?
Senator, we have requested from the US, and so we'd need that information from the United States on price and availability in order to make an informed government decision.
MRH-90s was supposed to continue in service until 2037. That's correct, isn't it?
That's correct, Senator.
Can you tell me now when they'll be withdrawn from service?
Senator, it will depend on the response back from the United States on their availability and then the government decision as to when that might be. I think the media release from the Minister indicates that potentially from 2025.
So there's a notional date because in order for discussions to proceed, you'll need to be able to engage with the Americans about when. So 2025 is the current proposed date for withdrawal from service, but it's subject to the discussions that you've...
From then, Senator. So it's subject to what we get back from the United States and what our plans are, and I'll see whether the Chief of Army and others, I'm happy for him to jump in if there's anything different to that, and I'll correct me.
Senator, Major General Simon Stewart, Head of Land Capability. I'm
Thank you.
to assist there. Mr Fraser's correct. The current planned withdrawal date of the MRH is 2037. The request to the United States for information on the Black Hawk Mike model includes schedule and the intention, if there was an acceptable option for government, is that we would do that soonest, and we estimate that that would be from around 2025. And the reason for that is because the earlier we're able to act, if this option is viable, we'll address two key shortfalls at the moment. The first is capability, and the second is cost of ownership.
Yeah, because there's a significant cost and waste issue here the longer sustainment is required, isn't there?
That's correct. And if I might just offer one other point, Senator, this isn't, or if this option is taken, it is not additional funding. It will be the funding that is already allocated for the MRH that is used, and the basis for the
in
development...
sustainment terms, yes. But
yes. So if you look at the... Sorry. I was going to say, if you look at the program provision in total, the work that we've done so far to determine whether or not this may be a viable option and therefore seek advice from the United States would indicate that it would be overall an improved cost of ownership by an early withdrawal of MRH and the earliest introduction of Black Hawk. It's a much cheaper system to operate, and that would include the acquisition as well within the total provision of the Battlefield Aviation Program. So I just wanted it to be clear that there's no additional provision being sought. This is all within the current provision of the Battlefield Aviation Program, and the Chief of Army's proposal was to try and get better capability for no more than the same cost of the current program.
The cost of sustainment?
No, the overall cost, so including sustainment, Senator, Yes. So we're not obviously. There's no more acquisition expenditure in terms of MRH.
Yeah.
So it's a sustainment. Yes.
All of the 47 have been purchased and are in service.
Correct.
That they will be replaced when an additional 40 aircraft are purchased.
Potentially, pending government decisions.
And how can that be within the existing? I can understand that one set of sustainment costs against another set of sustainment costs. It's a reasonable objective to try and achieve equivalent or better. I understand that 40 Black Hawk helicopters might be cheaper than the 47 MRH-90. I understand that point. But we're still buying an additional 40 aircraft, aren't we?
That's correct, Senator. So I might defer
and the original advice from Defence during the Howard period was buy the Black Hawk, wasn't it?
Senator, if I might assist, for the next 15 years, which is what the general is talking about, when you add in the sustainment cost for the two, some capability assurance funding that would have been required to continue the MRH-90 through to that 2037 timeframe, we can acquire the Black Hawk and operate the Black Hawk within that same provision.
But you've still got to purchase 40 additional aircraft.
Within that full.
And if the Howard government had accepted the advice from Defence in the early 2000s, that they would have bought the Black Hawk then. All this additional cost and uncertainty.
Senator, I can't comment on the advice to government at that point in time.
Yeah. So 3.77 billion acquiring MRH-90. You haven't.
I do apologise. I'm just wondering if we can leave that swinging. And I take your advice, Chair, if we should leave that swinging. The allegation has been made that was the advice provided to government. To my memory, it wasn't the advice provided to government.
I think that's a matter of public record.
I think that's not contested.
Yeah.
Well, the General has provided the answer Mr Fraser has provided the answer he's able to provide. If General Burr wishes to add, if General Stewart wishes to add, then they're both welcome to do so. Take your point, Senator Molan, and I make an observation about your own experience. But ultimately the officials have answered to their capacity. But I appreciate you raising the point.
$3.77 billion on the acquisition of the 47 MRH-90 helicopters. That's correct, isn't it?
That's correct, Senator. Sorry, Senator, that is the current provision, the total budget approved of 3.77, of which we've spent 3.5 on the acquisition.
Mr Yiannopoulos, just a quick question on defence spending. I see that the preference of the department and ASPI now is to express as a sort of reliable metric of defence spending, net defence spending as a percentage of Commonwealth payments. Can you explain why that is?
Where were you referring to, Senator?
Well, I'd see at least that ASPI's producing a breakdown of defence spending that sets it out as net defence spending as a percentage of Commonwealth payments, and in the 2020 Defence Strategic Update it's expressed in those terms. There's a variety of ways that one can approach these issues. They all have deficiencies, I suppose. Can you tell me why that metric's used?
I can't comment about why ASPI is using that metric.
It was in the Defence Strategic Update in 2020 as well.
And so, well, I'll need to just have a look at the copy of it so I can see it in context. But at the time of the Defence Strategic Update, there was a recommitment by the government to our funding base as a percentage of GDP.
Yes.
And that provided, if you like, the funding certainty of growth that we have seen each year. In our PBS, we continue to reflect it in dollar terms.
Yes,
as
in
adjusted
just nominal
foreign
terms.
exchange.
Yes,
and the like.
yes.
But we don't, in the PBS, we don't reflect it as a percentage of payments, to my knowledge. And
Not in the PBS, no.
No.
Chair, can I ask a quick follow-up on that, on this question? I saw a similar piece by Marcus Hellier in the Strategist yesterday, which I think is what Senator might have been alluding to. But I think we've seen in the last few years potentially a limitation of this measure of defence spending as a proportion of government spending, because it implies over the last few years that defence spending has fallen because of the surge in COVID expenditure that the government has engaged in. Clearly, defence spending is not falling, but this measure implies that it might be. Is that fair, Mr Giannopoulos?
That's right, Senator. Our funding and defence spending is growing every year and has been since the White Paper in 2016 and in the Defence Strategic Update in 2020.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think that
Thanks. I'm going to move to Port of Darwin now. Are you the person to whom I should address questions, Ms Perkins?
I can certainly try, Senator.
So over the Christmas break, it was dropped out, and I don't think there was a formal press release, but it was given to the media that the Department of Defence review had found no national security grounds to recommend the overturning of a 99-year lease. As I look at it, the only way, was this made public by any formal announcement or simply by information being provided to the media?
Senator Celia Perkins, Deputy Secretary, Security and Estate. I think to the specifics of that review and consideration, my colleague Peter Tesh will be better aligned. I'm certainly able to talk to our infrastructure needs in Darwin.
I'm going to come to that, but I'm actually trying to, I will come to that. I'm just trying to understand whether the government's actually fronted up and made public out of any formal government communication the fact that your review found no national security grounds, or whether it was simply provided to the media in order for them to write it without sourcing. Can someone tell me what happened?
Senator Peter Tesh, Deputy Secretary, Strategy, Policy and Industry Group. I'm on the high chair. There we go. The review is an ongoing process. I am not aware of a formal statement by government at any point. I'm aware of the article to which you refer, of course.
Well, it wasn't just one article.
Yes.
It was clearly a widespread briefing of the media. Did Defence have any knowledge that this would be briefed to the media before it appeared publicly?
I was not privy to any discussions about media briefing.
That wasn't my question.
To the best of my knowledge, no, Senator.
Were you CDF?
No, Senator.
Was Mr Moriarty?
I'll take that on notice in relation to the
Well, I suppose it's, we've asked questions about this review. We were told previously, I think Senator Kitching asked the questions about where Defence said we're not going to speak about because this is a national security issue. So I have to say it's interesting that the results of the review just appear in the media.
Senator, as I understand it, and as I think Mr Test just said, and certainly it is my advice, that the review is still in process.
Okay, so the public reports, which were reasonably widespread across media outlets, that a Department of Defence review has found no national security grounds to recommend the federal government overturn the 99-year lease of the Port of Darwin to Landbridge, Chinese company, SOE, I think, or at least partly owned. Are they correct or not?
Senator, we have contributed to this process, and I'm not able to offer any more specific comment about what we have provided by way of advice to government.
How is it possible that the media are provided with information about the grounds of the review, about the outcome of the review, but the department and the minister will not tell this estimates committee? Minister, is it correct? This is all over. This was
Senator,
dropped to the media. Is it correct?
To you,
I'll just read it again. A Department of Defence review has reportedly found no national security grounds to recommend the federal government overturn the 99-year lease of the Port of Darwin to Chinese company Landbridge. Is that true or not?
Senator, I have no information on the genesis of that media speculation. I have information and advice which indicates to me that the review is still in process. So I would say that the speculation is incorrect.
Oh, it's not actually just dropped out by the Defence Minister's office just before between Christmas and New Year because it's inconvenient?
I don't think it's inconvenient. I don't think it can be characterised in that way, Senator, no.
So no one can tell me whether or not... So your review is ongoing. You haven't finished it yet?
Well, the review involves a number of agencies, as you'd appreciate,
Has
Senator.
Defence finished its bit?
We have contributed inputs, and at this stage, Senator, I would say to you, yes, we have completed our contribution, but the process is not entirely within the remit of Defence,
okay,
of course.
So it goes into an intergovernmental process, etc. Okay. In terms of the Defence input, does the report reasonably characterise your input or not?
Well, Senator, I don't think it's possible for the official to comment on a matter
okay.
that is...
Does your input, as you describe it, your review, find no national security grounds to recommend the overturning of the lease?
Yes. Senator, our review considered the implications for Defence. Our judgment has been provided to that process, and that is part of what is being weighed by government.
Does this characterise the judgment that Defence made?
I'd like to just take advice, if I may, Senator, given that this is something that is still undergoing government consideration.
Sure. All I'm asking is about Defence input, and I ask it in circumstances where someone in government has seen fit to put that into the media.
Well, I'm not sure how that found its way into the media,
Well, no
Senator.
one seems to know.
I cannot elaborate on that for you, I'm sorry, Senator. That is not something that has been derived from any product for which I or my group has been responsible, and we have made inputs into the process as tasked by government, and of course it's a live process insofar as these issues are dynamic.
When was your input, as you describe it, to this review completed?
We had provided, I'll just check, Senator. My recollection is that we had provided that towards the end of last year. It was a subject of some questions in previous estimates. And if you'll give me a moment, I'll just see whether I can tell you now. But it was certainly in the last quarter of last year.
Before or after October 13?
I will just... on 27 October, I think at this committee, Senator, I said that we had provided our inputs at that stage. Yep.
Okay, so 27th October you've already provided it. Has there been a decision, Senator Payne? Well, let's start with the officials. CDF, are you aware of a government decision to opt against, that is, to not proceed with any disruption of the lease to Landbridge?
I'm not aware, and I am of the same mind in terms of the position that Mr Tesh has outlined.
Right. So when the Australian yesterday reports the federal government recently opted against stripping Chinese company Landbridge of its 99-year lease to the Port of Darwin, despite serious security concerns amid fears of a Chinese backlash and hefty compensation bill, is that your understanding of the current position?
Senator, I know that the Senate has powers to call people to give evidence, and I'd welcome you calling journalists, because I can't help you with journalists.
Sure, I'm not. I'm just asking you if that is reflects your understanding of the government position or not.
Well, Senator, these matters are matters that go to Cabinet, to the National, including to the National Security Committee of Cabinet, not matters upon which we would normally speculate.
Well, I didn't put it into the media.
Neither did I, Senator.
Well, someone in your government clearly did.
Senator, I am not going...
necessarily so.
Someone did.
Someone, yeah.
Well, Mr Packham's not going to write it unless someone's given it to him. Can I look, I don't want to put you in a difficult position, CDF. I'm not going to ask what's actually happened. I might, and you can say no, okay? Yeah. I'm just asking whether that quote which I just read to you reflects your understanding of the current status of this matter.
Senator, I'm not, and I have not in previous testimony here offered comment on the comments of journalists.
Okay. Senator Payne, does that reporting reflect what the position of the government is or not?
No, Senator. The process is is continuing. A decision has not been made.
So the assertion that they recently opted against stripping a Chinese company, etc. Your evidence to the Senate committee is that that decision has not actually yet been made.
That's correct.
Okay.
The no decision has been made, Senator, not that one, not any other decision.
Fair enough.
The matter is still in process.
Yes, okay. No, I wasn't trying to put words in your mouth. No decision has yet been made.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, so Ms Perkins, isn't it? So I understand that the Infrastructure Department gave evidence at estimates. Was that yesterday or the day before? Sorry, the days are blurring currently. And this relates to discussions which they say started occurring between Defence and Infrastructure 4 or 5 months ago, relating to potential new port, an additional port at Darwin. Are you the person with whom those discussions were engaged in?
Senator Celia Perkins, Deputy Secretary, Security and Estate. I have had conversations with my counterparts in the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Communication, and a number of my staff have also been involved in conversations about Northern Australia development generally and Darwin Harbour development specifically.
And I'm sorry, Ms Perkins, could you just remind me your position again?
Deputy Secretary, Security and Estate.
Right. And is the time frame that the infrastructure officials indicated about right, that 4 or 5 months ago these discussions commenced?
I don't know that I could be that specific, Senator. I speak with my counterparts in that department regularly, and I think many of the specific Northern Australia infrastructure conversations are happening within my team, but it sounds about the right sort of conversation, yes.
Who initiated those discussions? I know that you want to talk about Northern Australia, but what I'm interested in is new port infrastructure. Mm-hmm. There's an allocation in the budget. I'll come to that shortly. But in relation to an alternative option, which is constructing another port, who initiated discussions about that possibility?
I couldn't be specific about that. What I could tell you is that from Defence's perspective...
Why can't you be specific about that?
Let me unpack that for you a little bit, Senator. We are talking with our counterparts in government from the perspective of Defence's future infrastructure needs. As set out in the Force Structure Plan and the Integrated Investment Plan, we are looking at a range of future development needs from a defence perspective.
Who first came up
in
with,
Darwin.
where did the idea of another port?
Let me get there. And from Defence's point of view, our principal port of operation in Darwin will remain HMAS Coonawarra. We're doing a substantial amount of work there, but we have foreshadowed other development needs, probably in Darwin. And as an example, I'd point to the Army Watercraft project. So the conversations we have with the Department of Infrastructure and with the Northern Territory Government and other stakeholders are around a range of development opportunities. The middle arm development, which I think is the one you seek to understand more, is a piece of future infrastructure earmarked by the Northern Territory Government for quite some time as a future development area.
Okay.
It's one of a number of future development areas. It's not a second port per se. It's a particular development area, and we've been involved with infrastructure on the broader
Thank you
laydown.
Thank you for the many words. You didn't answer my question. So how about we go back to the question?
Well, if it's about middle arm development, from Defence's perspective, our interest primarily is in Coonawarra and an additional site or facility for watercraft. So we would not be looking at the middle arm precinct, which is designated as a sort of critical materials, gas export sort of location.
I just want to know whether the prospect of a new port in Darwin was first raised by Defence, Infrastructure, or someone else?
Senator Birmingham's evidence to Finance and Public Administration estimates on Thursday, I was going to say Monday because they're usually on Mondays, but Thursday was that this particular investment opportunity is about engaging with a proposal that the Northern Territory Government has been advancing themselves to provide opportunities for significant improvements in energy exports and energy development in the Northern Territory and to help regional development aspects of the territory. As I understand it, this is a Northern Territory advanced project, and Ms Perkins is correct in saying it's not a Defence advanced project.
So Defence didn't advance this?
No.
Did Infrastructure?
Yes. And I think that
in the Commonwealth?
Yes, certainly.
Right.
So if you've ever worked with the Northern Territory Government, you'd know that they're ferocious advocates for development in their territory, and we're very supportive of that. But I think the comments the Minister's just made and the Deputy Prime Minister's announcement posits this as a Commonwealth investment in this Northern Territory.
Okay. And is the idea that it replaces the functions, or it would be a substitute for the functions that are currently undertaken at Coonawarra?
Well, that wouldn't be a matter for the Department of Defence, Senator, but my
Why not?
So I think Senator Wong's question, Ms Perkins, is would Defence be moving its activities from Coonawarra to this port?
Correct.
No, Senator. HMAS Coonawarra will remain our main port.
Regardless of the status of the lease?
Coonawarra and the lease that Landbridge holds on the Port of Darwin are different places.
True.
Yeah.
So, but is it your judgment... Oh, sorry, can we go back to the Port of Darwin now? Do I understand the position of Defence to be that there are no security implications from the lease in terms of the use of the Port of Darwin?
Senator, as we've indicated, this is something that is continually reviewed. We have made our contributions to this process, and government has, as the Minister has indicated, is continuing to keep this under review. So, from our perspective...
Sorry.
If I may, there's an important point that I think sometimes gets missed in the discussion of the Port of Darwin. The Port of Darwin operations by Landbridge is a facility in a very large harbour. Defence does occasionally access that facility. We have a deed of access and will occasionally use it, but the overwhelming majority of our port operations occur at HMAS Coonawarra.
Right. Okay. So the infrastructure, just back to the Deputy Prime Minister's announcement and the 4 or 5 month long discussion about a new port, which you can't recall you can't recall whether Defence or Infrastructure commenced those discussions at a Commonwealth level?
About the specific, I will confirm that, about the specific middle arm proposal announced by the Deputy Prime Minister, that would have been the Department of Infrastructure.
When did you become aware of that?
So let me actually perhaps unpack that for another way.
There's a lot of unpacking.
Well, I speak often with the Northern Territory Government. I've been aware for as long as I've been in my current role, which is around 9 months, that in the Northern Territory Government's plans for development that they engage often around the Commonwealth.
No, that wasn't my question, Ms Perkins. Ms Perkins.
Middle Arm is a development area.
Ms
In
Perkins.
my engagement with the Department of Infrastructure, I would say that I've been aware of this proposal since late last year. I wouldn't be specific because it's not a proposal that Defence has a particular focus for our infrastructure needs.
Right, so you don't necessarily need it. So this has been an infrastructure-led, Department of Infrastructure-led proposal. Okay, thanks. So the 1.5, is it Bill?
Yes.
Has that any of that come out of Defence budget?
No, Senator.
Has the United States indicated any concerns about use of the Port of Darwin to Department of Defence?
Senator, I have no knowledge of any concerns being raised. None have been raised with me, but of course there are multiple forums in which we consult the United States about a range of issues.
CDF, can you assist?
None, Senator.
I'm going to ask if the Associate Secretary has a different answer. Please approach, otherwise, thank you. Okay.
Senator Wong, Senator Van has a few
Well, we
questions
only have
of the
half an hour to
estate.
go, so I wonder if you could do that after.
Or-
you're finished. Yes.
Thank
you.
estate, so.
I'll try and quick through things quickly. Thank you. I don't think I've got anything further on that at this point. Okay. Can I go to Red Spice, please? So just to be clear, the 1.5 billion, there is nothing, no contribution from DoD.
No, Senator.
Just wanted to ask a couple of questions. The Resilience Effects Defence Space Intelligence Cyber and Enablers package, which was announced in the budget, of the 4.2 billion over 4, I think about 588.7 is actually new money, correct?
That's correct, Senator.
Right. Can you tell me where, and the offset comes from the Integrated Investment Program, can you tell me where money is being shifted from, please? Which programs inside the IIP?
So there is some offsets from within some ASD projects that would have been, so if you like, their scope has been subsumed within the Red Spice.
Okay, but it's not the entirety?
No. There is some, and there's a project cancellation.
Which is?
I think we have notified parties now. Can I just confirm? No one's shaking their head. So it's the Sky Guardian project.
Sky
Guardian.
Is this the radar thing? No,
it's
another one. Sky Guardian project's been cancelled?
Yes.
And
and the rest is being managed within the integrated investment
Yeah, I'd
program.
like to know where it's been taken from.
Well, it's not been taken.
Well, it is notionally being taken, Associate Secretary. That's how it works. You run your own books, you're clear about where you notionally allocate things to, and then you re-notionally allocate it to this. That's fine, but I just want to know what it's been allocated from within the IOP.
So we will update programs.
And I'm asking you
later.
now, what are you taking it from?
Well, at the moment, we have it provisioned against unapproved submarine money.
Unapproved submarine money.
Sorry, both unapproved and approved.
So the C1...
Within the forward estimates period.
C1000?
Yes.
And what else?
That's all.
Well, you said approved and unapproved.
Sorry, C1000 has both provisions. It has provisions within the forward estimates for approved and unapproved.
So the unapproved is in addition to the 5.4 billion?
Yeah, yes. I'll ask the CFO to come and join me.
Yeah, why don't we get the CFO up? I think that'd be useful. How much is unapproved for C1000?
It would largely be the $89 billion that's out there in the press, less the 5 that we were talking about that's been approved.
Yeah, but you didn't have all of that in the forward estimates?
No.
Okay, so how much of the 89 billion is unapproved in the forward estimates?
Roughly, Senator, I think it was around $2 billion a year, but I'll...
Okay, so is that in addition to the 5.4 or inclusive of the 5.4?
Yes, the 5.4 is all approved.
No, I understand that. Unapproved, you said, is around 2 billion a year, so is that on top of the approved?
Yes.
Okay, so in total, you have around $13.5 billion approved and unapproved allocated against the submarines in the forward estimates.
Senator, I was a little bit high on the 2. I think it's around 1.5.
Just give me the numbers, please.
Per year. The original estimates were around 183 in 22-23. I think it was around 1.4 in 23-24, 1.7 in 24-25, around 1.5 in 25-26.
Okay, so these are additional. So the 183 is 183 million?
Correct.
Okay, so this is additional. No, let's be clear. This is the amount allocated within the Defence Integrated Investment Program to C1000, and the figures you've just given me are additional to the approved amounts. Correct?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, and the approved amount is about 5.4. So we're looking at 1, 2, 3, 8, just under 10 bill. Is that right?
That would be about right, Senator, yes.
So about $10 billion sitting there in the forward estimates for the C1000, and you are using that money in part to fund the new cyber capability.
In part, yes, Senator.
What else is cyber coming from?
As Mr Yiannopoulos said, there was some ASD projects that were already programmed that have now been overtaken.
Yep.
There was the Sky Guardian project.
Can someone remind me what that was? Or is that not for discussion?
Unmanned vessels, not Triton.
It's an air unmanned system.
Right,
Senator.
okay, thank you. How much had we spent on that before we cancelled it?
I think it was approximately $10 million.
Okay. And then...
Oh, sorry. And then there was a ICT remediation project around modernisation and mobility. That was around $236 million over the forward estimates.
Thank you. Where did the acronym come from?
Well, Senator, it could be a long conversation to discuss where defence acronyms and names come from, I suspect.
Well, I just wonder...
They're randomised.
I just wonder whether, was there any involvement from the Prime Minister's office or the Defence Minister's office?
None to my knowledge. It might be a question better placed to ASD this afternoon. Or no,
In my
next week.
experience, they're randomised, Senator, and occasionally bizarre.
Okay. All right. I have some questions now about Defence Cooperation Program, please.
So it will just depend on the specific area. I think,
Solomon
Senator.
Islands and Papua New Guinea.
Thanks.
I can't read this. I just want to say your PBS appendices are written in font that are too small for me to read, which I think is a plot. But I understand that page 99 of the PBS sets out the DCP. This is the Defence Cooperation budget for 22-23. Can you confirm that the Defence Cooperation Program is our cooperation with nations of our region? Or how would you like to badge it, Mr.
Senator Hugh Jeffrey.
I was going to call you Hugh, which would not be appropriate. Mr. Jeffrey.
Senator Hugh Jeffrey, First Assistant Secretary, International Policy and Defence. The Defence Cooperation Program is a subset of defence expenditure that takes place in the context of engagement with our partners. The DCP, to use the acronym or the abbreviation, Senator, encompasses different regions, so the South Pacific, the Southeast Asia, and elsewhere in the Indo-Pacific as well. It has also, in the past, accompanied ADF deployments overseas, for example, to Iraq and Afghanistan, but they are no longer extant.
Okay. So the DCP falls, overall funding for the Defence Cooperation Program falls from 236 million to 227 million next financial year. Given the increasing contest in the region, can someone explain to me why we're reducing funding to this program?
Senator, it's not correct to say that we're reducing funding. So the DCP...
Well, hang on. I'm just looking at your budget estimates. So
Understood, Senator. The PBS statement that articulated the DCP, the budget estimate for DCP on the 22-23 financial year is 227.1 million.
And your estimated actual for 21-22 was 236.
This is a decrease of 2.7.
Thank you.
But year on year, fluctuations in the budget are not an accurate way to describe the overall expenditure.
Very smooth, but smooth answer. But I'm simple. 227 is less than 236.
So, Senator.
So you say it's a fluctuation.
So, Senator, if I could just explain a little bit. So, our original estimate for the last financial year
229
was around about 212. During the mid-year estimate, we increased that forecast to around 220, and then again, we think now that by the end of the financial year, we would have spent around 236.
Sure. I'm just making a point. I mean, we know what is happening in our region. We know the importance of particularly the South Pacific region and Papua New Guinea to Australia's security. This is important expenditure. This is associated with increasing our and deepening our engagement with Pacific Island nations and Papua New Guinea. Surely this is something, given the numbers we've been talking about in the defence budget, you'd want to be spending more on, not less.
Senator, since overall the DCP since 2010-11 has increased 300%, and in the South Pacific, Senator, it's increased 420%. So there has been very significant increases in the DCP.
So you agree that this is a time we should be increasing
Absolutely,
the DCP.
Senator.
And I think, you know, Professor Medcalf said the same thing. There's surely a strong case to increase them, but we're not.
No, Senator, we are increasing.
No, we're not. Mr Jeffrey, please.
Senator, Senator,
look at the figures.
So, Senator,
allow the
Mr Jeffrey, what was the date you said the 300% increase was from?
Since the financial year 2010-11 to this financial
Well, then
year.
we'd have to discount that by real growth. But I'm talking. You've just
300%
given me.
and 420%
You've given
significant
me.
increases,
Your
respectively.
PBS says you're reducing it. And this is nominal, not real. So, you know.
Senator, the reason why there is a slight drop, 2.7 million in the
So
DCP.
now it's slight drop, not fluctuation.
Over this financial year, over to the next, is because we had to supplement funding for this financial year because of expenditure related to particularly COVID support to countries like PNG, where we had to fund additional maritime, land and sea transport for COVID assistance. So we needed to put more money in, and that's why this financial year's assessment is bigger, and it makes it, and that's why the forecast for next year is at this stage slightly below, but we expect the total expenditure for next year to be increased, and probably
but that just tells me, like the other bloke told me, the CFO told me, that you're putting estimates before us which don't reflect what you actually anticipate. I mean, if your answer, Mr Jeffrey, to this is first fluctuation, secondly slight drop, thirdly actually we're going to spend more, because I think we all agree for strategic and regional and national interest reasons we'd want to actually put more expenditure into this, invest more in this. Now you're telling me, but we actually will, so the estimate's not correct.
Well, I think that the estimates, the total expenditure will end up reflecting the cost of items during the year. And Senator, if I also may, I just underline that the DCP is just a subset, a fraction of what Defence spends overall in the Pacific.
Sure.
And of course, it doesn't encompass other programs.
Okay. Prime Minister said in June last year he was breaking ground. I think this says on Shortland Islands, the Western Border and Patrol Boat Outpost with Prime Minister Sogavare. The press release said Solomon Islands has chosen, is it Lofung? Is that how one says it? South in the Shortland Islands is the location for the outpost. Construction will take up to 3 years. Engineers will conduct technical site inspection investigations in the coming months on land and sea, with the main works expected to commence in 2022. A tender for the contract was released, I think, in the last 48 hours via AusTender. I'm asking about the progress of that project. Is it still on track to begin this year? Is it still on track to be completed within 3 years? So
what were you reading from, Senator? I didn't hear you, I'm sorry.
I'm reading from a Prime Ministerial media release on Solomon Islands in June last year in relation to a Western Border and Patrol outpost. The Prime Minister's statement says that the main works were expected to commence in 2022. It's only in the last 24 hours that the tender has been released for investigations. I'm asking someone to come to the table to give me an update on this project.
Senator, I can give you an update.
Thank you. Why don't you tell me where it's at, and are we on track? Are we within the time frame that the Prime Minister indicated?
Senator, yes. The timeline for as you know, design works for the Western Border Outpost began in third quarter 2020. That was following an agreement by Prime Minister Sogavare and Morrison earlier in 2020. That work has been ongoing, and we expect the project to be delivered between 22 and 24 as we begin construction.
When do you envisage construction will be?
Begin this year, Senator.
What's the tender for?
For the construction works, as you know, it's a remote area, So we have to ship everything in.
Right.
We'll need
So
to...
have the technical site investigations been completed?
That's correct, Senator.
Okay.
We've done the design and the site scoping. There was also difficulties over the 2020-21 period, as you can imagine, because COVID involved a range of supply chain limitations, and also we had significant stakeholder issues to negotiate with local landowners, and that was a Solomon Islands-led process, so they needed to resolve that before we could finally begin construction.
There's been quite a lot of media focus on on developments in the Solomon Islands. Can you I'd invite a response to Mr Jennings' warnings. He's obviously ASPI. He's made some observations about the potential for a Chinese military presence in the Solomons. What are you able to tell me about Defence's involvement in government response to developments in Solomon Islands and risk mitigation?
Senator, well, as you know, it's a feature of Australian strategic thinking. We've long been concerned about the risk of, or the prospect of outside powers looking to use the Pacific as a venue for power projection. Great powers using the Pacific as a sort of an arena or a venue for strategic competition, we think carries increased geopolitical risk and risks eclipsing the human security priorities of our Pacific partners. They don't want us to securitise the region, and we don't want, and in respect for that, we don't want other outside powers to securitise the region either.
The sorts of risks that Mr Jennings, well, we know the text of the agreement and what it contemplates. I think I asked the Minister about this in the Senate. I just want to be, and I think others want to be assured that Defence is considering how it mitigates risks if some of what commentators flag becomes a real risk.
So, Senator, the CDF may wish to add to this, but one thing that I can certainly assure you and the committee of is that as a government, across the Cabinet, particularly the national security component of the Cabinet, this is a matter which we are dealing with both regularly and in a coordinated way. With senior officials from our relevant departments, engaged, of course, with our partners in the Solomon Islands and across the Pacific, but also within government, because, as you rightly observe, we have an obligation and a requirement to assess any implications for Australia. That is why we have been working with Pacific partners so closely on security issues in the Pacific, including in response to things like the Solomon Islands unrest, but also including in relation to humanitarian assistance wherever necessary. So yes, it is a whole of government approach, and yes, Defence is integral to that. The CDF may wish to add.
Senator, it is of something of, as the Minister said, of great and serious interest. And it has been something that our officials level work very closely together on, and in terms of engaging the community of partners that we work with in our Pacific region.
I'll come back to this in
Foreign
Affairs.
Sure.
Thank you, CDF.
Senator Van, do you have...
I have a couple of quick...
And then we're done.
And then we're done, so I can conclude in sort of 5 minutes.
Depending on how quickly they
5 minutes,
answer.
all right.
And then
Because
we're
we
done.
have Senator
Might
Steele
be-
John at 12:50.
Might be more efficient if I do it that way, Chair.
He's already on screen, which is
I,
good to see.
Mr Yiannopoulos, I just want to go back to some evidence we heard earlier today. I think it was from Mr Groves that the Sky Guardian program, $10 million had been spent. I think that's correct, isn't it?
I think that's right, Senator.
The cost envisaged of that program, $1.3 billion.
I think that's right.
That's correct. But the program's been cancelled.
Yes, Senator.
When was that decision made?
By government as part of the decision
But
for
when?
Red Spice.
When? So it was part of the Red Spice decision. So it was a consequence of the Red Spice decision, was it?
Yes.
Can you explain that for me?
So in seeking...
It hasn't been... Has it been announced publicly that the Sky Guardian program has been scrapped? $1.3 billion program?
No. I did that here 20 minutes ago.
The Minister was out there a little while ago spruiking the benefits of this program for Australian industry. Why is this cancellation just been announced in estimates today?
To answer a direct question from Senator Wong on what was adjusted in the integrated investment program to support Red Spice.
Okay, thank you. I want to ask some questions about the recent announcement of a new CEO of the Australian Strategic Policy Institute. I note Minister Dutton made this announcement on the 29th of March. Did Defence have any input into the appointment?
Senator, I think it's best referred to Mr Sawcheck with regard to Defence's engagement.
Mr Sawcheck.
Senator Peter Savchuk, First Assistant Secretary, Strategic Policy Division. Senator, the question related to Defence input in relation to the appointment of the new Executive Director of ASPI. Defence didn't provide any advice in relation to candidates for this position.
Thank you. Did the Minister make this appointment, Minister?
The Cabinet did, Senator.
I think the ASPI constitution says that the directors of the company, in consultation with the Minister, may appoint a person to the office of Chief Executive Officer of the company. So you say that the Cabinet, effectively the Minister, made the decision. Is that your evidence?
It was a decision of government, Senator, approved by the Cabinet.
So was it a decision of the ASPI? Was it a decision of the ASPI board?
Senator, I don't have further detail than that. I can take any further questions you have in relation to the proceeding process on notice.
Well, what I want to know is, was the eventual candidate who was successful the preferred candidate of the directors of the board of ASPI?
I'll take that on notice, Senator.
Well,
You know that.
Senator, actually, I have been extremely careful not to be engaged in this process for obvious reasons.
Senator, I can shed...
Is there anybody else here who can help me with this?
Yes, of course, I can shed some light on the actual process. You're quite correct in relation to provisions in the ASPI constitution in terms of the appointment being subject to consultation with the Minister for Defence. ASPI did undertake an executive search process in relation to identifying suitable candidates. They undertook that process and advised the Minister for Defence of those suitable candidates. And the Minister for Defence indicated his preference from among those candidates found suitable.
So there was a short list of candidates. Did the board interview candidates?
I can't speak on behalf of the ASPI board how that process was conducted. What I can say is ASPI Council did provide a list of suitable candidates based on that process. to the Minister.
They didn't have a preferred candidate.
They had a list of suitable candidates, among which was the candidate that was put forward by the Minister.
Did they indicate who their preferred candidate was?
I can't speak on behalf of ASPI's communications with the Minister.
So you can tell me they presented a list of candidates.
Of suitable
candidates.
You can
speak on a list that you can speak on with some authority to say they presented a list of suitable candidates. Are you really telling me you can't tell me whether they provided the Minister with a recommendation about their preferred candidate?
I can't speak on behalf of ASPI in relation to any communication.
About your knowledge, Mr. Sorcha.
My knowledge is that there was...
I'm going to put something to you. Can you confirm that the ASPI board indicated both a preferred candidate and a suitable candidate?
The ASPI board, according to the Constitution...
No, I asked you a direct question. Please don't go to the Constitution. I asked you a direct question whether you were aware that the ASPI board indicated a preferred candidate and a suitable candidate.
I'm aware of candidates being identified on the basis of their suitability or not for the position of Executive Director.
And you're not aware, just so I'm absolutely clear, you're not aware that the ASPI board indicated, consistently with the Constitution, who their preferred candidate was?
Well, Senator, you're making a statement that Dr Sorczak has indicated he does not have the information to respond to.
But that's what I'm seeking to clarify. I'm giving him the opportunity.
Well, he has responded, Senator.
Well, no,
and if there are matters that you wish me to take on notice, then I will do so.
I'm asking him.
ASPI board consideration is a matter for ASPI.
I don't think. I won't say that. I just want to know, just to be absolutely clear, within your knowledge of what's occurred here, are you saying that you have no knowledge of whether or not the ASPI board provided the Minister with a preferred candidate in the process? I've heard what you've said about suitable candidates, and I've heard what you've said about the operation of the ASPI Constitution, but I want you to reflect on what my question was and answer it if you can.
Senator, I can take on notice the communication between ASPI and the Minister and any involvement the Defence might have had in relation to that. I can't recall what ASPI's preferences might or might not have been, and certainly I'm not in a position to speak on behalf of ASPI in relation to its preferences.
Minister, when did you become aware that your former Chief of Staff was an applicant?
Senator, broadly speaking, because I don't have a specific date, broadly speaking, during the what was known to be the public recruitment period.
When did you become aware that? When did you become aware that the board was making a recommendation to the Minister?
I have no awareness of the ASPI processes, of the ASPI board, or
and you said earlier that you were being quite careful to be
I did not
remote from that. Can I ask you one final question on that then? When did you become aware that the government had made an appointment?
The matter came to Cabinet, Senator, as I said. So as a member of the Cabinet, I became aware.
And are you in a position to confirm for us that he was not the preferred candidate of the ASPI board?
I have no awareness, Senator, of that process, as I said.
Can anyone else at the table confirm that? That he wasn't the preferred candidate of the board?
Well, Senators, if I may say, you are making an assertion.
No, I'm asked. That's why I'm giving them the opportunity to say they either know that or don't know that.
The officers have responded
he hasn't
to the extent of their knowledge.
He has been very careful to talk about what the board's done. I'm asking whether or not it is in your knowledge that this person was not the preferred candidate of the board.
Senator, I can certainly refer to, I'll need to refer to documentation about what might or might not be in my knowledge, Senator, but I don't feel like I can speak on behalf of ASPI in terms of its preferences.
That's not what I'm asking you. You've seen correspondence from ASPI to the Minister? Have you seen that correspondence?
We have
Yes,
seen
right.
correspondence.
Can you
from
confirm
ASPI
that
to the
correspondence indicates that the person who's now been appointed, the former Chief of Staff, was not the preferred candidate of the board?
Senator, I'm not aware of the nature of the communications.
I'm
I don't
asking
know-
Mr. Well, if you're not, he is.
If I may say, Senator, I don't know whether the communications are private communications.
How can this be? This is a public
Can't be private.
position.
I said, Senator, I'm not aware of the status of the communications. The official has indicated he will take further questions on notice. If he has anything further to add, then of course he will.
I asked him a question. I'd like an answer.
Well, Senator, it's not public information what
No,
ASPI
I'm
communicated to
asking
the
what
Minister.
look. You're doing very well at every exit, trying to go through every exit. I'm asking you, do you have knowledge of communications from the ASPI board to Minister Dutton indicating the person who has now been appointed was not the preferred candidate? Did you have any knowledge of that?
I have seen a communication from ASPI to the Minister. Defence forwarded that communication to the Minister in order to prepare for processes related to appointment. I can't recall whether a preferred candidate was indicated in that letter. I do recall that Mr Bassey was among the suitable candidates, and in terms of going into detail about ASPI's preferences that might or might not have been indicated in that letter, I think that's a matter for ASPI rather
No, it's
than
not
for me.
actually. You don't get to choose that with respect.
Well, Senator,
so
the
can I
official
ask
has
that
now
the
answered your question.
letter be tabled, please?
Senator, I'll take that on notice.
Yeah, I mean, you've seen the letter. He's now given evidence.
take
It's
that on
government.
notice,
It's a
Senator.
Department of Defence document. He has possession of it. He can't
Well, it's an
simply
ASPI
say.
document, Senator.
Well, it has been provided to the Department of Defence. It's within their possession. The official can't avoid, and with respect, provision of that simply because he says it's someone else's view. I'd like a copy of the letter tabled.
Well, Senator, I've said I'll
that's
take that
been
on
taken
notice.
on
Yeah, that's
notice,
Well, it
and
could
it
be
is now
provided today.
well and truly passed.
Yeah, thank you.
Senator, that letter
12:15.
wasn't communicated to Defence with respect. It was passed on from the Foreign Minister's office. That office received that letter directly and was sent to us for processing.
I'm sorry, Doctor?
You better correct.
From the Foreign Minister's office.
I'm so sorry, Foreign Minister. That letter wasn't conveyed to
Yeah, I
the
understand.
Department of
You
Defence,
got
but
it.
to the
You
Minister's
got given
office.
it, but you've got possession of it.
Yes.
Keep it on, Senator Wong.
Yeah.
12:15 has well and truly passed. Senator Steele, John, if you bear with us, we'll go to Senator Van for a very quick question, but we will go over time.
Thank you. I've got questions for Security and Estate Group, please. Welcome back, Ms Perkins. Ms Perkins, are you aware of the Royal United Services Institute of Victoria's Library?
I am, Senator Van.
And can you confirm that their lease at Victoria Barracks has been terminated?
Senator, and I should say for the record, Celia Perkins, Deputy Secretary, Security and Estate. Senator, no, I was not aware that their lease was being terminated at Victoria Barracks.
So who within your division or your group would have knowledge of that?
I'll just see if my colleague Dan Fankhauser has knowledge, but it might be something we need to take on notice.
Are you aware of the history of the library
Yes, I certainly am.
and how long it's been at Victoria Barracks and the services it provides?
While Mr Fankhauser gets himself settled, Senator, we are in regular and routine negotiation with many of those groups who use the estate. The Royal United Services Institute, or RUSI, is one of those. I became aware in recent times of some discussions about their ongoing use, and I have engaged within my group to suggest that any conversation about RUSI's ongoing use would be an important strategic conversation, a very important member of our defence community, and I would imagine that if there may have been conversations, certainly no decisions could be taken until they came to me.
That's not what they have been told, Mr Fankhauser. What do you know of this?
Senator Dan Fankhauser, First Assistant Secretary, Infrastructure. RUSI has a presence at 6 sites across the Defence Estate. In relation to their presence at Victoria Barracks Melbourne, we've been engaging with them for some time now, noting that there is an upcoming significant redevelopment of the base occurring from 2023-2024 onwards. We have held over the current lease that RUSI has until at least the end of December 2023.
That's news to me. That's not the date that they've given me.
That was confirmed with them just recently by my team.
I will check with them on that and revisit that next week. Regard to 310 St Kilda Road, at the last estimates you said that there was a feasibility study being undertaken by Lovell Chen, an architecture group. Has that started?
Yes, it has, Senator.
Why is it not on the website, or can you tell me how public is there public consultation being undertaken as part of that process?
We've engaged Lovell Chen to provide us with a feasibility study to repurpose the building. They have specialty in heritage premises. There isn't a community consultation program planned as part of their work. They will instead be providing a report to us at the completion of the feasibility study.
How can they do a feasibility study without seeking views of both the defence community, the veterans community, the public? I mean, this is a very important historic building that, as I've said in this forum before, should be in public hands. And your group seems to want to hang on to it and keep it, let it be destroyed by not maintaining it and let it fall into ruin.
Senator Van, as I told you at the last Senate estimates hearing, we, I think, have had a really positive development with 310 St Kilda Road, with the announcement that the Minister for Defence Industry made to retain it within the Defence Estate, to refurbish the building within the footprint of Victoria Barracks Melbourne, and as we do that work to restore the building and maintain its heritage value, part of that work that Lovell Chen's doing for us is to look at options for adaptive reuse. It will remain part of the Defence Estate, and those options will include how it can also be made available to defence-related community organisations, including veterans groups. This first tranche of work, which is an initial study, which will take about 2 months, we're at halfway through, will be a report to us. And then, as I mentioned at the last estimates hearing, we'll consider that as we plan the full Victoria Barracks redevelopment. I think there will absolutely be a consultation phase, but right now it's a bit premature for that. We've had tremendous responses from the defence community and veterans-related groups since the Minister for Defence Industry's announcement. We've heard from the head of ANVAM on the day we were last here with you. Part of my great knowledge of RUSI's library, they have reached out to us in the context of this refurbishment. Certainly didn't raise those particular concerns because I think we're working through them, but as a potential future home. Now, we know it will be a very valuable future for that facility. We need to do the work, get the building stable, and then the way in which we will approach the community for potential use will be a little bit down the track. As I told you, I think at the last hearing, our sense of the refurbishment work would be that will take us into sort of mid to late 2024.
In which time the roof might actually fall in. You're aware of that?
Oh, I'm sorry, that's the full refurbishment. And I think, as we mentioned at the last hearings, we've already started a range of works. We've started making safe the building. We've certainly done the roof's looking fine at the moment, and any work that to keep the building in a stable condition until the full refurbishment can commence, which I would hope will be the middle of this year, is already underway.
Last question. Last estimates, I put to you that you hadn't given me full answers from my questions from October. I put them again, and we've put them in writing to you. You haven't answered those questions on notice. Do you not respect the estimates process?
Oh, Senator, I respect the estimates process very much. I became aware just last night that those questions had not been tabled. I want to apologise for that. We certainly completed those those questions. I'd be happy to speak to some of them now, if you would like.
I wish I had time, but I don't.
When can I have them? I apologise for that.
Can I have them before you appear next week?
Certainly.
Thank you.
I'll take
Chair.
that up with the people who take care of that process for us.
All right, Senator Steele, John, you have the call, and we will go through till 12:43, and that'll be 9:43 your time, if I've got it right. All right.
Thanks very
Senator
very much, Chair. Thank you. My last estimates session, I had a couple of exchanges with Vice Admiral Noonan in relation to contingency planning for incidents of various types involving nuclear-powered submarines at HMAS Stirling in Western Australia. The Defence Department have provided me some answers on notice that they are, for your reference, bond number 15. And I've got some subsequent questions that may go to the Admiral or may go to the Department. I'll just give you a chance to get to the table.
Good morning, Senator Steele, John. It's Vice Admiral Michael Noonan, Chief of Navy here.
Hello, Vice Admiral. Okay, so in relation to question number 15, you referenced that in the event of an incident that required the venting of reactor material, part of the management of that incident may require the removal of the vessel to something described as the designated remote anchorage. And I wondered whether you could give me tell me exactly the location of the designated remote anchorage.
The designated remote anchorage, Senator, would be an anchorage that we would designate and construct, in particular for the vessel when it arrives. So it's not a point in space right now. For a different sort of vessel, or if it was a submarine, for example, or if it was an aircraft carrier, the particular location would change based on the actual vessel when it arrives. So that plan is derived as part of the visit plan for the vessel. I could probably come back to you on notice, Senator, with some historical examples of designated anchorages for specific visits, if that was of some use to you.
Yes, that would be. Could you tell me, particularly for October the 29th, for the visit of the the British nuclear submarine at that time, which area was designated as the remote anchorage location for that vessel? But any other historical examples would be useful. Do you have any of that information now? Because I'm aware that we're about to go into the election period, and so questions on notice will take a while to get back.
I don't have that particular. I don't have that particular geographic information available now, Senator. I will have to take that on notice.
Okay. And in relation to the criteria of what amounts to a designated anchorage location, a remote anchorage location, can you give me any information about what kind of considerations go into the identification of such a location?
The sort of considerations, Senator, that we would take into account would be water depth, proximity to shipping lanes, proximity to populated areas, proximity to marine or national park areas, proximity to emergency services and medical services, and proximity to probably flight regions such that we could get stores to and from a vessel that was in that anchorage.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, if you could provide that on notice, that would be really useful. I suspect I'll come back to the next estimate session and we'll ask the same question again. I would like also to go to an announcement in the budget of some $10 billion for infrastructure in relation to submarine bases and submarine infrastructure. Now, that's probably not for you, Vice Admiral, but what I would like to know is a bit more about how that money is intended to be spent, and specifically what projects it is to be spent on, yes, a little bit more for some clarification around the intention for the expenditure of those funds.
I think we're having an official come to the table, Senator Steele. John.
Thank you.
Who rejoices in the name of Ms Perkins.
That's me. Nice to see you, Senator Steele, John.
So, Ms Perkins, could I just ask you, there was an announcement in the budget of some $10 billion for the provision of infrastructure in relation to our submarine capacity. And I'm wanting to know, first of all, a bit more about how specifically that is to be spent.
Thank you, Senator. The Prime Minister's announcement recently of that infrastructure funding for a new East Coast base is a really exciting development for us. As the Prime Minister announced at that time, we will now start a feasibility study to look in detail at 3 sites, Port Kembla, Newcastle and Brisbane. My team will be leading that feasibility study to assess which of those sites will be the most appropriate place for a future East Coast base for our future submarine force.
Okay, so that, just to confirm, the entirety of that $10 billion has been earmarked for infrastructure in relation to the future East Coast base?
Primarily, yes. I think there is a range of projects for infrastructure for the future submarine force. I would probably prefer to take on detail the complexity of the places in which we'll be supporting the future submarines, but that announcement around the East Coast base is in that rough envelope.
Okay, and what is the expected completion time of the East Coast base that you're working to at the moment? I understand that you're scoping it out, but when do you expect the base to be completed?
I'll give you a broad answer of what's going to happen in the short term, Senator, and I'll see if my colleague, Mr Fankhauser, wants to speak to a bit more detail. As you can appreciate, selecting and then developing a new base is a very substantial undertaking. We haven't undertaken a piece of work like this in some decades. The feasibility study is the most important first step, and we would aim to complete that by the latter half of 2023. Once a decision's made, we'll then start the detailed planning and development work. I might turn to Mr Fankhauser to talk to the specifics of how we'll work with the current and future submarine programs to have a facility delivered to support the operation of those boats.
Senator Dan Fankhauser, First Assistant Secretary, Infrastructure. I can also just highlight in relation to your earlier question that in the Force Structure Plan that was released in 2020, that included an investment line which was titled Undersea Warfare Support Facilities and Infrastructure, and a band was provided in the order of $6.8 to $10.2 billion. So this funding will carry forward into the work that we're doing in relation to the East Coast basing feasibility study. The study involves 3 sites that have been identified, and we've already commenced engagement with two state governments, New South Wales, and we'll be having further engagements with the Government of Queensland and officials next week. The 3 sites were assessed against a range of basing criteria, which included access to exercise operating areas, being close to industrial infrastructure, and also close to significant population centres to support personnel and recruitment.
Absolutely. And so we've got, so far I've got latter part of 2023 as the end of your feasibility study. Then beyond there, have we got any idea of when the base may actually be completed?
Well, Senator, it will depend on what we learn during the feasibility study and the engagement with each of the 3 sites that have been identified, both in terms of what new infrastructure will be needed to support future undersea warfare capabilities, what might need to be repurposed. But those are issues that we expect to get greater definition on over the course of the feasibility study out to the end of 2023.
And I'd just add to that, Senator, if I can, that an important part of that planning work will be working closely with Admiral Mead's team so that we align infrastructure development with the current and future force.
Of course. Now, as part of this feasibility study process, which you expect to conclude in the latter part of 2023, who exactly is leading that? Is that yourself, or which aspect of defence is leading the study?
So, Senator, great question. We will lead that work out of my group. It will be on the ground on a day-to-day basis. A team in Mr Fankhauser's division. We are forming up now a working group across the key elements of government, and in our early conversations with the New South Wales and Queensland governments, we are determining who their most appropriate point of contacts are, who in their governments will be the people we'll do the work with. It will be a very detailed piece of work. We will be working with some haste, I might add, on having transparency with each of those states around the criteria by which we'll be assessing the feasibility of each of those sites, and we'll be working very, very closely. We are already working very, very closely with the Navy and the Nuclear Powered Submarine Task Force to ensure that we're working on all of the elements of what makes a new East Coast base successful.
And what role will, in that study, what role have you defined for community consultation in relation to those 3 locations?
Yeah, look, I think as the Prime Minister's announcement made clear, public consultation will be an important component of that work. We're going to start with the technical assessment. There will be, as you would appreciate, quite detailed assessment technically of the suitability of the sites. We're very interested in a range of criteria. When we look to where we site the Defence Force around the country, there are a number of factors we use. Closeness to population centres so that they're attractive sites for recruitment and for families to live and have work. Being close to industrial infrastructure and transport. So there's quite a detailed assessment process. We will be making a part of that assessment process quite detailed community consultation and public consultation, and we'll work closely with the New South Wales Government and the Queensland Government on how we design that outreach.
And will that so that community consultation process, given that you've got a end date of latter part of 2023, when do you expect that community consultation process to commence as part of the overall study?
I couldn't yet put a date on that, Senator Steele. John, I was just finalising yesterday the initial engagement plan with the 2 states. Our early conversations with them, as Mr Fankhauser just said, we've spoken with New South Wales. We'll speak on Monday, in fact, with the Queensland Government. We will then together design that consultation process.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate your time. And I think I'm at my time, Chair. Thanks very much.
That you are. Before you leave the table, Ms Perkins, could I invite in the consideration of the feasibility study of the need for potential Scale A, I understand, facilities possibly one in the D'Entrecasteaux Channel in Tasmania for your... No, not to be scoffed at, Minister.
I wasn't scoffing, Senator. I was admiring your diligence as a Tasmanian Senator.
I think we might want other facilities for them to be able to get new crew or get new supplies, and Tasmania, Southern Ocean, etc. may be a consideration for you. Can I invite Mr. Fraser to come? I've got a few questions for him if he comes to the chair, to the table, but as he does, I have been asked by Senator Patrick, who I understand asked a question on notice of defence, and this is what he sent me. Senator Patrick asked a question on notice: what is the total cost of the future submarine to date from 2009 when the program was announced in the white paper? Senator Patrick has requested you provide a breakdown of whatever the total cost is, for example, studies, research and development, de-risking, competitive evaluation project, attack class program, AUKUS activities, etc. So if you can have a breakdown of that. And can I say I've just misled a Senate committee. I don't have any questions for you, Mr. Fraser, but what I did want to say is that I understand this will be your last Senate estimates, and in your capacity as Deputy Secretary, Capability Acquisition and Sustainment, and that will be after a very exceptionally distinguished 45-year career spanning defence, industry and commercial sectors. And I'd like to take this opportunity on behalf of the committee to acknowledge your long and distinguished service in senior leadership roles in defence, and to thank you for your assistance to this committee, and wish you well for whatever the future may hold for you. Again, thank you for your service to our nation.
Chair, it's very kind of you. Thank you. I hope I don't get back next Wednesday to disappoint you. But, can I just thank you and the committee? Thank you, Chair.
And if I could indicate on behalf of Senator Bell and myself and the Labor Party, we join with the Chair in his observations. Thank you for a very distinguished career of public service, and we've all enjoyed our interactions here at Estimates, but know that that is the tiny tip of a very big iceberg of your efforts on behalf of the nation. So thank you.
Senator, very kind. Thank you.
Thank you. The committee is suspended until 1:45. The committee is resumed, and I welcome Senator Duniam, Assistant Minister for Forestry and Fisheries and Industry Development, representing the Minister for Veterans Affairs, Ms Liz Cosson, Secretary and officers of the Department of Veterans Affairs. Assistant Minister, an opening statement?
Not from me, Chair.
As I suspected, Ms Cosson. An opening statement?
No, Chair, but if I could, on behalf of the department, just offer my sincere condolences on the passing of Senator Kimberley Kitching.
Look, thank you very much, and earlier today we commenced proceedings with a minute's silence in recognition of her service, and thank you for that sentiment. It's much appreciated. Senator Ayres, you have the call.
Good afternoon, Ms Cosson. There I was just warming up to these proceedings, and then there's a Carlton Football Club sign. Anyway, what can we do?
Don't hold it against me, Senator.
No, that's okay.
Had I known.
I just want to ask a couple of questions about the department's interaction with the Royal Commission. I see that the Commission has received sort of circa 1,300 submissions to date, and that's doubled in the last 3 months. Is it your view that the Commission's got enough resources to handle that high volume of submissions?
So, Senator, I probably can't answer that. The Royal Commission would need to answer that. I'm not aware of their resourcing or if they are experiencing any challenges with the number of submissions. I'm just pleased the community are putting forward submissions to the Commission. I think it's very important.
And how is DVA interacting with the Commission? So if the Commission's got it, those submissions, how does that work in terms of the integration of the department's work and the Commission's work?
So at this stage, Senator, we've received about 32, well, we have received 32 notices from the Royal Commission, which include notices to give and notices to produce, and that's about 12,000 documents that we've provided to the Royal Commission. I don't actually see the submissions they receive from the veteran community, and that's, I believe, appropriate, but they may follow up on anything that they receive with further questions for us. And in addition to that, I think about 10 witnesses from the department have appeared to give evidence before the Royal Commission, and we have the next hearing block commencing on Monday, where once again the department will be appearing in the second week.
And is there a, I mean, that's a considerable workload there. Is there, in addition to those formal mechanisms, is there sort of informal interactions between the department and the Commission, or is it all entirely on the basis of notices to produce and
It is formal, Senator, yes.
Having any impact on the work of the department?
I'd have to say yes. It certainly is having an impact on the department, where we have developed a wellbeing plan for staff. It is confronting, and of course the department is very supportive of the work the Commission is doing. But in pulling together responses to notices, it does require us to go through a lot of our information systems to find that information to be as responsive as we can to the Commission, and particularly for witnesses in preparing to appear, as Ms Rundle has done. It does take quite a lot of effort to prepare your statements and prepare to give evidence before the Commission.
So there's two kinds of impacts you're talking about there, aren't you? One is the just the straight up HR personnel impact. That is, you've got, as we've discussed, a cap on staffing levels. You have to allocate staff. That means that you have to allocate staff to this project. But I think the second thing, if I can try and put words in your mouth and try and get it right, that is, you know, some of the material in front of the Royal Commission will be pretty confronting, and that will have an impact on staff as well.
That's right. And I should say, Senator, we did receive some resourcing through the budget process when the Royal Commission was announced, and we established a Royal Commission task force to assist the department in the gathering of that information. So we did get some resourcing to support our efforts to provide the responses and also prepare our witnesses for appearing. But yes, it's having an impact.
So there's been, so I think there's, if we were going to ask questions about resourcing and the processes of the Royal Commission, I think you said earlier you're not in a position to answer those questions. Is that
Whether
right?
they've got sufficient resources, I wouldn't be aware of that.
And which department or agency would we be directing questions to?
Attorney General's
It's
Department,
VAGs.
Senator, yes. Or the Royal Commission.
Well, I just want to touch on a couple of issues then that I think do. So if veterans who, there have been some veterans who've complained that their submissions haven't been read by commissioners or staff, but or haven't been lodged on the online document library. To the extent when they talk about staff and they're talking about, you know, DVA looking at their submissions, what you're saying is that you won't get to see submissions until they're lodged on the online registry and they're public.
That's correct, Senator. We do not see the submissions put forward to the Royal Commission from veterans or their families, or anybody that puts forward a submission.
So 150, I think the chair, Mr Caldas, has said 150 notices of urgent action have been issued. I think your evidence was 32 of those have gone to the department. Is that right? That's 12,000 documents.
Correct, roughly, yes.
36 lines of inquiry, and I don't think some of that's in relation to the defence itself.
That's correct.
But some of it must be in relation to you, of course.
Yes.
And you're required to offer some formal response before the Commission's interim report in August.
That's correct. And we have given, as I mentioned, 10 of our senior executive have appeared to give evidence, and over the next 2-week hearing block, a number of executive plus myself, I'll be giving evidence on the 14th.
And McKinsey appeared as a witness in February. Was McKinsey compelled to provide its review or action plan to the Commission?
So the Royal Commission, as on a notice to produce, asked for all of those documents around McKinsey, which the department did produce. We did consult with McKinsey on some which may have been commercial in confidence, but we did produce a range of documents to the Royal Commission around McKinsey.
So a range of documents. This non-publication direction, why was that sought?
For McKinsey itself, we didn't, the Commonwealth did not seek a non-publication direction on the McKinsey report. There may have been other documents within what we did provide that were classified as non-publication documents.
If you want. Sorry, I just didn't hear that last bit. Which?
My apologies.
That's all right.
I distracted it.
That's okay. I'm only capable of the one that been on the one train.
Yeah, you're a bloke.
Just a slow
You're a bloke.
talking fella from Glennis. I can only just keep up.
Here we go. Slow talking.
So
Ms. Cosson, sorry.
there are a lot of documents that we did produce to the Royal Commission around McKinsey's, some of which we did, the Commonwealth, not me personally, the Commonwealth
Yes.
did seek that they were not for disclosure, but McKinsey's report we did not seek that be a non-disclosure
And
document.
what were the documents that you sought? And what was the rationale for that?
I'm sorry, I'll have to check on that for you.
I think you said
Senator.
something about commercial in confidence
Oh, there could have been some commercial
reasons.
thank you.
Is that related to the arrangement between the department and McKinsey?
And McKinsey's, that's correct.
Is that all?
Senator Vicky Rundle, Deputy Secretary, Department of Veteran Affairs. At the hearing, it was the council assisting us did seek just to suppress one aspect of the report, which was commercial in confidence, or he felt it was, and out of courtesy to McKinsey, he asked that be held. That was the only thing that I recall not being tendered as evidence.
While we're talking about slow talking fellas from country New South Wales, I've been following, of course, the Minister for Veterans Affairs comments over the course of the week, and I want to ask you some questions about that and try and clarify the funding situation in relation to claims processing. What I understand from the public reporting is that the Minister originally requested $96 million to fund an action plan to cut the backlog of claims. That's right, isn't it?
So the Minister has requested $96 million in response to McKinsey, but I just wanted to point out McKinsey is quite an extensive report, and certainly the Minister was seeking to reduce the backlog as quickly as possible, and $96 million was based on a number of initiatives that we considered to be priority, and if we were to seek resources for those particular initiatives, then we would be in a better position to reduce that backlog as quickly as possible. McKinsey's report is quite extensive, where there are a number of recommendations.
A number of other, yes. But in terms of the backlog, the $96 million covers 145 extra claims processing staff and some other initiatives, is that right? IT upgrades, all that sort of...
Yeah, if I can break up the 145. So there were 90 staff that we did receive in the budget. Through the budget papers, you'll see the allocation of $22.8 million, which is 90 ASL over 2 years. And then in addition to that, we were looking at the impact of the claims where we make decisions, where it will flow onto other areas of the business, where we're particularly focused, and McKinsey identified this, the importance of helping veterans in the lodgement of their claims. So they're not actually claims delegates, but they're staff within the department that would support in the whole claims process. So that added up to the 90 and 55, which was a total of 145 staff.
Okay, he went back to government. It was offered $22.8 million. That's right, isn't it?
So that was in the budget
That's the
we
line item in
received.
the budget?
That's correct, Senator.
He described this famously in an interview in Orange as a token allocation, an insult to veterans and kicking the can down the road. He was right then, wasn't he?
Well, that's asking the
I can't
official
comment on
for
that.
an opinion.
I'm just
on
asking the official to agree with her minister.
No. These are matters of a political nature.
Minister, can you help me here?
So, look...
Minister G was right, wasn't it? It was an insult to veterans, the original $22.8 million.
I think Minister G and subsequently the Prime Minister...
He's in a position to know.
...have put on record their views on the process, the budget process and what's been delivered out of it. There's nothing more in terms of characterising the comments or otherwise I could add to that.
He did put it on the record, that's right. So after Mr G's public and private urgings, the government found another $73.2 million. That's right, Ms Costin, isn't it?
That's what I've been advised, Senator, yes.
But the Prime Minister and the Minister have said that by that stage the budget was locked, budget papers had gone to the printers, so how could the funding be secured?
My understanding from is that the other $73 million is in the contingency reserve, Senator.
Is the contingency, Minister, there to be used? I mean, this is a new kind of contingency, isn't it? There's a contingency arrangement for unexpected developments. It's usually not supposed to be unexpected developments between the printing of the budget papers and the delivery of the budget, is it?
Oh, look, the contingency's there to support decisions of government to ensure that there's appropriate resourcing, and that as part of an entire process from beginning to end, the $96 million being the end result is what's going to be delivered to the Department of Veterans Affairs to help with the claims processing issue we've been discussing.
So there won't. So I just want to confirm this. It's new money. It's not going to be secured from cuts in other parts of the department.
There've been no cuts to the budget at
or
all,
defence.
Senator. I'm not aware of any cuts to defence.
It's all coming from the contingency fund, is it?
Sorry, did you?
Sorry, could I just perhaps get a bit more granularity? The provision in the contingency reserve, which I assume is 74 million, correct, of the
About
22?
73 points, yes.
73
that's
point
right.
something.
That's right.
Can you tell me where that provision has been funded from?
No, I can't, Senator.
So you can't tell me if they've put 73 million additional operational funding, departmental funding, is that the nature of it?
It would be departmental funding, that's correct.
It would be, is it or not?
No, I have not received that funding, Senator.
Right, okay. But you've been told it's departmental funding, not
That's correct.
program funding?
That's correct. It's for departmental
And
resources.
that departmental funding, has that been provisioned for or offset from any other government program to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge,
Not
no.
from the IIP?
Not from the...
Integrated Investment Program in the Defence portfolio?
No, not that I'm aware of, Senator.
When did you first become aware of the additional funding in the contingency reserve, Secretary?
It would have been not long after the Minister announced it on his press release on a media interview on Saturday, and then, of course, during Parliament this week.
Right, perhaps let's rewind. You weren't aware of the additional, sorry, I'm jumping in, aren't I? But you weren't aware of the additional provision of 70+ million for your department until the Minister announced it?
I was aware that that was based on McKinsey's report, that 96 million would go a long way to assist with the reduction of the backlog. That's
Right.
correct. But no, we were not provisioned the full 96 million during the budget process.
No, I think we know that. That's why the Minister threatened to resign. But, Secretary, I'm asking a different question. When were you first aware that there had been provision made in the CR?
This week.
Only this week?
Pardon? When he announced it. But
When he
I wasn't
announced
aware
it.
that it had been provisioned until, until the Minister announced it on Saturday, and then I heard the Minister take the questions during the week in the House.
Okay, and there was no discussion with other finance or treasury or anything at an officer level that made you aware of this additional provisioning?
I had a call on Saturday, Senator, to advise me of the Minister's announcement, but before that I had not been having conversations at my level.
Who called you?
PMC.
Who at PMC?
Miss Foster.
Ms Foster, that's interesting.
She heard the Minister in his announcement because I didn't hear him at the
Did
time.
Ms Foster have any involvement in this?
Oh, I don't know, Senator.
How did she become aware of it?
She heard the Minister in his announcement. She wanted to
From
ensure
that
I was aware of it.
discussion, did you ask her when the decision had been made to
No,
provision?
I didn't, Senator.
So, in an answer in question time this week, the Minister says that since Saturday he's seen what he described as the paperwork for the $96 million in funding. Can you tell me what the paperwork is?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
So he said in response to questions that he'd seen the paperwork. I mean, obviously people are interested to know where... You haven't seen... You're told that this is in the contingency. You haven't seen the allocation yet. The Minister says he's seen the paperwork. Are you aware of what paperwork he's talking about?
I have not seen the paperwork for the provision of that additional 73 million, but I have seen paperwork that informed the figure of the 73 million as a result of McKinsey and a number of conversations we had with the Minister in the office about how we could respond to the McKinsey action plan.
That's after the decision.
That was all before the decision.
So I'm not interested in what happened before the decision because it's well documented. The department and the Minister asked for $96 million and they got 22.8.
That's great.
You know, despite everything, all that work that the department put into the McKinsey review, all of the urging by veterans, the fact that we've got a Veterans Royal Commission, what the Morrison government found was, a quarter of the amount. I'm interested in what happened since the Minister's announcement. He claims to have paperwork that it gives him assurance that this is actually going to be delivered. Are you aware of what he's talking about?
I haven't seen the paperwork, Senator, no.
The Prime Minister was asked about all this on Saturday. He said the additional $73 million was always there from the start, that it would be allocated later after the budget, so it was there. Sounds like what one of your kids says when they haven't cleaned their room. I was cleaning the room. I am. I'll do it shortly. He said it always was there. It will be allocated after the budget, after the next stage of the action plan. What's DVA's understanding of what the Prime Minister's indicated about this? Is it provisioned for or will it be allocated after the next stage of the action plan?
So at this stage, Senator, I have not seen any provision for the additional funding, but that isn't to say that we weren't in conversations about, with the Minister particularly, about what we could do with the McKinsey's action plan, and that it would be normal discussions that we'd have about what we can take forward and importantly make sure the department has considered the action plan on what initiatives we can implement, particularly when we had a focus from McKinsey to eliminate the backlog in that 2-year period, and some of McKinsey's initiatives would actually take effort to for example, legislation. To actually change legislation, we knew they were longer-term initiatives. So we were having discussions about what could happen now and what was medium and long-term in relation to those initiatives. So those conversations are always
I just want to make
ongoing.
sure that Minister G isn't being played by the Prime Minister here.
Oh, that's very
So in order to assist, because people are watching this very closely in the veteran community, they've got a minister who decided to take a position with the government that was consistent with the review. There may be other resourcing requirements that the Royal Commission and other processes uncover. The minister was confronted with funding that was a quarter of what McKinsey said that he needed to resolve the backlog. The Prime Minister says that it was always provisioned for, but then says it will be allocated later after the budget for the next stage of the action plan. If I was Minister G, I'd be very concerned about the slippery slope here. What's your understanding of what the Prime Minister means by after the budget for the next stage of the action plan?
So, Senator, I can't comment on what the Prime Minister may have meant by that, but I can say that the McKinsey Action Plan, we always appreciated had different steps in what we were looking to implement. Some of their initiatives would take further development and understanding of how we could take them forward and implement them. And so whether there were conversations between officers, I'm not privy to any of those, and that would be something that's why I would not comment on what the Prime Minister meant in that. But McKinsey's was certainly a long-term plan for us and what we could do to not only eliminate the backlog, what could be done in the short term, but it also looked at what we could look in the longer term so that we could get on top of the claims and the growth in demand. Because once again, we did receive funding, as you know, in the last budget, but we're still seeing a consistent growth in the volume of claims we're receiving. Yeah. So we're going to continually look and monitor what we need to do for the government, to take forward to government to ensure we got the resources to respond to that.
But I'm losing confidence that the money's there. That's the problem. The minister said that he secured the funding. Then he said this week that he's seen the paperwork, but you haven't seen the funding or the paperwork. Beyond pointing me to the contingency, there's nowhere else in the budget that you can point me to that says that money's there. The Prime Minister now says that the money will be provided later after some curious phrase, where is it? Action stage. Next stage of the action plan. Not a phrase I've heard you use in describing either the McKinsey report or the department's approach to dealing with the backlog.
So
are you as confident as you need to be that this money is secure and that you're going to be able to put 145 new staff on the deck to deal with the claim, to deal with the backlog of claims?
So, Senator, I have no reason to question the commitment from the Minister or the Prime Minister that we will receive that resourcing. It is aligned with the McKinsey plan, and it is a staged plan to be. It had 3 different options there on how.
Sorry to interrupt, but I understand it's aligned with the plan. The minister presented the plan to the government. The government gave the minister a quarter of what he was asking for. $22 million wouldn't touch the sides of dealing with the backlog, would it?
On top of the 447 that we received in last budget, it is certainly very welcome that we are getting the extra 90 staff to assist with the claims backlog.
I'm a little confused about something, if I could just try and clarify this. I think you said that, to your knowledge, the only provision was $22 million until The first time you became aware of the balance of the 96 being allocated within the budget was when the minister went out on Saturday saying he threatened to resign and he got this money, correct?
That is correct.
So when the Prime Minister says, and I don't seem to be able to find the direct quote, but I'm sure someone has it, that where the Prime Minister says the money was always there from the start, that simply doesn't accord with the evidence you've given.
My evidence is what I am aware of, Senator. I'm not aware of the background, but that doesn't mean that those conversations weren't happening. As you appreciate, officers will have conversations about securing the funding, but no, I wasn't.
Well, how could you possibly, well, with respect, I'm not actually being critical of you, but how could the money have always been there from the start, which is what the Prime Minister is reported to have said, when clearly, if it had been, the Minister wouldn't have had to threaten to resign?
I'm not.
Can anyone explain to me why the Prime Minister would say that? That the money was there from the start when self-evidently that wasn't true?
Or clearly officials can't give...
No, well, I'm asking the Minister.
Yeah, so Senator Wong, I think as the PM did say, and I can't source the quote either, but I remember from the media interview on the weekend that the PM did talk about the budget being a process and a range, series of iterations, and on that basis, at the end of this process, there's $96 million being provided to the Department of Veterans Affairs to deal with the claims processing backlog and the wait times. And so on that basis, that funding coming from the contingency reserve, as has been discussed already, that money being part of the budget process, it's there to be utilised.
I don't quite understand why the PM suggested that the Minister didn't know. Like, you tell me, this is what it looks like from the outside, okay? And you tell me if I'm wrong, Minister. So,
how it looks like from you, Senator.
I reckon on this one I'm...
Am I going to take on a...
More on my side on this one than yours.
Will I take on a form of finance?
All right, ask your
Minister
question.
Minister G, let's give it a go. Minister G is told through the budget process you're only getting 22, even though the external advisor says you need 96. He to his credit, says, look, you know, that's not going to do the right thing by veterans and their families. Basically, you either give me that or I'm out of here. Right? It's principled stand. Whatever your view about that. Prime Minister then tries to downplay it and says, oh, look, you know, it was always there. Why would the PM say that?
Well, nobody can answer that
No,
question.
I'm asking, well, you tell me...
No, if anywhere, that should have been asked at Prime Minister and Cabinet.
Well, I'm asking you to give an explanation of...
look, at the end of the...
It would be a brave Assistant Minister to try to express what was in the mind
Listen to this.
Minister
G has only... I've listened to this. It's classic Mr Morrison. Now, Minister G has only recently come into this portfolio and through this budget process. You know?
Oh, that's factual.
And I appreciate and commend him for his enthusiasm. It's one thing to make an investment. You have to have confidence the investments that you're making can be implemented effectively. This is the work the Minister will need to be doing. I look forward to him acquitting himself of that task. He said, we've already invested X amount. Why are people pretending that it was already there?
Oh, this is a rhetorical question.
Oh, no, it's genuine. Why wouldn't you just... Why
officials and the Assistant Minister
I'm asking the Assistant
answer.
Minister.
Yeah, but they can't answer what
Well,
may or may
you
not
would
have been
agree
in
it
the
wasn't
Minister's
there
mind.
until the Minister put his foot down, correct?
So what I would say to you is that, and in fact I suspect as a former finance minister, you'd probably have a pretty good, much better than me understanding of budget processes, but as I understand it, the contingency reserve has been used on a number of occasions for different programs
come on.
over time
Come on, mate.
to
No,
supplement commitments
this
that are made
is
in the
not
budget.
the usual use of the
But
CR.
can I also make
Senator
the
Wong,
point
can
that at
I
the end of-
remind you
Yep, sorry.
that we will have Senator Steele, John, on
I'll
at
ask something else quickly.
2:15, so...
Yep, and I'll make one very brief point. Process is important, but outcome is even more important. At the end of this, we have an outcome where...
Would you just hang on 30 seconds?
Sure.
Sorry, I've got three people talking at me and I can't do it. I have one more bracket of questions, just one more topic.
Yep,
Do you want me to just do that?
Look, go for it. Yes.
Oh,
yep.
okay.
Or how long do you think the bracket
I
will
will try and be
be?
quick. I really will.
And I'll take 2 seconds.
How long, roughly?
5 to 10?
Senator Steele, John, have you heard that? Are you happy?
Yeah, I've heard these changes. My only challenge is that I need to be back in health at 2:45.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yep.
So,
Yeah.
yeah. I need to be able to ask my questions and be
Yeah,
back
we
in health
understood.
by 2:45.
Done. We will ensure
Don't-
that.
Back to you.
I think
look,
I'd quit while you were
if
ahead if I
Senator
was
goes,
honest.
if Senator Wong goes
96
beyond
million
2:20,
Yep.
I
Yep.
will call her up and we'll move to you, Senator Steele, John, and then
Okay.
revert back to Senator
So
Wong.
I want to ask about the Veteran Affairs Legislation Amendment Enhanced Family Support Bill. This improves existing family support by extending eligibility to more veteran families and widowed partners in crisis and expanding services available, right?
That's correct.
Correct?
That's correct.
And can you confirm to me this was actually a 21-22 budget measure, so a budget measure from last year?
That's correct, Senator.
But no legislation was presented until February?
So the previous budget measure was about giving them choice with the family support package that already existed. So it was to allow them to choose how they use the funding that was available to them.
No, okay, I'm asking about process.
So then what we did is we took forward in this budget an enhanced family support package that did actually require legislation.
Okay, right. So that's why it was presented in February 2022.
That's correct.
Right, but its start date is 1st of July this year.
That's correct.
Right. And can someone explain to me why it was the government didn't make this a priority measure for passage in this sitting of the Parliament?
I'm sorry, I can't answer that.
Look, I'd have to take that on notice and I will seek some advice and come back to you.
Well, because let me just put this to you.
Sure.
This wasn't even going to get to the House. To his credit, Minister G approached the Shadow Minister, who approached the whips in the House and got it passed through the House. Oh, which day was that? Tuesday?
It was earlier this week, yes.
Yeah, Monday or Tuesday. It wasn't ever on the list of bills that the government provided the opposition in the Senate as a priority bill. Was never on it as far as I can recall. Minister G, again, to his credit, he is an advocate for his constituency and for veterans and their families, approached, and I don't think this is any secret, he approached the opposition, he approached crossbenchers to try and get it added to the final list of bills, which we were open to, but obviously there wasn't broad agreement across the chamber, notwithstanding his efforts. But I am a little mystified, given the 1 July start date, and given the importance to veterans and their families, why this was not a priority for the government.
Yes, as I've mentioned, Senator Wong, I'll need to take some advice on that and I will provide that to you as soon as I can. Obviously, there are a range of things, as you appreciate, that go into those decision-making processes around legislative agendas, but I will get you what I can during this period of time.
We were asked to pass urgent bills. Obviously, urgency in great part, not entirely, is driven by start dates. Okay, so if legislation is required for things to be implemented soon or retrospectively or whatever, this is assistance to families of veterans, often in really tragic circumstances. I don't understand why we end up with the minister himself having to come over to the Senate and work with the opposition and the crossbench to try and get it up when it's not a priority for his own team.
Look, as I say, Senator Wong, I'll endeavour to provide you what I can. Obviously,
Thank you.
range of priorities there to deal with. But
Well done, Senator Steele, John. You have the call.
Thanks very much, Chair. So I'll be going now to the questions that I've provided ahead of time in relation to numbers of the department's knowledge of the number of individuals who served between the period of 1965 and 1972 that were conscripted in relation to Vietnam, and how many of them are still, to the department's knowledge, alive. So we provided those questions ahead of time. I'm hoping if we can get an answer first of all.
Sorry, Senator, I don't have the questions you provided ahead of time, but I'm just, sorry, I don't know what you're saying when I'm being asked a question. Sorry, Senator, I'm just trying to find out if I can get the answer for you.
I can read the question if that's useful.
Sorry, Senator, I'm being advised that we cannot get the data that you're seeking, but I will need to take some advice on that one.
All right.
So
just
Ms. Hancock might be able to give you some idea. Can you? No? Oh, we couldn't get the numbers in time. Sorry, Senator. We couldn't get the numbers in time to your questions, and I apologise that I haven't seen the questions that you did provide to us.
Right.
But we will follow it up for you and get you answers as soon as we can.
Okay, just so that you're aware, the question was, of the 63,375 20-year-old men who were conscripted between the years of 1965 and 1972, does DVA know how many of these national service persons are still alive? So what you've said to me is that you haven't been able to attain that number.
That's my understanding, Senator. We haven't been able to find it in time to be able to provide you that response today, but we will follow that up to see what we can provide you.
Okay, and can I just confirm that you're also not able to provide me with, you can't kind of even go to the extent of how many Vietnam veterans are still alive? That isn't a figure that you have?
Yeah. So we can do that, Senator. So in our annual report, we provide a breakdown of veterans who are still alive from each of the conflicts. I can't give you the actual page reference at the moment. One of my colleagues may be able to find it, but that does give you a breakdown and, as I said, by conflict and the number of veterans that are still alive.
And can you tell me how many national servicemen who didn't serve in war zones are still alive?
I will have to follow that one up for you. I don't believe we published that one, but I will have a look to see if we can provide that to you.
Okay. There was a secondary there's a secondary question that I think you'll have to maybe take on notice as well, but whether DVA has made an attempt to ascertain these numbers. So what I'm not clear on now is whether you don't have them because they do exist somewhere in your records, you just haven't been able to recall them, or whether you actually haven't collected that or kept that data in the first place. Do you know whether you actually have collected that information and just can't give it to me at this time?
It could be a bit of both, to be honest, Senator, because one of the things I'm very conscious of the estimate of 640,000 who may have served in our Australian Defence Force. We only know approximately 244,000 of those veterans. So if they haven't contacted us and lodged a claim before 2016, then we probably don't know them. So some of our data holdings will be reliant on the individual coming forward and being known to us. So it's probably a bit of both in response to your question, but I'll see what we can find out for you.
Okay, if you could give us an answer to that. I know there's an election coming up, but the question that I have here was just a basic data gathering information. If it isn't information we have, that's also useful for me to know. So if you would be able to provide it to the committee, maybe before the end of the day, do you think your officials could just even tell me if it doesn't exist, would we know by the end of the day?
My colleagues are saying that might be a bit challenging, to be honest, by the end of the day, Senator, but we'll certainly do our best to get you something. We'll, at this stage, we're planning to be back here on Wednesday night, so we'll do our best to have something for you on Wednesday night.
Even if you could just provide it to the committee on Wednesday night, that would be really useful.
Okay.
And additionally, there was another question which we circulated to you, but which you won't be able to answer, which was in relation to how many DVA gold cards have been issued to national service personnel who served in Vietnam between 1965 and 1972, and how much these gold cards cost the department per annum. So I don't suppose you have that information?
No, I'm
but,
sorry, Senator, but we will follow it up.
If you could do the same in terms of taking it on notice, that'd be really appreciated.
Will do, Senator. I'll take that on notice.
Thank you. My next question goes to the Minister, or the Minister representing the Minister, I should say. I wonder, Minister, are you aware that 63,375 20-year-old men, so that was the relevant period of time that constituted about 7% of that population, that turned 20 between 1965 and 1972, were forcibly conscripted under threat of imprisonment, while their peers that were not conscripted were able to continue on with their lives unhindered. So are you aware of that fact, and do you believe that it is fair and reasonable that that took place?
Look, I personally am not aware of that fact, Senator Steele-John.
Right, okay. Well, that's a little bit concerning as you're not aware of conscription during
I'm
Vietnam,
aware of
Minister?
conscription, but you've put a specific number on it and percentages, etc. And it's an important issue that you raise, but you've asked me whether I'm aware of that. I'm not seeking to diminish the issue, but I'm not aware of the fact and the numbers that you raise.
And do you consider conscription to have been fair and reasonable, given that it had, as I said, the impact of forcing 7% of that population to...
Oh, that's not a relevant question, Senator Steele-John. That's asking for an opinion about something in the past. It's got nothing to do with government policy or budgets.
Well, with respect, Chair, the relevance of this precise question will become apparent in my line of questioning.
Oh, then get on to the next question and we'll be able to proceed.
Okay, all righty. So are you aware, Minister, that national servicemen that did serve between that period, so again 1965 to 1972, who didn't serve in a war zone, have received no compensation for the 18 months to 2 years of their youth that was taken away from them by national service?
I personally am not aware, Senator Steele-John, but I expect that Minister Gee would be aware of the facts that you're referring to, and certainly it's probably something I'm not sure. I was looking at the officials as to whether they might know, but I personally am not aware, Senator Steele-John.
Okay, well that again is a little bit concerning, but all right, I'll move on to the... it's deeply frustrating, actually, to a lot of people that will be watching this exchange. Minister, are you aware that the department currently grants the DVA Gold Card to men who served and were affected by the nuclear testing in Maralinga site?
Well, Ms. Cosson will...
I think Ms Hancock will be able to talk a little bit more about some of the gold card eligibility, if that's helpful, Senator.
Yep, thank you.
Veronica Hancock, First Assistant Secretary, Veteran and Family Policy Division. Senator, I understand your question is, are we aware that there are gold cards granted to some of the people who are involved in the British nuclear testing? Yes, that's correct.
Yes, and I absolutely know you would be aware, as it is a program the department runs. I'm disappointed that the minister representing the minister wasn't aware of that program. But in relation to the details of that program as it currently exists, How many DVA gold cards have been issued to those who served and were impacted by the Maralinga testing?
And while Ms Hancock's getting that information, at no point did I outline that I'm not aware of the Gold Card program you've asked questions about, but obviously Ms Hancock can provide you information specific in response to your questions.
I apologise, Senator. I don't think I have the specific number with me, but I would be happy to get that for you on notice, and I think we could probably do that today.
Okay, thank you. I'm having a challenge getting any numbers out of the government today. It's almost like you're preparing for an election. If I could please get those figures. Again, it's a long-established program. It's a program that the Greens are deeply supportive of. In fact, my predecessor, Senator Ludlam, Peter, having it set up. So getting those figures would be very helpful. Thank you. Now, I've been working alongside a community campaign group that has been constituted to enable the recognition of national service members who were conscripted for the purpose of national service, but who did not serve in combat war zones in Vietnam, but were nevertheless integral to our presence during that war and had their lives greatly disrupted by their forced service. There is a card offered by DVA, a white card offered to national servicemen affected in this way. However, only about 34% of NASHOs, as they're colloquially known, have ever reported being made aware of the white card opportunity that is the only thing currently that is available to them. When did the DVA white cards become available to any service person who had served overseas for 1 day or more? When did that finish take place?
So, Senator, it's Liz Cosson. 2018, I believe, was the year that eligibility for the white card might have been 2017, 2018. So it has been in the most recent years. But unfortunately, yes, it's not just the NASHOs that are not aware of the white card. We've got a number of men and women who have served who are not familiar with it, and that is something I am very focused on, how we can improve our communication so that anybody that has served 1 day does know it exists, because it was part of the launch of a Veterans Recognition Program to say that if you have served and you have eligibility, please come to the department and lodge your interest in the recognition program, and you will receive that white card, because as you rightly point out, they now have an eligibility to access free mental health services from the department, but also they may be eligible for other benefits and services. So I'm very keen to get that message out there to the NASHOs.
And it's still the rate, Ms. Crossan, is still only at $6.40 a fortnight. That's right, isn't it?
So that's a pharmaceutical for pharmaceuticals. So you get $6.40 for, yep.
May I?
A couple of cups of coffee a fortnight.
May I just explain, Senator, there are two different sorts of white cards. So the white card, which is for non-liability mental health care, has the pharmaceutical allowance attached to it, which is what you are referring to. Separately from that, if you have applied for compensation for a service-related condition and that claim is accepted, you will get a white card for the treatment of that condition, and then you will also separately be assessed for compensation in relation to that condition. So for a person who has been injured or become ill as a result of their service, they can apply for compensation. If the claim is accepted, they'll get a card to pay for the treatment.
Thank you. And I just wanted to clarify as well, given that the Maralinga compensation the framework currently exists and enables people affected by those testing instances that took place, enable individuals who didn't serve in combat zones to acquire gold card level support, that does set a precedent, doesn't it? That in certain circumstances, DVA and the government are willing to grant gold card support to veterans that didn't serve in combat zones.
You're correct, Senator, that the government has from time to time made a decision to extend the gold card to particular cohorts, and that includes people involved in the British nuclear tests. There was specific legislation passed in order to extend the eligibility.
Yeah. Minister, just finally, and this is the nub of my point of bringing it up today. We have a precedent set by and endorsed by both sides of politics that should veterans have been impacted by their service to a certain extent, regardless of whether they have been required to fight in a war zone, they may be given access to gold card level reports. That was the precedent set by the nuclear test program. There is a cohort of individuals that your department, your government's department, can't tell me how many are still alive, how many. We're getting that data, but you don't have it. But there is a significant portion of folks whose lives were irreparably disrupted by forced national service under the threat of imprisonment. They were not deployed to a war zone. However, they were vital to the Australian presence in Vietnam. Whatever you think of that presence, they were critical to it. And yet they have been denied access to the recognition and to the financial supports that are made available to those that did serve in that combat place. That to me seems very unfair and unjust, and that is why I brought it to the attention of the committee today.
Thank you, Senator Steele. John.
All right, thank you, Senator Steele. John, I think that now completes the questioning of veterans.
No, Minister, will you consider the extension of those supports to that veteran?
Look, noting the seriousness of the issues you raise, and of course the evidence that's been provided to you around certain circumstances, also noting the complexity of individual cases, I think it's important to look at these things in complete detail. So certainly I'll take on notice the question you ask and make sure you have a fulsome response to what might be forthcoming with regard to any further application of that policy.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Senator Steele. John, that completes our examination of the Department of Veterans Affairs. So can I thank you, Secretary and officials, for your attendance and in all this paperwork. I'm trying to find. Oh, here we go. Right, we now move on to the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, and we might be awaiting the Minister for that.
We were just seeking some guidance on that because that would be Maurice. But yeah, so I can't be here.
Look, the committee will stand suspended for a few moments. Clock. Oh, and here is the Minister. Great, thank you. No. Yep. All right. I welcome back Senator Maurice Payne, Minister for Foreign Affairs, Ms Catherine Campbell, Secretary of the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, and officers from the Department. Minister, do you have an opening statement?
No, thank you, Chair.
Secretary.
No, thank you, Chair.
All right. Look, I'm going to take the opportunity as Chair to ask a few questions in relation to our overseas posts and Australian citizens having the opportunity to cast a vote at what may or may not be an upcoming election.
So combination of agencies, Senator, DFAT,
yes,
of course, in terms of the posts, of AEC in terms of the arrangements.
Yes, thank you for that, Minister. So can I ask how many of Australia's overseas posts will be providing in-person voting services for the 2022 federal election?
Catherine Campbell, Secretary, Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. Mr McLaughlin and Ms Logan will be able to answer those questions.
All right. Who first?
Okay.
All right, Mr McLaughlin.
Thank you very much, Senator. Craig McLaughlin, Deputy Secretary, Security, Legal and Consular Group. Senator, as you understand, the Australian Electoral Commission is in the lead on preparations for the upcoming election.
Mr McLaughlin, I hate to interrupt. Yep, aware of all that. Just how many posts?
We do not, I think at this stage, have a final number of the number of posts that will offer in-person voting, and that's simply because the COVID situation in a number of districts is having an impact on post operations.
All right, thank you. So do we have any, well, but for COVID, would we have a number to offer?
Kate Logan, First Assistant Secretary, Consular and Crisis Management Division. The answer is also that the AEC, I think, only makes a final decision on the posts which will offer in-person voting once the election is called. So we have been talking to the AEC about the posts which can offer in-person voting, and those posts, all our posts, will also be ballot centres where people can bring their ballots in, and then those posts will send them back to Australia for counting.
You mean postal votes, Ms Logan?
Postal votes.
As postal votes, what about in-person voting?
So we have provided the AEC with a list of those top posts which are able to do it.
Right,
but
and
there's no
is
decision.
that a truncated list from that which was provided in 2019, and if so, by how much? Or how many posts have been taken off?
Several posts have been taken off, Senator, for COVID-related reasons, because we're not in
that's the only reason, COVID?
Security-related reasons as well. There's some obvious posts where, for security reasons, it would normally not occur.
Right. Will London High Commission still be an in-person voting centre?
It's my expectation that London will be an in-person
And
voting
what
centre.
about Dublin?
Is Dublin on the list?
I think at this stage it will be.
At this stage we expect so, Senator. But again, as the officers said, we'll wait until the Electoral Commission finalise it. But we are in discussions with them, as you said, about what was available in 2019 and what's available now.
Was, well, from my perspective, it would be exceptionally good for all Australians living overseas to be able to participate in our democratic system, and therefore having the ability to offer in-person voting should be something that every post, if at all possible, should be facilitating.
And Senator, we with the AEC look at those where there are many Australians and there's been a voting pattern in the past, and we're also working with Austrade on a couple of the Austrade posts which are managed by Austrade, which are regularly very busy, like Auckland and Dubai, for example. So we'll look at all those and work with the Electoral Commission to finalise their locations. But the Electoral Commission has the final say in which ones they're going to open to, but we are able to talk to them about COVID and security when there are problems.
Right, so it's the AEC that makes the final decision. So are there any restrictions or advice that the Department of Foreign Affairs is providing to the AEC which might mitigate against the AEC opening a facility or a voting post at one of your facilities?
Senator, if we had, for example, a lockdown because of COVID in a location, and we are looking at some of our posts in China, we would be very clear to the AEC that we have some concerns about those issues.
Right, so from the Department of Foreign Affairs point of view, the number of potential posts would be the same as 2019, subject to AEC decisions and COVID and security.
Yes, Senator.
All right, thank you very much. Senator Wong.
Can I just start? I would prefer not to ask questions about this. I asked for the ODA figures by way of letter. I think we have a standard form of response. If they're going to be tabled, can they just be tabled? We'll look at them and I'll see if I need to come back to them. Would that be okay?
Yes, Senator, we'll just get the documents tabled. The Secretariat's got the documents.
Oh,
Thank
great,
you.
thank you. Can I go first to Solomon Islands, please?
Yes, Senator.
And Minister, this might, well, obviously up to you who answers these questions. So can someone first perhaps give me an update on the, shall we call it the security treaty? How do you want me to describe it, Mr McDonald?
Draft security agreement. It's
Right,
called agreement.
What is the status? Can you give us the latest update as to the status of the draft security agreement? I thought it was no longer draft. So can someone take me through or take the committee through the latest developments, please?
So, good afternoon, Senator Wong. Ewan McDonald, Head of the Office of the Pacific. Senator, since the draft appeared on the 24th of March, Prime Minister Sogavare had made a statement in Parliament that was not the version that was ready for signing. Subsequent to that, yesterday, there was a release saying that officials had initialed elements of the agreement. I think it's called agreement rather than treaty. And that's the status of it as far as we know, as of yesterday afternoon.
So the Prime Minister Sogavare told the Parliament this was not the version that had been publicly released, at least to the media, was not the version ready for signing.
That's correct.
And that yesterday, who indicated that the initial elements of the agreement had been?
So there was a release from the Solomon Islands government, I think. I'll just check. But there was a release which was clear that officials had initialed elements of that.
Initialed as in signed?
Yeah, initialed was the word. That's the word they've used, initialed. And the signing would be between foreign ministers in the future.
Okay, can I have a copy of that statement?
Yeah, I'll probably be able to table it for you.
It may be in my attachments and I've just missed it. That's always possible. I think it's referred to in Mr Bagshaw's article.
Yeah, I imagine it would be.
But I'm just not sure if
I'll just try and find a copy for you that I can table. Just bear with me a moment, Senator. I won't be long.
Yeah, so it's referred to in Mr Bagshaw's article of yesterday. Officials have initialed, quote, initialed elements of a bilateral security cooperation framework with China. Chinese Foreign Ministry said the agreement was beyond reproach. The article then goes on to say the draft agreement will allow Chinese Navy ships and defence forces to be based in Solomon Islands. So I'm just referencing that. I'll come back to that. So can someone give me a copy of the statement?
We've got a copy handy, I think, that will get tabled. Actually, I've got it here, but Senator, mine's got some circles around different things.
Maybe don't.
So
We'll find you a clean copy, Senator.
it's only to emphasise the key points for me, but
We'll get a clean copy, Senator. Even if my office just walks one around. We'll get one walked around.
I could read it to you if you wish.
No, that's fine.
Yeah.
Do you know when the agreement will be signed by the foreign ministers?
No, Senator. At the end of that statement, it refers to will be signed in the future, I think. Ms Campbell has it in front of her. between two
And have
countries
you-
will be
sorry.
clean. It says the draft framework agreement will be cleaned up and await the signatures of the two countries' foreign ministers.
Okay. Have you cited the revised draft agreement?
No,
Has anyone from the Australian government, to your knowledge, cited it?
no, not to my knowledge.
Do you have any knowledge as to whether it retains the provision that I referenced, well, the provision which others have referenced in terms of the possibility of future military basing in the Solomon Islands? by
Senator,
China?
Senator Wong, I don't know that, but I do know that Prime Minister Sogavari has publicly said in his statement in Parliament that there is no intention to have any bases.
The Article 1 of the reported draft framework agreement, and I note we don't currently have an up-to-date copy of where the agreement text is at, correct?
Yes, Senator, we have not been given a copy by
Sure.
either Solomon Islands or the Chinese government. So the only version we've had is that was released on, I think it was...
And Article 1 of the previously public released document does say may include this: China may, according to its own needs and with the consent of Solomon Islands, make ship visits to carry out logistical replenishment in and have stopover and transition in Solomon Islands, and the relevant forces of China can be used to protect the safety of Chinese personnel and major projects in Solomon Islands. Yep.
So, Senator, that provision was in the draft, I agree.
You should answer this as you see fit, but what does the government understand that provision to enable or to contemplate?
So, Senator, that draft arrangement is between those two governments, so we're not really in a position to be absolutely clear what it means. One thing that has been clear since that release is that there is no intention to have a base, which was one of the concerns I think was reported widely in the media. So we're taking that on face value. So that was stated in Parliament, that they have no intention whatsoever to ask China to build a military base in the Solomon Islands. He also noted, the Prime Minister also noted, that Australia and New Zealand remained the partner in choice in critical times.
There is nothing in the draft text that we have seen which precludes that, though.
Senator, the only text we've seen, as you've seen, could be seen or read that way. As you know, the more open, being a lawyer yourself, the more open-ended it is. So we don't know what revisions have been made to that.
Sure.
Yeah, sorry.
And do we have any sense as to when that might become public, or I think at this stage, no? Is that right?
No, we don't, Senator. We just know from that statement, hopefully is being tabled, that is awaiting, the agreement will be cleaned up and await signatures of the two foreign ministers. And that was of yesterday.
Minister, in the chamber, I think I asked you when the Australian government first became aware as to the negotiations for a security agreement, what action did the government take? And I think your answer was that you had been aware of increasing interest in engagement with China in the Solomon Islands for some time. Are you in a position to go further than that, or is that the answer you wish to refer me to?
In relation to this framework agreement, when it became public, in the, I think it was a social media post. On the 24th of March. So the framework agreement itself, but we have, through the process of the response at the end of last year, in terms of the unrest in the Honiara community, been engaged very closely with the government, but not in relation to this agreement.
Perhaps I'll ask the question this way. Are you able to give any indication of when Australia became aware of the prospect of an agreement?
When this was a public document?
Not the agreement, an agreement.
Senator, it hadn't. Well, I stand to be corrected. I'm not directly in the discussions, of course, between officials, and Mr McDonald has been in Honiara in both January and February as part of our engagement, including with Police Commissioner Kershaw and of course our post. My discussions have been around the focus on the Pacific's contribution to security domestically and regionally. As I said in response to your questions this morning, the fact that we have consistently demonstrated, and when I say we here, I mean the Pacific, I don't mean Australia, consistently demonstrated that together we are able to respond to security issues, to humanitarian and disaster relief issues. And the two examples I would cite in relation to the latter would be the Tongan volcanic eruption and tsunami, and the former in relation to the unrest in Honiara in November, December, that we are best placed and have demonstrated that time and again. But Mr McDonald, having been in Honiara and had meetings with officials in both January and February, may wish to add more.
So, Senator, in addition to the Minister, I would say that we have known for a while China's interest in this sector. That's not only been in relation to the framework agreement we're talking about, it's also been in relation to policing in particular. So we've been very conscious, and we've been, I suppose, not surprised, as the Minister said, when we became aware of this on the 24th of March, given the response that occurred in November was under the Australian Bilateral Security Treaty that came into force in 2017, but was the first time it was used. So it wasn't unexpected, given the interest, for this to occur.
Okay, wasn't unexpected.
Yeah, I think it would be fair to say, Senator, that the interest since the switch in this sector is something we're aware of.
Is this the first bilateral security agreement between China and a Pacific country?
We wouldn't know that, Senator.
Necessarily.
Sorry, that we are aware of.
That we are aware of.
That has been made public.
Yes.
Yes.
you tell me how other Pacific nations have responded to this development? FSM and New Zealand, I was thinking of.
So, Senator, there has been, I suppose, interest in finding out more about this draft agreement because, as you know, there are security agreements in place in the region. So there's two things with this that are of concern. One is the lack of transparency in terms of any impacts or consequences of this. Also, I suppose, understanding the need, given the Pacific family has always responded in this sector in a very, I think most recently shown in a very effective way. So having discussions about agreements that could potentially affect the region is something I think countries are interested in. And as you would know, one country yesterday issued its correspondence in relation to this, which was the Federated FSM, the Federated Micronesian.
Mm-hmm. And Prime Minister Ardern has described the move as gravely concerning and has also warned of a possible militarisation of the region.
Yes, I read that. I would say, Senator, that we've worked very closely with New Zealand, as we always do, in this, and there is, I suppose, genuine interest in people finding out more about this agreement. And understanding any potential consequences of that. As I said earlier, we're very pleased to hear the Prime Minister rule out or state that there's no intention to have any bases, but without seeing the agreement, we don't know exactly what those provisions provide for.
But your judgment is Prime Minister Sogavare has made his position clear, the government's position clear in relation to proceeding to sign this agreement?
I think in his public statement in the Parliament on the 29th of March, he said that the agreement was ready for signing. Yesterday, I'm interested to find out more in relation to this statement that says that elements have been initialled. I don't know why particularly that wording's been selected, and that it'd be cleaned up and signed by foreign ministers in the future. So we, of course, respectfully would like to be consulted more on this, and we've asked for that. So that's, from our point of view, that's Senator, where we think it's up to.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I have some questions about our mission in Honiara. And staffing levels over the last 5 years. Is someone in a position to respond to the questions about that?
Senator, the officers at the table will try, and the officers behind.
I'd like to know what the average DFAT A-base staffing level at the High Commission in Honiara over the last 5 years is.
I think I'll have to take that on notice. I don't have it on hand. My apologies. I can get it for you quickly.
And I'd like to know, has there been any change, either increase or decrease over that 5-year period?
Yep, I'll take that on notice too. Senator,
Are you aware of positions being removed? Councillor, Minister, Councillor?
At the moment, there is still the Division Head HOM and Head of Mission, and Band 1 Deputy Head of Mission, so I don't believe they've been removed, but I will check for you. I'll check and get back to you quickly so you have that answer.
I have some questions about ODA and budget summaries. So I think the we go through the Quan's questions on notice over the last few years.
Is this for Honiara, Senator?
Solomon Islands,
Yeah.
yep. So the table I have for bilateral ODA, if we look at various questions on notice, there's a reduction between 2018-19 and 21-22 of, I think it's $41.8 million, 198 to 156, so it's about 12.6%.
So, Senator, I can explain that.
Okay.
So, in 18-19, the underlying ODA allocation was 144.8.
I have 198.2.
Yeah, the 198 includes a one-off amount for the bilateral Coral Sea cable expenditure, which happened over 2 financial years. In fact, it happened over 3. There was a small amount in the year 2017-2018. So when you look at the Coral Sea cable, it was $5 million in 17-18, 53.4 in 18-19.
Sorry, say that again. Coral Sea.
Sorry, Senator.
That's right.
So $53.4 million in 2018-2019.
Yep.
23.5 in 2019-2020. And in 17-18 it was $5 million. So if you look at the bottom line across there, it's pretty stable. If you take those out, it's around about 138.2 in 1920, and in 17-18 it was 136.8.
And we gave them less.
No.
We're giving them less.
No, we're not giving.
Well, no, yeah. Well,
No.
we gave them contribution towards the cable.
So, Senator,
Yeah,
the
I
underlying
understand.
ODA allocation.
I understand, but
No.
if you're looking at the recipient, you get the ODA and you get an ODA contribution to the cost of the Coral Sea cable, correct? Which
It was
is
a
why
one-off
you get
project, yeah.
I'm sorry?
It was a one-off project we were doing.
All right, so you can tell me, well, it's not really a reduction because it was one-off, but in terms of dollars received, it's less. We gave them less.
Yeah, but Senator, the alternative to that is you take that amount out of the existing bilateral amount, which would have reduced it.
No, that's not the only alternative. The alternative is you don't reduce how much aid you give them over
But
the
if it's
5-year
for-
process.
So if it's for a particular project, it goes for 3 years, and they're well aware of that. That's not a surprise to them, Senator.
Okay. In the budget, the additional ODA we're giving to Solomon Islands is 4.7 million in 22-23, correct?
I've got it down as 4.8, but 4.7. This is in the estimate for 21-22 you're talking about, Senator? Financial year 21.
Sorry, I can't actually read those tables, but I think it's 4.7, 4.8 million in 22-23 additional. Is that right?
I don't have the additional 22-23 allocation in front of me. This stuff might.
So the ODA budget summary. So you know the.
Yep, it's in my other folder.
Senator, I think we tabled all copies. We're just going to try and find one.
Oh, I've got one.
No, it's the budget document you release.
Yeah. I've got one here. Yep, we've got that.
4.7. Is that the additional?
just trying to see what you're referring to. I'm sorry.
Attachment, Table 2, the ODA budget summary.
Is there a table number or page number?
Table 2, ODA budget summary 22-23.
Yep.
Page
Okay, I'm with you.
4, I think.
Yes, that's right, Senator. So the figure...
4.7.
That's it, going from 156.4
Okay,
to
so
161.
the bilateral aid increase between 21-22 and 22-23 is 4.7 million. Correct?
That's correct.
Right. At the time the budget estimates were prepared, we were well aware of the engagement of other nations with Solomon Islands, weren't we?
Senator, we were, but can I also add there are temporary and targeted measures as well that apply for this year, or sorry, next financial year. And they...
Where are they?
They relate to budget. So if you go to table 4, there's measures there.
Which you haven't disaggregated. I mean, I know you do this, I'm not having a go at you, but in the context of the, $12 billion worth of cuts since the coalition came to power, to try and hide some small remedying of that as a temporary and targeted measure for internal political purposes, I don't understand. Why wouldn't you just roll it into your base funding?
Yeah, so look, on that, Senator...
That's a political question. You might not want to answer that,
No,
Mr McDonald.
Well, Senator, we've been through that discussion
Anyway,
before.
so-
But I can say that we are the Solomon Islands' largest development partner by a long way. We provide about 2/3 of all assistance to the Solomon Islands across a range of areas, and Mr McDonald's mentioned some of those.
But we have the first security treaty with another party.
Senator, I think we've certainly discussed Australia's concerns in relation to the impact on regional security of non-Pacific presence.
Correct. Outsiders.
In that way. And that is something Australia has said consistently, not just in relation to this specific matter, but consistently in relation to security. It reflects the provisions of the Bikatawa Declaration in terms of the importance of regional first, the Boy Declaration as well, which are both Pacific Island Forum, as you know, undertakings that I know a number of countries are considering their operation in relation to this matter as well.
How much of the TTS, Pacific Timor-Leste, how much of the TTS do you say is for Solomon Islands in that 22-23 year?
So, Senator, that will be allocated. The reason it's so important...
Well, no, hang on, don't please, Mr McDonald.
Sorry,
it's not yet allocated.
Yeah, it's not allocated because it's in relation to the impact. So if you take the COVID response package, that's a good example.
So on the budget papers, we have $4.7 million increase, an unquantifiable amount which you'll come back to us on after you've decided to allocate it, and $65 million for the new Chancery.
Yeah, but I think you can look over the last 2 years and the allocation into the region for these countries in terms of economic and health has been significant. It was a $300 million addition to the ODA, and this is very important for the next period for countries like Solomon Islands because of the economic impact of COVID. And you'll note, Senator, that there was also an announcement this week of a further $22 million for Solomon Islands at their request, and their finance minister was extremely thankful for that given the impact of COVID in the country at the moment.
Where was the $22 million budgeted from?
It was announced and budgeted from last year's budget. So it was in this financial year, I should say.
Is it within the budget provision?
It is. Not within the Solomon Islands budget provision, but it's within our overall budget provision. So
You do understand, Mr McDonald, and I appreciate what you're saying, but from the outside, someone reading the budget papers says we're giving them $4.7 million more in aid, but we're spending $65 million on ourselves on the new Chancery.
Senator, we're not spending that on ourselves. I think
Oh,
that
we are.
demonstrates. Well, sorry, it's a building that accommodates the staff, but I think in terms of Solomon Islands, it's very well received in terms of our intentions into the future.
Long term.
Yeah, long term. I think it's very important. So I take your point.
All right, can we just quickly go to COVID, this COVID situation?
In the
Solomon Islands, yeah. Can you just provide me on an update? I understand there's been a very significant upturn since early January. So give me an update. What assistance are we providing, particularly in relation to the latest wave? How many vaccines have we provided and how many people have been vaccinated?
Ms Dove is probably best placed to do that.
Thank you very much. Kate Duff, First Assistant Secretary, Pacific Bilateral Division. The situation in the Solomon Islands with respect to COVID, Senator, we understand has moderated in Honiara. It was critical, or more critical in the last couple of months, but the situation has moderated. Prime Minister Sogavare spoke in January about widespread numbers. As at 15 March, the cases officially reported were at 9,412 and 120 deaths. But as I said, the peak has now passed. The Solomon Islands government efforts now are particularly focused on responding to COVID outbreaks in the provinces where, frankly, there is less clear data. Authorities in the Solomon Islands have confirmed that the primary strain is Delta still in the Solomon Islands, so they are still very concerned about managing the introduction and potential spread of Omicron, and so they may remain very much in a context of border management, quarantine, etc. So they remain very closely engaged on all of those COVID management aspects. Since January this year, and indeed late last year when we were concerned about what might occur in the Solomon Islands, we've been taking a number of steps to help address the situation there. We've delivered over 40 tonnes of COVID-related medical supplies and equipment since January, including 300 oxygen concentrators, 100,000 rapid antigen tests, 87,800 additional AstraZeneca doses, totalling 350,800 to date. A number of COVID kits, PPE and various pieces of equipment that we call COVID bricks, which are able to be delivered into provinces, and we did that with the assistance of ADF assets on the ground, not just in Honiara but into the regions. And we have assisted others, UNICEF in particular, to take in items, and at the request of the Solomon Islands Government, Senator, given the lockdowns that needed to occur in Solomon Islands, there became some issues, quite critical issues around food distribution networks, and so we were able to utilise a number of RAF C-27J Spartan cargo aircraft to help distribute food items around the various provinces of the Solomon Islands. Also did that in conjunction with Solaire. We also had an AUSMAT team, Senator, go in from the 29th of January to the 19th of February. That was a very well-received mission, extraordinary feedback around the way in which that mission was able to work very closely with local authorities and really try, as we do, of course, wherever we have an AUSMAT mission, Senator, to work with the local resources and experts to have an impact on their ability to deliver primary care, but also these often become a question of logistics, making sure the right stuff gets to the right places in time. So that was a very well received mission, and there has continued to be some remote follow-up. So, Senator, we continue to respond to any requests for assistance, but we have had a comprehensive response, and that has been very well received and noted publicly on a number of occasions by Solomon Islands Government.
Thank you.
Minister, we had an exchange about these issues. Oh no, we didn't. Me and Senator Birmingham did in yesterday's Finance, Prime Minister and Cabinet estimates. I don't intend to traverse the same territory here. Having listened carefully to the government's responses yesterday and then to the discussion today, what is it that the government intends to, given the apparent seriousness of this situation, taking into account Mr McDonald's evidence about, some of the uncertainties involved here, what steps is it that the government intends to undertake? Is there going to be a fresh approach to some of these issues? Would traverse some of this territory in discussions today, and the Pacific step up yesterday. What is the government intending to do?
Senator, as you know, from the Prime Minister to me, to Senator Seselja, senior officials like Mr McDonald and our heads of post around the region, Australia is the only country in the world to have diplomatic representation in every member of the Pacific Islands Forum. We will work with the Pacific on what is not just in the context of our discussion, a bilateral issue with the Solomon Islands, but more broadly a regional security issue. That's why, from ministers to officials, we are engaged with all the members of the Pacific Island Forum on these matters. It's why we're working closely with the chair of the Pacific Island Forum in Fiji, with New Zealand, of course, Papua New Guinea, and other partners, particularly those very close to Australia, both geographically and in the bilateral sense, to assure the Solomon Islands and all partners that we believe the Pacific can meet the security needs of the region, to take into account, to seek the Solomon Islands' consideration of those broader regional concerns, as well as, of course, their own priorities. Prime Minister Sogavare made a wide-ranging speech in their parliament this week about the sovereign decision-making power of the Solomon Islands, and of course we acknowledge that, not just in relation to the Solomon Islands. But there are broader regional issues. It'll be a matter for the Pacific Islands Forum members whether this is a topic for discussion at the next round of forum meetings. The timing of those mean I expect some will occur during caretaker period, and Australia will be represented by senior officials like Mr McDonald or the Secretary as appropriate. Others will be after whatever outcome there is of an election, and an Australian government will be engaged. But it is clear to us, Senator, that we are not the only country in the region that has legitimate and strongly held concerns in relation to this approach to security in the region.
You're right that it's a decision within the sovereign capacity of Solomon Islands, but and I accept the point that it's a regional failure as well, but it isn't. The great risk is, of course, that all of this activity now is shutting the stable door, isn't it? That's the risk.
I think the risk or the challenge occurs in several contexts, some of which I've just spoken about, and I have in the past days since the agreement became public reviewed, if or re-looked at, I'm not sure what the correct English is, but taken another look at the Bikitawa Declaration, at the Boy Declaration, and also the provisions of the Kanaki II Declaration from the Pacific Island Forum in Tuvalu. That was the last in-person meeting given COVID. A number of those, Senator, place significant emphasis on the regional importance of the security response. And I think that our specific bilateral engagement with the Solomon Islands, which frankly I reiterated to Foreign Minister Jerry Manelli this week when I spoke with him, is that in our view, whenever the Solomon Islands have needed support, not just in the context of the development assistance, for example, that we've discussed today, but more broadly, particularly in extremist situations, Ramsay would be a very good example of that, a regional assistance mission to the Solomon Islands in which Australia was deeply, deeply invested. Ramsay, the response to violent... And Senator, from a personal perspective, I was in the Solomon Islands multiple times during Ramsay and have also, as many of our colleagues have done, been an observer at elections and worked closely with governments. Ramsay, humanitarian and disaster assistance. So in the aftermath of cyclones and an earthquake in the Solomons, there is not one single event or ask that Australia has not been prepared to meet, in my experience. That will continue to be the case, but we will also continue to advocate strongly for what we think is the importance of the Pacific and the regional approach to Pacific security.
Can I just go back and ask one question, just perhaps to clarify in something? I think both you, Mr McDonald, and the Minister said you only became aware of this draft agreement when it was made public last week. Minister Joyce made public comments in a doorstop, I'll get the date shortly, in which he said that the Australian government, I think it would be highly naive to think that the Australian government is not completely all over this issue. That was a date of that was bottom here. No, it's not dated. This week, 28th of March. Can you help me reconcile those two statements?
Could you read that to me again, Senator? I'm sorry, I was distracted.
I apologise. You said you weren't aware of the draft agreement until it became public. Minister Joyce says, and his comments are, I'm working off two documents here. Look, I think it would be highly naive to think that the Australian government is not completely all over this issue.
I think
when asked about the document.
My understanding of the Deputy Prime Minister's comment, Senator, is that is in relation to the points Mr McDonald made in terms of the general approach of the Solomon Islands since November, at least, particularly given the security issues which occurred in November, and in which we were responding.
Sorry?
So I think it relates more broadly to the fact that we as a government have been working closely on these issues.
No, he's asked directly about, is it Mr Wale?
Mr Wale, Matthew Wale, yes, the opposition
leader. The
leader.
Solomon Islands opposition leader says that he warned the this is the question from the journalist, that the Australian government, that a deal was being negotiated between China and Solomon Islands when it comes to security. Has the Australian government dropped the ball? And he went on to say, I think it would be highly naive to think that the Australian government is not completely all over this issue.
Yeah, I think, Senator, if I may, that Australia has been, if I quote the Deputy Prime Minister, all over this issue of security and the entry and desire for China to enter that sector really since 2020, but I could say actually since the switch over. So we are all over it. This agreement is one. You will be familiar, there was an MOU announcement as well on policing that I referred to earlier. So we have been all over this issue and we will continue to be. And it's very important that Australia is ensuring that its views and the views of the region are considered in any sovereign decisions that are taken.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Whether or not, slight difference of responses from ministers, but look, I'm not going to take this any further. There's probably a lot more we could say. Whatever has gone before, I think it is agreed that this is, as Prime Minister Ardern says, I think gravely concerning development and the potential for instability.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Where you have other parties external to a region engaging in a region, including for Australia's national security, but the security of the region more broadly is self-evident.
Yep.
Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I would agree that we are concerned that it could create instability, and we're also concerned about transparency.
Okay. All right, I'm going to move on quickly. There's some consular matters, and we may come back to them, but I actually wanted, given what's occurred over the last 24 hours, to get an update in relation to Qinglei.
Yes, Senator.
And then after that, I will go to Ukraine.
Thank you, Senator.
I'm not sure what the name.
Sorry, we've got Senator Rice at 3:40.
Right, okay. So,
and then a break at 4.
Okay. Are you doing consular or Ukraine? Neither. Consular or Ukraine? Can I just do 2 minutes on Ukraine and then try to go after that? Thank you. So I just wanted to give you, Mr. Gerard, can you just give us an update on what's occurred in relation to the charges against Qinglei?
I can. Ian Gerard, Acting Assistant Secretary of the Consular Operations Branch. Following the formal arrest of Australian citizen Ms Qinglei in February 2021, yesterday she faced a closed trial hearing in Beijing. The court did not issue a verdict yesterday. We expect that will be issued at a later date.
Can you confirm that Australia's ambassador was not permitted entry to the hearing?
Yes. Under our bilateral consular agreement, we sought access to the hearing on the day and beforehand, and he was not granted that access.
What concerns does the government have about transparency in Ms Cheng's case?
Since Ms Cheng was first detained in August 2020, we have long had concerns about the lack of transparency in this case. We have never been provided with the details of the charges, nor evidence to support the allegations against her. That's why we continue to press, both in Beijing and in Canberra, for basic standards of justice, procedural fairness and humane treatment to be met.
Thank you. And can I indicate again on the public record that the government has the opposition's full support in its representations in relation to Ms Cheng?
Thank you, Senator Wong. That is appreciated. And I would also note the very widespread community concern in relation to this matter and the ongoing constructive interest in the case from the committee. Thank you.
I'm just going to start with an update on Ukraine, and then I'm conscious my colleague Senator Rice wishes to ask some more questions. Thank you. Can you give me an update on the situation in Ukraine? Can you provide an overview, for example, civilian casualties, refugee outflows and civilian displacement? And then I wanted to ask some questions about potential war crimes or breaches of international humanitarian law.
Good afternoon, Katrina Cooper, Deputy
Cooper.
Secretary, Southeast Asia and Global Partners Group. Current situation in Ukraine. So it's been 36 days since the invasion of Ukraine by Russia, and Russia still continues to make only limited progress in the face of heavy Ukrainian resistance. Russia continues to focus on the Donbass region and the southeast.
Did you say limited progress?
Limited progress. Mariupol remains encircled, and despite pledging to reduce military activity near Kiev, Russia has intensified the strikes and has destroyed major food warehouses in the capital, tractors, farm equipment, etc. The latest assessment on what is happening can be found in recent statements by the Pentagon, but also overnight by Secretary General of NATO Stoltenberg, that Russia is repositioning rather than withdrawing troops around Kiev. That is our assessment also. There's been shelling around Kiev and the northern city of Chernihiv that continues despite the promise by Moscow to scale back military operations there. Australia, as you know, continues to call, along with the international community, for the total withdrawal of Russian forces from Ukrainian territory. Russia appears at the moment to be focusing on the Donbass region in the east, in the southeast, with the most intense hostilities are in the government-controlled areas of Donetsk and Luhansk, with airstrikes targeting strategic fuel stocks and industrial facilities. In terms of your specific question on civilians, the latest estimates as of yesterday from the UN Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs is that at least 1,232 civilians have been killed. There have also been thousands of troops on both sides killed. A NATO source estimated last week that between 7,000 to 15,000 Russian troops have been killed. And it's a little more difficult to get a number on Ukrainian troops, although President Zelensky did say on the 12th of March approximately 1,300 Ukrainian troops. At this stage, the number of people who are impacted, Ukrainians impacted, are around 4 million, which is almost a quarter of the 44 million population of Ukraine. Sorry, that's 4 million have fled, sorry. So around 10 million in total, over 10 million, which is about a quarter of that. 4 million have actually left Ukraine, and around 2.3 million of those, best estimates are in Poland, seeking refuge in Poland, and around 6.5 million people have been internally displaced.
6.5. So 6.5 internal displacement.
Mm-hmm.
And what was the
about
outflow?
4
About
million.
4.
So it takes it to about 10.5 million, a total population of 44 million.
Bloody hell.
It's a very significant
It's very, very difficult
crisis.
And again, I think the Parliament coming together last night for President Zelensky's address is a powerful message from Australia of our support. We're engaging as closely as possible with, not just with counterparts, but with leading humanitarian agencies and Australian providers as well on the humanitarian response, but it is massive.
Senator Wong, we might go to Senator Rice now. Thank you. Thank you, Rice.
Thank you, Chair.
And look, I will return to Ukraine. I've got a lot to get through. Let's see how I go in 20 minutes. I actually wanted to start back relevant to the questions about the Solomon Islands and China. And Minister, I wanted to take you to the statements that the Director General of the Office of National Intelligence, Andrew Shearer, was reported as making last month. And he stated at a business summit that China is aiming to establish global preeminence and that establishing regional preeminence is the way station, if you like, the base camp for getting to that position of global preeminence is to establish primacy in the Indo-Pacific region, a situation where other countries in the region across Southeast Asia, across the Pacific, including Australia, have to defer to Beijing's choices. So, Minister, is that the view of the government? I mean, do you agree with that framing of that's what China is aiming?
Senator, I know you've been quoting from Mr Shearer. I don't have that quote in front of me.
I'm happy to table
in terms of
the article.
The China issues more broadly, I'm going to ask Mr Hayhurst to comment on those as well. But we have been very clear that the position of China regionally and globally has changed and continues to do so as they have grown. In our view, that comes with not just the opportunity for growth but also responsibility. Responsibility as an international actor, and the aspects of China's actions that affect Australia. In those, we have been explicitly and consistently clear about protecting our own national interests, national security in all our actions. But let me ask Mr Hayhurst to add to that.
And if you could be as brief as possible in response to my question, please, Mr Hayhurst.
Senator, to be clear, if you ask a question about China's place in the world, then I think the officers and those at the table should be able to answer
it. Absolutely.
Mr Hayhurst.
Thank you, Minister. Mr Justin Hayhurst, Deputy Secretary, Geo Strategic Group. The Prime Minister has said China's growing power and influence are a geostrategic fact. Our basic judgment is that they seek advantage, as big powers always do, across many domains, globally and regionally, and certainly in security terms as well as economic terms, they are doing that in our region. And the government's positions are, as outlined just now by the Minister. Some of China's activity is, of course, makes sense as a large trading power and a big economy. Other aspects of its conduct we're concerned about, including in relation to consistency of its actions with international law, regional stability and other considerations.
So in summary, I mean, does the government agree with that position that was put forward by the Director General of the ONI that China is aiming to have global preeminence?
I don't have the transcript or the article with me, but the assessments indicated by the Director of National Intelligence are, that's the advice that goes to government, but I haven't seen it, and I don't know whether it's a verbatim quote or a journalistic interpretation.
No, well, it's a quote in quotation marks from comments that he apparently made at a business summit put on by the Australian Financial Review.
Judging from your relaying of the comments, Senator, it is consistent with our view that China has an ambitious, expansive and growing strategic agenda, and that its growing power and influence are both evident and something to which Australia and all other countries in the world and the region respond.
Mr Shearer also states that he is frustrated by the lack of a proper regional economic plan from the Biden administration. Are you also frustrated by that?
I'm not frustrated by that, Senator, but I would note that the Biden administration has made it clear that it is pursuing a cohesive and broader agenda to the region and is in discussions with partners about its economic policies in the region.
Are you discussing with the US to be encouraging them to be putting forward a substantial strategy, and are you discussing with them to rejoin the CPTPP?
On the questions of the trade agreement, I might ask my colleague Tim Yeen perhaps to answer, but we discuss US regional policy in all its dimensions very regularly at all levels. From our point of view, as we have always said, the maximum extent of US engagement, economic and security, is strongly in Australia's interests and in the interests of regional stability and prosperity.
Senator, I think Mr Hayhurst has answered that question.
Yeah, okay. Mr Shearer also said, was reported as saying that Australia was partnering with other democracies largely because we want to have some hope of at least curbing some of China's more assertive behaviour. Does the department or do you, Minister, see that as a key operating principle of our multilateral engagement in the region?
Senator, I'll again ask Mr Hayhurst to add to this, but overwhelmingly and ultimately our engagement is in pursuit of Australia's interests with like-minded partners, particularly in the region. We see whether it is through working with ASEAN, which is central to our view of the Indo-Pacific, through the Australia-ASEAN Comprehensive Strategic Partnership, the first ever inked by ASEAN earlier this year, is an important reminder of that. Our work within the Quad, which goes to the priorities of the region, whether that includes matters such as COVID-19 response and provision of vaccines, or development of infrastructure, or cyber issues, that in and of itself, which saw a meeting occur in Melbourne in February of all of the Quad foreign ministers. That's about a free and open Indo-Pacific, Senator, and the values that we hold as liberal democracies within the Quad, but also the importance of protecting sovereignty in the region. I know not all countries in the region are characterised as liberal democracies. Of course they're not. But overwhelmingly the countries of the region prize their sovereignty.
Okay, look, I'll move on because I know I'm running out of time. So just a few questions about our involvement and our support for Ukraine. In particular, the acceptance of Ukrainians to Australia and people fleeing Ukraine coming to Australia. My colleague Senator McKim asked questions in Home Affairs yesterday about visas that have been granted to people known to be in the Ukraine. We've got 1,400 people that arrived in Australia so far, which is certainly appreciated. What he found out, however, that Home Affairs only have one official working in the vicinity of the Ukraine-Polish border, and I wanted to know whether Foreign Affairs have got other officials?
So we've deployed a number of crisis response teams, Senator, at a number of points. I'll ask Mr McLaughlin to provide you with that information.
Thank you, Senator. We have 8 people working currently in the region, a team of roughly...
In addition to our posts, Senator.
Yes, sorry, thank you. 5 in Poland, 3 down in Moldova at the moment.
And I know it's not your position to be providing advice to Home Affairs, but would you... I will ask you anyway. I mean, to me, only having one official from Home Affairs to deal with visas at the border seems to me to be entirely inadequate given the scale of the number of people seeking visas.
Sorry.
I was going to say, Senator, I understand the point that you make in the simple terms of an individual, as you say, but it is not just Australia that is working on these matters. There is a great deal of coordination between partners, both at the border and within neighbouring countries. Home Affairs has officials. I'm sure they were able to speak for themselves. I didn't hear their evidence, but they have officials at our posts in a number of locations around Europe who I would be confident in saying are also part of their response. But Mr McLaughlin may wish to add to that.
I don't have too much to add to that, except to note, Senator, that the individual that we've had in Poland working with our team has been working very effectively. Of course, we've been able to grant visas through Home Affairs. This is properly their area of expertise. It's not been a break on people getting here, but of course, once a person has a visa, it doesn't necessarily mean they'll automatically seek to travel directly to Australia.
Okay, look, I'll move on. I want to go to the government's pledge to buy, and which I understand they have bought, 70,000 tonnes of coal from Whitehaven to donate to the Ukraine. What did the Commonwealth pay for that 70,000 tonnes of coal?
Senator, my view is you would have to ask the relevant agency, which is the Department of Industry. I think.
Yes, that's right.
Industry, Science,
and Resources.
Energy and Resources. Our engagement was certainly by way of conversations between the Prime Minister and relevant counterparts. Was raised with me by relevant counterparts as well, both from Poland and from Ukraine.
Okay, and is the cost of that coal included in our humanitarian assistance, or is
No,
it in
Senator.
additional to it? Okay. And so, any further about coal industry, I will follow that up with them.
Thank you.
Okay. Julian Assange. Minister, in previous questions I've asked you about Julian Assange. One of the reasons why you have said that you can't comment any further was because there were legal cases underway. And in particular, my requests and the requests of so many people in the community for you to request the UK government to release Julian Assange and to allow him to come back to Australia if he would like to, still would like to do so. My understanding now is that the legal cases have now run their course. Have you, since those legal proceedings completed, been in contact with the UK government? And will you now request the UK government to release Julian Assange from prison?
Senator, I haven't had contact with the UK government on this matter during that period, but I'm happy if officials want to add anything else to that.
Mr. Gerard can update us on the latest.
Thank you. I believe the question was, have we had interactions with the UK government? No, we have not, Senator. That court decision on 14 March, we haven't received a written decision from that, so we're waiting for further details from the court.
So we've got over 2 weeks since then. We've still got an Australian citizen in prison. We've no longer got legal proceedings underfoot.
Yeah, no.
I think the appeals process is still available to Mr. Assange, but I stand to be corrected on that.
I mean, my understanding is that basically a decision would now need to be made by the UK Home Secretary as to whether or not to extradite, and then at that stage there then would be a further appeal. So at this stage there aren't any legal proceedings underfoot.
First though, Senator, the matter must return to the Magistrates Court to be referred to the UK Home Secretary. So we're waiting on that. That hasn't happened yet. That'll be the next step. It's not a straight referral.
All right, thank you. Minister, in October and February estimates, I asked you about the media reporting on proposals by foreign intelligence to kidnap or kill Julian Assange, and I just want to have another go at that and about the communications from the US, any communications from the US government to you since that story became public. Have they denied any of that reporting to you or the government?
Senator, I, as you know, don't comment on my engagements with other governments, but this matter has not been raised with me in that context, no.
So they haven't denied it then? And have they
No,
in any way...
Senator, you cannot say that. Because I said that I'm not going to speculate on those matters, and then I have clarified with you that it has not been raised with me. So it's not a case of not agreeing to it or not denying it. I'm saying it has not been discussed.
Yes, it hasn't been raised with you.
It
That's
has not
right,
been
which means that
discussed.
in order to be denied, it would have to have been raised with you, Minister.
It has not been discussed, Senator.
It has not been discussed, and so they have not sought to convey that the reporting in any way overstated the proposals that were being considered.
Senator, I think well, Senator, I have nothing more to add.
Okay. Actually, back to Ukraine and the sanctions against the various Russian oligarchs and others and Russian businesses, which we are very, certainly very welcomed in terms of applying pressure on Russia. I'm interested in Viktor Vekselberg, who owns a 16% shareholding of Canadian company Falcon Oil and Gas, joint venture with Origin. Origin owns 77% of the Beetaloo exploration lease, and Falcon owns 23%. So he has got a stake in the Beetaloo exploration lease. So he is listed on the autonomous sanctions. Mr. Vekselberg's listed on the autonomous sanctions regime, isn't he?
He has been listed, Senator,
yes.
But I'll ask Mr. Walters to answer these questions. Ms. Cooper.
Andrew Walter, First Assistant Secretary, Regulatory Legal Division. Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and under that sanctions list, giving an asset to a person listed is an offence under law, isn't it?
That's correct.
Yes. Is it an offence to do something that increases the value of assets held by a listed person?
So the legislation makes an offence to directly or indirectly provide an asset to a designated person. The question you're asking, we'd have to get a lot more specific, and we'd have to have a lot more detail about the corporate structures and the flows of finance and so forth.
I will go to the specifics in that in testimony to the Beetaloo inquiry last week, Origin Energy said that Mr Vekselberg owns the equivalent of 4% of the Origin and Falcon joint venture. So if the Beetaloo Basin was issued a production permit by the Northern Territory Government, would they be effectively providing an asset to Mr Vekselberg as an effective 4% owner?
So I was present when that testimony was provided by Origin Energy. They also said in that testimony a couple of things that I think are useful. First is that they have reached out to this department and that we are talking to them about their arrangements. And they have indicated that they are seeking an indicative assessment of those arrangements. So we are in consultations with Origin at the moment. I can't give you any more information than that, but those discussions are on foot, and they're sharing information about their activities and arrangements. I think the second point that was made, and I think it's an important one, is they stress that the project is at a very early stage, and at this stage it's very clear that there has been no transfer of assets to Mr Vekselberg on their testimony.
Okay, so we can wait a further assessment as to whether...
As I said, we are in active discussions with Origin.
Okay, and will the results of those discussions be made public?
It's probably a question for Origin, really. So we have a system where we have those confidential discussions to aid and support Australian business as they try and give effect to our sanctions. They're obviously very commercially sensitive, those discussions, and they're on the basis that those companies are trying to comply. So I think those questions would be best directed to Origin in due course.
But they don't, Origin, of course, don't appear before Senate estimates and aren't required to answer questions. Yep. So we might need to pursue this at some later stage. Look, in my final 2 minutes, I also want to go to sanctions, in particular against the Sri Lankan war crime, allegations of Sri Lankan war crimes against General Jagath Jayasuriya, and I've got a table. There was an article in The Guardian yesterday where federal police blamed an administrative oversight for huge delays in reviewing war crimes allegations against General Jayasuriya. I'm wanting to know, and the Australian, I think there has been a ban, basically sanctions under Magnitsky sanctions, a proposal for him to be sanctioned by the Australian Centre for whatever they are called, Justice? Anyway, from human rights groups, and so I want to know how DFAT and the Minister for Foreign Affairs have responded to this request from human rights groups to sanction General Jayasuriya.
I can say, Senator, that yes, we did receive a report. I think it was the Centre for...
Australian Centre for International Justice, I think it is.
Yep.
Yeah.
So we did receive representations from them. We are giving them consideration, but otherwise there's nothing more I can add at this point.
So can you tell me what the sort of timeline would likely to be? I mean, given the documentation that has been prepared by ACIJ?
So as you'd appreciate, ultimately the question of imposing sanctions is a question for the Minister, and there's a whole range of factors that will go into that, including, of course, whether the particular allegations would meet the listing criteria set out in our thematic sanctions regime under the Autonomous Sanctions Act. So we need to work through all those things, but ultimately that's all those things are a matter for the Minister ultimately We have the report, we're considering it.
Okay. Minister, are you concerned that Australia is a safe haven for alleged war criminals from Sri Lanka?
Senator, I'm not sure that I would agree with that characterisation. And if your next question is whether I am considering sanctioning this individual or not, then I would say that I don't speculate on those who may be the subject of sanctions. That only enables them to try to avoid them.
Okay, thank you. Thanks. I think my
Sen-
time's up.
Thank you, Senator Rice. The committee is suspended until 4:17.
Thank you, Chair.
I thought you'd be talking serious business, not just chit-chat.
Well, it was serious business,
All
but
right,
it was in
good.
the nature of a chat.
All right,
Because we
the
thought
committee
waiting
is resumed and either Senator Wong or Ayres has the call. Senator Ayres.
I wasn't going to... I'd sort of forgotten about this matter, about Mr Brandis's car accident. But I watched The Italian Job over the weekend and it, for some reason, rather reminded me
Thanks so much for that context, Senator.
of this incident. I always think context is helpful.
It's going so well, Senator.
You said, Secretary, that there was two investigations. There was an initial investigation, preliminary investigation done at Posts, which I think you described as narrow in scope. Who did that investigation?
Senator, I'll ask Mr Hudson to take you through the detail on that one.
Thanks, Mr Hudson.
Senator Adrian Hudson, Chief Operating Officer. So the initial inquiry that you've referred to was undertaken at Post and they used a local law firm, Mr Simon Devonshire QC.
Mr Simon Devonshire QC. And when was that initiated and who initiated it?
So it was initiated by the Post, so at the High Commission in London, and that was initiated, he was engaged on the 1st of December 2021.
So it was initiated by but Mr Brandis is the High Commissioner who at Post initiated the investigation.
So I don't know who specifically initiated that, Senator. My advice is it was on the recommendation of the local Labor lawyer at Post, but I don't know who actually did the initiation.
The local...
I understand it was probably the Deputy Head of Mission, but we'll check that
I'll
out. But
need to
that's
check
my
to confirm
understanding.
that,
It was the Deputy Head of Mission.
Was your advice sought about that, Secretary?
No.
Before that investigation happened?
I don't recall it being raised with me. It could have been raised elsewhere in the department, but it was subsequently raised with me, and that's when I asked for the broader inquiry.
So, okay, I'll come back to that in a moment. When was this Mr Devonshire's investigation completed?
It was completed on the 10th of January 2022.
Just remind me of when this incident happened.
The original incident to which you're referring, Senator, occurred on the 2nd of November 2021.
2nd of November, and investigation, then this preliminary investigation commenced when?
The engagement occurred on the 1st of December 2021.
So a month later, investigation commences, and no advice was sought. Were you aware of the incident between the 2nd of November and the 1st of December, Secretary?
Senator, I was aware of the incident immediately, and I think it was the People Division in our here in Canberra were engaging with Post.
Why didn't the investigation happen immediately?
Senator, I think we'd have to take that on notice to work out when. I think Mr Hudson's talked about when he was engaged. I'm just we'll need to determine whether there was a process where terms of reference were established, whether there was engagement with is it Devonshire?
Devonshire, yes.
Mr Devonshire before that, and then the engagement took place on the 1st of December.
But you didn't direct or otherwise engage with the engagement of Mr Devonshire, but prior to that happening?
No, and I think this was occurring at post, and there could have been some consultation with our people division, and we can check that. But I think, as I gave evidence last time, it was quite a narrow framing.
Yes, we'll come to that framing in a moment. I'm just wonder why nothing happened between the 2nd of November and the 1st of December. You say you became aware of it essentially the day after, or thereabouts, soon after?
I did. And then I think, so you're talking about the Mr Devonshire investigation, so I'd like to...
No, I'm talking about the Mr Brandis's incident.
So Mr Brandis's incident?
When did you become aware of that?
I became aware of it not long after it had occurred.
Yes.
We'd have to refer back, but it was within days of it occurring.
Yeah. And so I just don't understand why in between the 2nd of November and the 1st of December at Post End and Canberra End, was there any action undertaken?
So my recollection, and that's what I'm just asking, and we might see whether we can get some more detail about when the discussion first occurred with Mr Devonshire about a terms of reference, because when we do these investigations, usually you have to engage the person, then you have to get a terms of reference, and then that sometimes takes time. So we can determine whether that was occurring during that period. And then I think the evidence I gave last time was that I, in early December, asked for an external party run through Canberra to investigate this matter.
You and Post knew enough about it at the time to offer to pay for the vehicle that
Yes, Senator.
Mr Brandis had run into while he was chasing the motorcade?
The incident, Mr Brandis was not driving the vehicle. The incident occurred, and the first priority, of course, was to ensure that everyone was safe. The second was to engage with the authorities to ensure that our relationships remained intact, and the Deputy Head of Mission apologised to the police for the incident and offered to make repayment.
Make good, yeah.
Then we sought to, the Post sought to investigate the matter, and then subsequently I directed that a broader investigation be carried out.
And what was too narrow about the preliminary investigation? Have you got the you said terms of reference. Have you got the terms of reference for the preliminary investigation?
I don't have the terms of reference, but my understanding is that it was about the driver's actions on the day. And I wanted to ensure that it wasn't just whether or not we had had appropriate workplace practices in place to ensure that incidents like this were minimised. To make sure that the practices around how long drivers were on task for, to make sure that we had appropriate practices in place to guard against work health and safety incidents.
And what did you... what did you discover about what happened in this instance? When was the driver engaged that day? How long had the driver been engaged the day before?
Senator, I don't think we are yet to have that. So that's from the second investigation, and that investigation is not yet complete. Mr Hudson can give you an update on where that investigation's at.
So, Senator, as the Secretary mentioned, that's not yet complete. That is one of the things that is being looked at. I have personally engaged with Ashurst a number of times in relation to this matter since last estimates, including a briefing yesterday. We expect the investigation will be finalised by the end of this month, and good progress has been made in terms of the investigation to date.
So investigation finalised end of April?
That's the current indication in terms of the progress that's been made to date, Senator, yes.
Incident occurred the beginning of November. When does Mr Brandis finish up?
My recollection, and I believe we spoke about this last estimate, is
did.
the 30th of April 2022.
Senator, I would note that London has been subject to quite stringent lockdowns for COVID during this period, particularly from the start of December until mid-February, or So we can get you the exact dates, but there has been significant lockdowns during that period.
It wasn't envisaged that Ashurst to travel to London, was it? I mean, there are telephones. We had the President of Ukraine address the Parliament yesterday. What impact does COVID happen on Ashurst's capacity to pick up the telephone and engage with witnesses and participants in this?
It's also whether witnesses would prefer to give their material in face-to-face, and I think we have offered them the opportunity to do that. And to ensure they're supported as well.
Ensure support. Has anyone sought legal advice or support?
I am unaware of that, but if the interviews were occurring in the High Commission building, there would be the Senior Administrative Officer would be there to ensure that support for individuals are in place.
Mr Hudson, the driver, or Mr Brandis or any staff been provided with legal representation during the process of this investigation?
Senator, I'm not aware that any officers of the department have requested that support.
So 2nd of November, 6 months before we get this, will it be, we have to wait for next estimates to see this report? You intend to release the report?
Senator, I haven't seen the report yet, so I'm awaiting for the report and I'll assess it at that time.
So how many A-based and locally engaged staff in London have been interviewed? How many Australia?
So I'm not sure of the exact number, Senator, but I'm anticipating at least half a dozen people will be involved in that process.
We haven't come to that. So you don't know how many?
So I don't know the exact number, Senator, but I expect around half a dozen or so. So it's around that quantum. I don't have a specific number. It's not finalised yet.
Any Canberra-based staff?
Not that I'm specifically aware of, Senator.
Any Prime Minister's office or ministerial staff interviewed as part of the investigation?
No, I don't believe that's part of the scope, Senator.
Scotland Yard officers?
I'm not aware that will be included, Senator. My understanding is Ashurst will be looking to interview staff who work for DFAT.
Can you tell me how much has been spent to date on Ashurst and how much this investigation will cost?
So, Senator, while I can't give you a figure of year-to-date expenditure, I can advise that the work order that I execute is to the value of up to $70,000.
It's an expensive prem, isn't it?
Senator, I think it's important that we understand from an operational perspective, because this is not just this post, this is posts right across the world, and I think it's very important that we look at the incident and determine whether there are any lessons that need to be put in place for our practices across all our posts.
Thank you.
Senator Wong.
I will come back to you, Mr Hudson, shortly, but Secretary Campbell, I wonder, you've been Secretary for, I'm sorry, when were you appointed?
July last year.
July last year. So I wonder, I might give you the opportunity now, if I could, to ask you as head of the department to give the committee a bit of an outline of your view as to the role of diplomacy and foreign policy in delivering for the nation in a much more complex and contested world.
Senator, I think it's very important that the department is able to provide advice to government about the challenges of providing diplomatic advice in this more complex world. So I think it's important that we have a very strong base here in Canberra who is able to, and we're able to provide advice as well as strong representation at post throughout the world, where we are able to engage with the countries where people are posted, as well as in many locations where we can engage with counterpart countries to determine ways forward when we face challenges, as we have already discussed here this afternoon. So I consider that DFAT's role is to provide that advice to government and to work across government with other agencies to ensure that we provide a joined up approach, and that's with key departments such as Prime Minister and Cabinet, Defence, Home Affairs and, of course, intelligence agencies. It is really important for us to have people with skills in foreign policy and diplomacy, development, trade, consular and corporate, who are able to work at our posts as well as work here in Canberra, but importantly, able to develop those relationships and the analysis skills so that we can bring that information back and support the government in their decision making.
So I'm interested in how you see the role of both foreign policy and diplomacy.
So, in regards to advising government on decision
prosecuting, advancing Australia's interests and values.
So I consider foreign policy to be a key element of any government's toolbox in engaging with the world. So foreign policy allows the Australian government to very clearly articulate what its position is on key matters, but also for the government of the day to be able to respond to events that have occurred, such as Ukraine. So I think if we took Ukraine, for example, it's important that we are able to engage with the Ukrainian government, but also engage with other partners in the region who are equally like-minded, as well as understanding where countries such as Russia participate. So foreign policy and diplomacy are essential tools of any government, and I think they form part of the collective decision-making of a government, but it is advice to the democratically elected government of the day.
Do you recall a speech, I think it was a joint presentation given by Secretary Adamson and the CDF in relation to diplomacy and defence and the relationship between them?
I have some recollection.
Yeah, so they described them, I think Secretary Adamson described diplomacy and defence as two sides of the same coin. I'm interested in how you see diplomacy working with other elements of national power, such as, military and strategic capability.
So I think there are many sides to the coin. So yes, there is foreign policy, there is defence policy, there's also economic policy in order to influence and take forward a country's interests and objectives. So I see foreign policy as working very closely with those other levers that government has. Foreign policy and diplomacy, importantly, have presence on the ground in many countries and is interfacing with like-mindeds and non-like-mindeds to understand their position and to represent Australia's position to those governments. So I consider diplomacy and foreign policy to be a key element, but not the only element when government is making decisions about issues of the world. So I think it's a whole-of-government effort. Foreign policy, it's our job to get out there and understand what other countries are doing, to persuade, to influence, to work with those to advance Australia's interests. But I do see a role for other departments and other portfolios in that broad objectives.
Now, obviously we live in a world of finite resources, and I'll come to DFAT resources shortly, but I'd like to get some sense of how you, at a sort of high level, would prioritise DFAT's resources to best prosecute our interests, play to our strengths.
So I always think it's very important to look at resources that are allocated to a department and make sure the first thing is that we are spending everything that we have and that we are staffing up to our maximum limits, and that's what I have set out to do in the last period, is to make sure we have recruited up to our ASL levels and to make sure that we are spending the money that has been allocated by government. Government has provided additional funding over the past budgets, and we are ensuring that we've got the capacity and capability to spend that money against what we've been allocated for. If I think about priorities, government has given indications on where their priorities are in this space, the Pacific, in the Indo-Pacific.
Yeah, but that's a regional priority. I'm actually making a slightly more granular point or deeper point, which is if you look at departmental functions,
okay,
right, in order to deliver those regional or strategic priorities, where do you think, give me a sense of how you see resource allocation in the department being, what's the hierarchy, I suppose, or the weighting?
So I kind of don't see it as a hierarchy.
All right, what's the weighting? Like, how do you think we need more in the diplomatic network, more in,
so Senator, what I've
in
done
in Mr. Hayhurst's or
so Senator,
Ms. Lawson, Mr. Hayhurst, Ms. Lawson's area, or do we need more in the Pacific area? I'm interested in your views about the resourcing.
So we reorganised the department towards the end of last year to have a third geographical group, for want of a better term, which is the group that Ms. Cooper leads.
Yeah, it's an interesting. I mean, it's an interesting inversion. Excuse me, when you've got global partners and Southeast Asia.
So in the past, we had some of those divisions, which were such as the European and Latin American division and Middle East and Africa, had been parts of other groups, and I wasn't convinced that we were able to give the right amount of attention to the diplomatic and foreign policy elements, because they were kind of distributed in other groups. So bringing those together with a focus on Southeast Asia, I thought was a priority, and that's why we established the additional group. So, and that group could focus on Southeast Asia as well as Europe and Middle East and Africa. So I consider that each of the elements, trade, development, and the geographical groups, are all very important to advancing Australia's interests and priorities in the world. And we are working through the budget processes. It's fair to say the budget processes have been somewhat centralised, and the staffing attribution and allocation has been centralised, and I'm looking to distribute that to the deputies in order that we can work through where those priorities lie and then see which areas still need more attention. So we, at the moment, Ukraine, and I know this is geographical, but Ukraine requires more attention. So we need to have the flexibility to be able to stand up task forces to support government as it is in putting in place sanctions, and have some flexibility in the capacity to do that. We also need to look at the overseas posts, and we have allocated additional resources to some overseas posts so far, particularly around AUKUS, to support the work that's done there. But it is a work in progress. I'm keen to work out a mechanism of understanding different posts and different priorities to ensure, at the moment, if a post requires additional resources, we need a more streamlined process where they can approach and talk about what the challenges are in their post. Now, I've done that on a number of occasions, but we're looking to put in place a more streamlined process for that.
Okay. And since you've been Secretary, Mr Yeend has been appointed Associate Secretary.
Yes, Senator.
Mr Hudson has been appointed Deputy Secretary.
He was transferred as the Chief Operating Officer, yes, Senator.
And Mr McLaughlin has been appointed as Deputy Secretary.
Yes, Senator.
And Mr McLaughlin is a former staffer of Mr Dutton.
And before that, an employee of the Department of Home Affairs and an employee of the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, Senator.
Was he a personal staff member, or was he seconded from the departments to Mr
I understand he was employed under the Ministerial and Parliamentary Services Act,
So
and,
not seconded?
I don't know. I can
Right.
take that on notice, but I
Who was
do-
on the appointment panel for Mr
So it was a
McLaughlin?
selection process run, Prime Minister and Cabinet, Defence and Foreign Affairs ran a joint selection process, so myself, it was chaired by Phil Gaetjens, Greg Moriarty was on the panel, and Peter Walcott, the Public Service Commissioner,
Wow.
was also
Mr.
on the
Gaetjens.
panel.
Mr Gaetjens pops up in a lot of places, doesn't he? Were you on it?
I was on it, yes, myself.
And Mr McLaughlin is actually Mr Dutton's former Chief of Staff?
Yes, Senator, and a former member of the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. And Ms Cooper was promoted through that selection process as well.
Yeah, but she's not a former Chief of Staff to a minister in the lead up to an election, is she?
Ms Cooper
Did anyone
has-
discuss this appointment with you before they went through the process? Did the minister, anyone from Mr Dutton's office?
No, Senator. It was
Did
a merit.
Mr McLaughlin discuss it with you?
It was a merit selection process.
Oh, well, that is something that others might want to comment on. I'm not going to, let's not engage in that, but I'm just asking about discussions with you in the context of that process.
I was aware that Mr McLaughlin had
What?
been in Mr Dutton's office.
Were you aware that he was in that office? How were you aware? Just because you dealt with him?
Because he had a CV, so when we do selection processes, a full merit process requires candidates to provide their work experience and
You'll
the CV.
forgive me for not accepting the full merit process. I think we all have been through estimates for many years about Mr Gaetjens' engagement on processes, but I don't want to get into that argument now.
Well,
But-
Senator, I was a member of that selection process,
Yes.
as was the Public Service Commissioner, as was the Secretary of Defence.
Sure. Okay. And you asked Mr Hudson to come over?
I did. Ms Sadhu was previously the Chief Operating
Yes,
Officer.
I'm aware.
And she's been posted.
Mr Hudson, I have some questions about organisational culture programs. You're responsible now for those, are you?
So yes, Senator, that would fall within my scope of responsibility.
Yeah. And you were previously with DSS?
Yes, I was previously with a number of different organisations, but most recently DSS.
And you began in January of this year?
Yes, 10th of January, if I recall correctly, Senator.
And I understand you made a speech to new DFAT officers, which was tweeted about by an ABC journalist on the 28th of February. I'm just wondering if you can provide an outline of what that speech entailed.
Senator, apologies, I believe you're referring to a meeting I held with the 2021 selection of the 2021 graduates who are at the end of their first year of their graduate program. That was the informal discussion and morning tea I had with them.
I'm sorry?
That was an informal discussion, and I just said morning tea. It may have actually been afternoon tea, so apologies if I've gotten the timing of the day incorrect. But it was an informal meeting with the graduates where I spoke about the public service, what it means to be a public servant, how the Public Service Act operates, particularly the Code of Conduct and the APS values, how the public service works together, so the notion of one APS, the role that different departments play in working together. I gave them some insights into my own career history, and we spoke about different opportunities that they may have an interest in pursuing in their public service careers.
It's been suggested by some that you made comments which stress the importance of moving between several departments rather than simply spending several years developing specialist expertise at DFAT. Just wondering if that's accurate or not.
Senator, I certainly spoke about the importance of, when you're a public servant, having a broad experience base. A broad experience base can be achieved in a number of different ways, and I talked about different ways that could be achieved. One of those could be doing different jobs, working on different projects, participating in cross-project teams, IDCs alike, working in the private sector, working in the academic sector, working in other agencies. I also spoke specifically about...
Do you have notes? of your speech?
No, Senator, I did
So
not.
this is all off your head?
That's correct, Senator,
Okay.
yes.
Did you say that if staff didn't move between departments 4 or 5 times, they wouldn't progress?
No, I did not say that,
Did
Senator.
you ever use the phrase dead wood or DFAT lifters?
No, I did not say that,
Sorry,
Senator.
DFAT lifers.
No, I did not
Are
use
you
those
sure?
terms, Senator.
Because that's been reported.
No,
I hadn't. Let me finish.
Apologies, Senator.
Like, I didn't make this up. So I'm again putting to you, did you ever use the words dead wood?
No, I did not, Senator, and I take offence at the suggestion that I did.
I'm just putting to you.
I'm not taking offence, Senator, at yourself, at whoever suggested this.
DFAT lifers?
No, Senator, I've never used that term. Having
Did you
recently joined the department myself, I'm still learning how this department operates and who's who and how different things occur. So I haven't formed views and certainly not inappropriate views like that. As I said, the basis of my discussion with the graduates was to talk about the important role the public service plays and the important role that we play ourselves and to share with them some of my insights and my experiences in the public service. And I certainly did not raise those sorts of issues.
Did you tell these officers that was there any suggestion from you to these officers that they weren't special and they shouldn't regard themselves as special because they work for DFAT?
No, Senator. What I spoke about was the important role that all APS agencies play.
Right.
There are a number of departments of state, a number of agencies, and we all have a critical contribution to make to the broader role of the APS.
Mr Hudson, can you tell me, what do you think you might have said which might have given that impression?
I'm not sure, Senator. I can say to you now that I'm genuinely shocked to hear the reflections that you're sharing that somebody has shared with you, because it does not in any way represent or characterise what I said. One or multiple, I can tell you that it does not in any way, shape or form represent what I said or my views.
Can you tell me what you said about the former Secretary Adamson's emphasis on encouraging diversity and flexible working hours?
I don't recall specifically speaking about anything that the former secretary talked about, Senator.
Was there any suggestion that this emphasis was misplaced?
I didn't make such an emphasis, Senator.
No.
In fact...
No, the former Secretary's emphasis on diversity and flexibility, did you say anything to suggest that that emphasis was misplaced?
Absolutely not, Senator. And that's not a view that I have to begin with, particularly on the diversity front, having been a former Indigenous champion, having been a former disability champion. I'm very proud of the work that I've done in the public service over a long period of time, particularly the time I spent in the Northern Territory, where diversity was at the forefront, particularly diversity within our workforce was at the forefront of the approaches I took and the way I lead my teams.
Did you say anything about your view about this agenda?
No, Senator, I did not.
Sorry, your evidence is you didn't say anything at all about it.
I don't recall those issues being raised at all, okay. Senator.
Did you suggest that the government or department might consider or should consider opening up positions at posts to agencies beyond DFAT?
Senator, I spoke about the value that breadth of experience brings to our role in the public service and that there are many different pathways to working in the overseas network. I recall one of the graduates indicated to me that...
what does that mean, many different pathways?
Well, I was speaking to a group of graduates, Senator. So, for example, one pathway is to join DFAT as a graduate and to have an experience in DFAT and be posted overseas. That's not everybody's pathway. There are many different pathways to a career in the public service and a career in DFAT. I was speaking to the graduates about the importance of having breadth of experience and encourage the graduates to have a think about what pathway they may want to choose. And in fact, the point I made was that there was not one single pathway, that in fact there could be many different pathways and that people should think about how they get a breadth of experience to be able to not only work within DFAT and potentially work in our overseas network, but also the topic of promotion came up as well. So when people are considering promotion opportunities, the sorts of experiences they might want to have to be competitive in those sorts of rounds.
It's a lot of words, so if people took out of that there was a view from senior levels of DFAT that positions at posts should be opened up more broadly to other pathways in the public service than DFAT, would that have been a legitimate reading of what you said? Interpretation of what you said?
So, Senator, when jobs in the public service are filled, they're generally advertised and anybody can apply for those jobs, and we spoke about
Chiefs
that.
of Staff to Cabinet Ministers.
And
apparently.
when and so that means a person could come into DFAT, and of course, once a person is in DFAT, they could absolutely be posted overseas. So, so without any negative connotation associated with that, that's the sorts of things that I was talking about.
Senator, we have been focused on recruiting in the last 8 months because we were a significant number below where we needed to be for our staffing levels to fulfil the roles that government asked us to do. That's required a doubling of the graduate intake this year, and it's also lateral recruiting in order to get up to the number of people we need. So it could be that there are some concerns about additional people coming in from outside.
Mr Hudson, you're responsible for the diversity and inclusion objectives and policies.
Yes, Senator, that falls in my scope of responsibility.
Can you give me an overview of those?
Yes, I can, Senator. So within the department, we've got 3 key initiatives that underpin our approach to diversity. The first is the Leadership at DFAT initiative that relates specifically to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander employees. The second is the Women in Leadership initiative. And the third is our Diversity and Inclusion Framework.
Sorry, can you say that again? One is...
So the first is, it's called Leadership at, like the at symbol, DFAT. The second one is Women in Leadership. And the third is our Diversity and Inclusion Framework. So in each of those 3 frameworks, we are specifically looking to achieve particular outcomes, whether they be a particular representation within our workforce, whether that specifically looks towards things such as development, career pathways, etc. So we have the frameworks. We then have a number of mechanisms we use to assist us to achieve the objectives that we have. So, for example, we have, you may recall I mentioned earlier, champion roles. So that's fairly common in APS agencies to have a senior member of the executive team be a champion for a particular workforce cohort. We have staffing committees made up of both people from and not from particular cohorts who meet, who talk about how things are working, who assist us in how we progress those strategies. We have a set of special days we recognise, functions that we run. So it's kind of a multi-layered approach to how we talk about and...
So when I go to your website, there is a 2017-2020 Disability Action Strategy. Is that still active or is it going to be updated?
So that will need to be updated with those dates, Senator.
So the one on the website is the old one, the Secretary Adamson strategy?
I'm not sure which one's on the website, Senator.
Well, I have signed off on another one.
Sure,
Just so that
your
it's not
it might just be your website.
It could be, Senator.
The 2016 to 2020 Indigenous Recruitment and Career Development Strategy, is that going to be updated?
So, Senator, the Leadership at DFAT strategy was launched in September 2020. So, the one that's on the website that you've just referenced may well indeed be the prior one, but again, I would have to check that to confirm. But
right. The 2018-2021 Cultural and Linguistic Diversity Strategy, is that still active or is it to be updated?
So I suspect that one has been replaced by the broader diversity and inclusion framework I've mentioned. But again, I'm happy to look at our website to see the
and
ones
the
you're looking at.
2018-2021 LGBTI workplace strategy, is that still active or is that being updated as well?
So I'll look at all of these for you, Sandra, to clarify which on the website have been subsequently replaced.
So
and which ones still
basically
need
you've
to be
got a
updated.
diversity and inclusion framework which has brought in disability, Indigenous, cultural and linguistic diversity and LGBTI, is that right?
And gender. So
And gender.
So generally speaking, Santa, the
Well,
approach...
I thought you said women and leadership was one of
Yes, they are.
Stop. You've got a diversity and inclusion framework. Do I understand what you're saying is the previous strategies in relation to disability, Indigenous recruitment and career development, cultural and linguistic diversity and LGBTI workplace strategy have all been subsumed into the diversity and inclusion framework?
So, Sandra, what we would normally have is an overarching framework that covers all of our diversity and inclusion approaches, and then you would normally have a specific action plan for different cohorts. What I'll need to check for you is whether or not any of those cohorts that you've mentioned have been included in that single document or whether they're still maintained as separate documents, and I'll check that for you on notice.
And then you've got a women in leadership refresh, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
So that's the second part of your diversity strategy?
So that's part of the overall diversity strategy.
One of the three: leadership at DFAT, women in leadership, and diversity and inclusion.
It's one of the three high-level strategy
And so the
documents.
second is the refresh.
Yeah, well, that's part of the women in leadership strategy.
It's the second strategy. You
Yes,
told me
the
leadership at
second one.
DFAT, women in leadership, and diversity and inclusion.
Yes, the
framework.
second one, Santa.
Yeah. Whose idea was the refresh, and when did that happen?
I'm not sure if I have the history of that, Senator.
Wasn't it post?
Ms Klugman's at the
Isn't it post? It's post Secretary Adamson's departure, isn't it? The refresh.
No, I don't think
Or was
so.
that prior to?
Prior.
Kathy Klugman,
Ms.
Deputy
Klugman, how are
Secretary,
you?
Development and Multilateral Group. That was before the
Right,
change
okay.
of secretaries. The will refresh is the second. It's a refresh of our women in leadership strategy. It has three areas of focus. The first is will by design. So that's all about making sure that our staffing and other human resources practices actually embed an awareness that staffing rules and procedures can have a gendered impact. So it's trying to get at that. The second pillar is leadership. So that's drawing attention to the responsibility of leaders at every level of the department when it comes to gender equality and other diversity objectives. And the third one is will at post, because we thought it was about time to have a particular focus on what was happening offshore and in our overseas network. And there are various staffing structures that support the implementation of the will refresh.
And we've recently celebrated a number of these with the awards on International Women's Day.
We did. We had a practice of issuing gender equality awards. The Secretary had a ceremony to do just that. What was it at the beginning of March, in the week of International Women's Day, or International Women's Day week, as it tends to be. And through those awards, again, we tried to scoop up a lot of activity that was in areas that are not, customarily the focus of women in leadership work. So offshore, post-team, what we're doing through our trade negotiations that is relevant to gender equality, what we're doing through our IT, information technology systems that's relevant to gender equality.
So for example,
what we did in Afghanistan and the evacuation of people in need and women and girls in need in Afghanistan. So that was a recent event that the Secretary led.
All right, got it. You're good. Mr Hudson, how are you going to deal with the questions I've asked about your speech and what people took out of it?
Sandra, I think I said to you earlier that I'm surprised and concerned to hear the reflections. I appreciate they've come from others, not from yourself. So I think it's important and incumbent on us when we receive feedback that doesn't align with our own perspectives, that we reflect on those and think about what opportunities we have to address those, but also to try to understand, and I don't know whether the people who have spoken to you would be open to, but getting some direct...
People don't speak to me directly.
Apologies, Senator, I wasn't suggesting anything untoward, but the people who have raised these concerns, whether in some way they would be willing to provide feedback more directly around particular things, because I think reflecting on feedback, because what is important to me and has been for a very long time as a leader in the public service is the ability to build capability of people and organisations and other leaders, and also influence and encourage and motivate people. So if there are things that I've said that have not been taken that way, then I would very much appreciate the opportunity to address those issues.
Well, Senator,
I hope that... Sorry.
Sorry, I think it'll be important for me to also explain more clearly to DFAT why it is important for us to recruit, why it's important for us to have doubled the graduate intake, to understand that we have... I don't think
there's no quarrel with that, is there? I mean, all I'd say is I hope that it's an opportunity to reflect on the communication rather than an opportunity to...
But it is important.
Get upset with people.
Oh, Senator, as I think I've said twice now, reflection is important, and I agree with your last comment just now.
I'm going to... I know there's other... just finally, I think we all agree these are the most dangerous or most difficult strategic circumstances the nation's faced probably since the end of World War II. If you look at BP1, page 146, which is... so these are the general public services and trends in particular sub-functions. So this is a budgeting mechanism. And what this shows is that our spending as a nation on foreign aid and diplomacy, which continues a long period of decline, not just on aid but also on DFAT as well. Yes, over the course since this government was elected in 2014.
Not in this last few
No,
years.
since this government was elected. Okay. If you look at table 5.4.1 of BP1, spending on diplomacy declines from between 21-22 to 25-26 from 1.3 billion to 1.25 billion. So this excludes aids, consular and other such measures. And I'm interested, given the circumstances Australia faces, why the government believes that reduction in expenditure on diplomacy is in our national interests.
So, Senator, I would note that in the out years, often funding is provided for initiatives, and that there is likely to be, my experience is, new decisions taken by governments,
but
which means that goes into the out-year funding.
This is departmental expenditure, overseas property, climate change. I mean, this is the second time today where someone said to me, I think it was in the defence portfolio, well, actually, the estimates aren't really real because we're going to get more or we're going to get less. But, I mean, whatever view one takes, we've just had a long discussion about Solomon Islands and the unprecedented circumstances we now face. We've had long talked. Prime Minister talks about these being, the most dangerous circumstances, and we're spending less on diplomacy.
So I think
in the budget, how is that in our national interest?
I think in this budget we are spending.
Would just please look at the table, Secretary. Would help. BP1, page 146.
So I'm just trying to work out the difference between last financial year and this financial year.
Senator, though, I do think it would be worth asking, if I may, Mr Vennick-Bahal to also contribute on this, and then I'll make a comment as well, although he has just given his BP1 to the Secretary, if he needed it.
So
1.327 and 21-22, 1.247, and these are...
So table 5.4.1?
Correct.
And so diplomacy goes from 1.327 to 1.410.
Which goes, and then 1.247 at the end of the forward estimates.
But, so whilst I know you're not going to like this answer, Senator, I note that governments take decisions every budget. And it has been demonstrated that the government has taken decisions to increase the funding in 21-22.
So it doesn't worry you that the budget that's been presented to the Parliament at this time, given everything we've been discussing, forecasts a reduction of around 6% in diplomacy over the forward
Senator,
estimates?
my experience over many years of being a secretary is that this is reflected in many portfolios and that governments make decisions and then next year we see new policy proposals which would see increases. And my experience is that that is generally the case with nearly every portfolio.
And Senator, we do work through these processes every year as the, do you want that back? Every year, as the Secretary has said. In recent years, as I know Mr Venugopal will confirm, we have also seen increases come to the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade through that process, which differed from what was in the forward estimates at any particular
so your
given
answer
time.
essentially is don't trust the budget because we're going to get more than the budget says.
No, I don't think anyone said don't trust the budget, Senator.
You say, look, the budget says you're getting less.
Well, Senator, I think also what we have worked on in recent years also is representative of significant achievements through the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade and the diplomats who do that work.
I think Senator Sheldon had some questions, Chair.
So, I'm sorry, was that the agricultural visa? Yeah, we'll get the appropriate officers to the table.
Oh dear. At least we both know Merrily.
Sheet on the ag visa. It notes that there are an additional 52,000 pre-screened Pacific employees available to deploy, subject to available quarantine arrangements. That's the exact wording. What I just want to be clear about, given those numbers, what's the explanation why we need to target other countries for a smaller number of agricultural workers?
Well, one reason, Senator, which is carefully and clearly explained at the beginning of the fact sheet, is the projected or the efforts proposed to grow Australia's agricultural and primary industry sectors to reach $100 billion in value by 2030, which will take, in the view of the sector, and stakeholders, many of whom have been engaging through my department and the predecessor departments are working on these matters in relation to that growth. So we do have and will continue to maintain the primacy of our Pacific Australia labour mobility, but importantly, this will also complement and build on those existing government programs. As it says, it's a long-term contribution to Australia's labour supply.
But Minister, we've been hoping to gain. It's not clear about what we're going to gain from other countries that isn't available from our Pacific partners right now. And I'm very mindful of the conversation we've just had about Samoa and the Pacific. This isn't sort of downgrading further of our Pacific so-called step-up?
Absolutely not. Not in any way, shape or form. And it is disappointing, Senator, that some commentators seek to characterise it in those words.
Well, it's been characterised as the conflict that's been happening between yourself and Mr Littleproud over the Pacific labour schemes and this new ag visa. And I'm very aware, and there's a whole series of comments in various papers which has gone to this critical point about what effect will be on the Pacific if we're diverting in an inappropriate way with these ag visas.
Did you say in an inappropriate way?
If we divert in an inappropriate way.
Well, we won't, Senator.
Well, I mean, there's been numerous reports. Whilst I'd be pretty confident that I'm not aware of any senator, and certainly includes me. I'm not opposed and very supportive of there being a Pacific Island scheme and eventually an appropriate ag scheme. But there is 52,000 jobs, 52,000 people that are available to come to Australia that could do the critical work in ag visa work within this country. And we're opening up to Asia with this ag visa. We haven't got the details of what the terms of some of these arrangements are, and I'm going to ask about those in a moment, regards the ag visa. But what I'm particularly disturbed about, and that is that doesn't this have an impact on our relationships in the Pacific? Because there is an opportunity for those Pacific nations that's going to be decreased as a result of competing with Asian workers coming in. And there just doesn't seem to be a clear plan when we still have 52,000 of our close neighbours that are available to do this work.
So I don't agree with you, Senator, that the opportunity for the Pacific will be decreased. There's demand from industry for both streams. Industry welcomes this approach, and I don't think that we have to have a one or the other approach. I think that we can do both constructively, both for our primary partners on labour mobility in the Pacific, which you will see in everything that we have said and everything that I have said continues to be our primary source of agricultural, horticultural labour. We can do that, and we can also engage more broadly in the pursuit of the development of an agricultural visa, which is something which has been long pursued, as you know, both within the sector and more broadly.
So, Minister, in a report on the ABC on the 28th of March by the rural reporter Kath Sullivan, the Agriculture Minister David Littleproud, whilst talking about the Vietnamese MOU, Vietnamese government MOU and Australian government, I quote that the Nationals never gave up and pushed our coalition partners to finalise the visa, while acknowledging some of coalition colleagues had struggled to understand the importance of an ag visa. The Nationals' tenacity in finalising the visa will bring about the biggest structural change to the agricultural workforce in our nation's history. Does that include structural change and the effect on those 52,000 Pacific Islands that otherwise could have an opportunity to be here, or some of that cohort of people?
No, it doesn't. And the contribution that Pacific labour mobility plays has particularly been reinforced for me in the last 2 years. Both the workers that have stayed in Australia during the extraordinary challenges of COVID for a number of reasons, but particularly because they were unable to return readily to their own countries. They have continued to support Australia's needs. They have made an extraordinary contribution, which we value very much. In the development of the agricultural visa, we have been completely clear with our Pacific partners on a regular basis of the focus and the primacy of the contribution of Pacific labour mobility, and completely clear, as that fact sheet says, that this is building on existing government programs, not replacing them, not displacing them, not undermining them, but building on them.
And bringing more competition into that area of labour coming into the country, isn't it?
Well, Senator, I don't know if you have another plan to ensure that Australia's agricultural and primary industry sectors are able to reach $100 billion in value by 2030. I'd respectfully say that I haven't seen your party produce a plan to do that. And to do that, we will need as many workers as we possibly can.
Minister, I also know that there's two cohorts of the ag visa, long-term and short-term, based on the department's fact sheet. That wasn't there a month ago. When was this change made?
I'll ask Ms Heineke to respond to that question, Senator.
Danielle Heineke, First Assistant Secretary. Labour and Connectivity Division. Senator, there's always been two streams as part of the ag visa policy process, one seasonal and one long-term, which is a 1 to 4 year visa.
Can you just give me the date when that... so you're saying right from the word go there was the two cohorts? At no point had been split?
Senator, from the announcement, we did embark on a policy process through government to develop the policy parameters of the agriculture visa, and it always has had two streams.
I just want to go to Vietnam now, which I understand has signed an MOU with the Australian government regarding the proposed visa. Can you tell me when the first workers will be arriving on that visa?
Senator, we're currently working through the operational details following the signing of the MOU on Monday with Vietnam and also industry. There are a number of steps which need to be taken. That includes deciding recruitment models with the government of Vietnam. It includes signing of deeds which set out the obligations of employers towards workers, which is very important from a worker protection perspective. It includes in signing of employment contracts, which is in the hands of industry, and it includes various health checks and other pre-departure tests which are required for all visa holders.
So we've got 52,000 pre-screened Pacific Island workers, our near neighbours, and I just want to understand, what's the upper limit then on workers from Vietnam? Is it 52,000? Is it less than that? Is it twice as much as that?
Senator, as we have given in past evidence to this committee, there's an initial upper limit of 1,000 workers from Vietnam, but this will be reviewed in the context of demand and supply in the Australian economy, and it will be reviewed annually. Pacific primacy will be an important part of the supply side of that. We actually have 8,000 workers at the moment under recruitment in the Pacific, with the bulk of those that will move into the agriculture sector. But important to note that the Pacific scheme does cover sectors across the whole Australian economy where there's gaps in rural and regional Australia, so aged care, hospitality, light manufacturing are some of the areas that there has been an increased demand as borders have opened.
Thank you. It mentions in the, you mention in the, well, the department mentions in its program sheet, the fact sheet, it refers to a number of documents. Are we able to get, obviously, a copy of the MOU? Is that available to this committee with Vietnam?
I'll take that on notice, Senator.
So if you can explain that to me, Minister, take it on notice that whether you'll make it available, or it is available, or is it?
I'll take it on notice whether it can be made available to the committee. I'm not sure whether there are any aspects of the MOU which need to be dealt with in confidence, or otherwise any aspects of the MOU which need to be dealt with in confidence for a period of time while the sorts of processes that Ms Heineke has referred to are undertaken. So I'll take it on notice.
So I appreciate that, Minister. It sounds like it's in very early stages of development.
No, well, it doesn't. It exists. I signed it, Senator. I'm not saying the MOU itself is in an early stage of development at all. I'm saying to you that I will take advice about making it available to the committee, which is a perfectly reasonable thing to do, Senator.
I understand that, Minister. I'm just making the observation that there is a lot of steps to go before a series of undertakings and arrangements to be entered into before this agreement, this MOU, comes into a functioning state.
Well, the steps that Ms Heineke set out are what is required, Senator.
There's materials that in the ag visa that is available to understands when it refers to employers' involvement in the scheme, and it goes to just turn to the right page for the moment. It's on page 5. It refers to a number of documents. If you could take on notice, unless you've got them available now, that if they have at the top of the page, it refers to program guidelines.
Program
refers to
arrangements? Oh, yes, program guidelines.
deeds of
yep.
agreement with approved employers. And then further down the page, DFAT will assess accommodation against the requirements set out in the employer guidelines. Would those documents be able to be made available to the committee?
Senator, at the moment those documents are in draft form and there will be a consultation period with stakeholders, relevant partner governments, industry, on the details of those documents shortly.
So what's the timeline and program for those discussions, and who are the parties that are going to be involved?
Senator, we're still finalising those documents at the moment, and we'll be putting them out as soon as we finalise those documents. They're currently actually out with whole of government for consultation across a range of agencies, including Attorney Generals and the Fair Work Ombudsman and other important agencies to worker protections, and they'll be out as soon as we've finalised those and taken through a legal process.
Are employers going to be consulted as well?
Yes, employers, unions, community stakeholders will be included, just as we have gone through the process under the Palm Deed.
A note on page 4, it states towards the bottom of the page, just before the second last dot point, employers will need to offer minimum hours of work to this cohort. Has that been finalised on what that minimum hours would be?
We have settled policy settings, but they will be consulted on as part of that deed process as well.
So we've got quite a few steps to go. Thank you. Back to you, Chair.
All right, that is it. Tom? Yes.
Can I just clarify something earlier?
Yes.
When Senator Wong referred to the announcement of the $22 million in Solomon Islands, I just want to be clear that is part of our bilateral program for this year, our estimates for this year. So just so the clarity, I just want to make sure the record's clear.
This year, 21-22?
21-22, yeah. 21-22.
Thank you for that clarification. That concludes the committee's examination of the department's non-trade programs for today. I thank the officers for their attendance, and the committee will now move to its examination of the department's trade programs.
Do you guys have any questions at all? All right. I've texted Janet Rice, but you start.
Tim, so what's your plan on this? I will help you.
And he would talk about accounting. Do you want that?
Yeah. But do I want to? No. But if you'd like me to help you, then I'm very happy to. Yeah, sounds good.
Now that we have the officials at the table, I welcome Senator the Honourable Marise Payne in her capacity as representing the Minister for Trade, Tourism and Investment and officers from the department with responsibility for trade programs. And let me guess, Minister, no opening statement.
That's correct, Senator.
And Secretary.
No opening statement. This was
as
not in my
well.
plan, Senator,
Good.
so that's definitely correct.
Let's move to the Labor Party, who Senator Ayres has the call.
As well as the committee, Chair, thank you.
Yes, I wouldn't have put it that way, Chair, but nevertheless.
I have some questions about the India-Australia trade relationship. I think on Sky News, the Minister said, Mr Tehan, that 2/3 of the Varghese report recommendations have been implemented. Are you in a position to confirm that's the case?
Senator, we'll just, I'll ask Mr Yeen to start and Mr Cowan. So
Thanks,
Mr
Mr.
Yeen's
Yeen,
from
Mr.
the
Cowan.
Trade, is the Associate Secretary responsible for Trade and Investment, and Mr Cowan's responsible for the India relationship. So we'll probably go between the two areas in order to answer your questions.
I just want to understand the provenance of this claim. Is it correct that 2/3 of the recommendations have been implemented?
Senator Gary Cowan, First Assistant Secretary, North and South Asia Division. In 2018, when the report was launched, the government, a few months later, accepted the report and put forward its response. And at that time, it laid out 41 actions that it was going to take. Now, the update that I can give you as of now is that all 41 of those action items that were set out in the government's response to Mr Varghese's report have either been implemented or they're in progress. 16 have been completed, 13 have been done and are ongoing, if you like, and a further 12 are in progress. So yes, you could. In a previous answer, we I think on notice we outlined that 2/3, and that would be certainly accurate.
And has advice been provided to the minister that's where the provenance of that comes from? Is it the department's provided advice to the minister that that's the state of play? Is that right?
Senator, would you mind just repeating the question?
Has the department advised the minister prior to his interview that that was the case? That was the status of the implementation of the recommendations?
I must have missed the interview that you mentioned.
So it might be that we regularly provide advice on the progress of this report, which is normal practice. So if we've got 41 recommendations, we would normally provide an update on where we were in implementing those recommendations.
So would normally provide, I understand that, but has that, how regularly has the minister and his office updated about the progress of implementation of the Varghese report recommendations?
Yes, so Senator, as you know, we provided advice to the Trade Minister last year, and at the time the Trade Minister was chairing a group that we call the Ministerial Economic Champions for India. That was one of the recommendations indeed of the Varghese report. One of the things that came out of that meeting that the Trade Minister then commissioned was an update to the India Economic Strategy. So there was a process that was gone through over the course of the second half of 2021. And what the Minister asked us to do was to, look again at the report, look particularly in terms of what had changed over the 3 to 4 years, the effects of COVID, sharper geo-economic competition, geostrategic competition as well, the elevation in the relationship to a comprehensive strategic partnership, some of the reforms, the economic reforms that had happened in India, and also that the fact that India had itself released a counterpart strategy to our strategy, which they called the Australian Economic Strategy. So what we did then was to undergo a process of consultation, and there were consultations with some 600 stakeholders. And what that produced was the update to the India Economic Strategy that the Trade Minister released last week. And that set out a further set of actions that the government was going to take to keep lifting the economic side of the relationship. If you like, a sort of 3 to 5 year plan of action to take the relationship on the economic side to the next level.
So, Varghese report, 29 out of 41 recommendations either closed off, and I think you said done or ongoing,
Yes.
which I think I take it to mean they are things that are required to be.
Exactly.
You can't close
That's
them
right.
off. Is that
Yes.
right?
And you're right, 12
and
12 of the 41.
still in progress.
Yep.
Just before I come to come back to the India Economic Strategy, though, what is the? Can you provide us with an outline? Not verbally now before close, but can you provide us shortly with an outline of where each of those recommendations are up to?
So we'll take that on notice.
I'd like to know what the 12 are that are not, and how far away we are from completion. So the India Economic Strategy is, it's a product of the department's work, or is it a whole of government?
It's a whole of government effort, Senator, and it was led by the department.
Okay. In February, I think the minister was in India. Who did he meet with?
Tim Yend, Associate Secretary Trade and Investment. When the Minister was in Delhi in February, he met with the Commerce Minister Goyal. That was the principal reason for the visit, was to advance the negotiations that we are currently in with India.
And thank you, can you tell me whether the department's done any economic modelling work about the impact of the proposed agreement? So, for example, modelling on the impact of waiving of tariffs on lentil exports, chickpea exports, grain exports. Has any of that work been done?
Senator, I might ask Francis Lisson, who's our lead negotiator for the India negotiation, to answer that one.
Thanks, Mr. Cowan. Ms. Lisson. Hi.
Thank you, Senator. Francis Lisson, Chief Negotiator of the Australia-India CECA negotiations. No, we have not done any modelling on those specific outcomes that you've just mentioned.
Any other sectors where modelling work has been done?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
And no economy-wide modelling work been done?
No.
Can I just ask, in addition to sitting alongside the RCEP, one of the issues I think was about whether or not incorporated into that agreement would be expanded labour mobility provisions, and ultimately, essentially, the answer was no. What is the state of discussions about labour mobility provisions with this agreement?
As you know, there's sort of different phases of the agreement that we're looking at. So at the middle of last year, the ministers set goals of working towards an interim agreement and subsequently a full comprehensive trade agreement with India. There's certainly an acknowledgement that some of the more sensitive issues would be dealt with in the comprehensive agreement rather than an interim agreement. So some of those more sensitive areas are ones that have been that are likely to be looked at in that context rather than in the current discussions about an interim agreement.
So the interim agreement, unlikely to deal with the labour mobility issues. Have we got instructions for the negotiation team on Australia's position on these questions for the comprehensive agreement? And can you tell us much about those?
I think there's, on every issue that's under discussion, there are sensitive elements and less sensitive elements. Yeah. So the more sensitive elements are the ones more likely to be dealt with in the final agreement. So that's generally what we're looking at in terms of the different phases of the agreement.
So is the answer, if my question was, what can you tell me about the Australian government's position in terms of the labour mobility questions for the comprehensive agreement? Do I take it from your answer, I'm not going to tell you much? Is that the?
I think it's that's something that's a work in progress. Negotiations for the full comprehensive agreement are set for throughout this year.
And on the other side of this discussion, there is some anxiety amongst particular chickpea and lentil producers in Australia about whether or not they are going to get market access or enhanced market access. Is that another issue that will they be left aside in the interim negotiations, and is that something that will be dealt with in the comprehensive agreement?
Well, again, there's some elements that are more sensitive than others, even within particular sectors. So
sorry, can I just interject?
Sure.
There's a pretty straightforward proposition about whether or not tariffs are applied to chickpeas being exported to India. Is that question being left for the comprehensive agreement?
On agriculture, there are a number of sensitive areas for India. They're traditionally quite sensitive in that sector, particularly on what they consider the staple food products. And a number of those they would prefer to deal with in the comprehensive agreement rather than
and chickpeas is one of those, is it?
I'd have to, it's the deal's sort of not done till it's done, if you know what I mean. So we're pushing every product all the time. Yeah.
I see. So it would be our position in the discussions that that sector should be incorporated, but there's not agreement yet about what the shape of the interim deal is going to be. So you can't.
There's discussions are still ongoing, and I know that our minister is still talking to Mr. Goyal about particular aspects. So until the deal's done, it's hard to say exactly what's in it.
Well, what's the purpose of the interim agreement then?
It's a stepping stone towards the full agreement. It's the concept of let's try and get some things now, and without, of course, compromising that we're going to be pushing for a comprehensive agreement down the track.
When's the interim agreement likely to be concluded?
It's very mature, as I said, the negotiations, and we hope as soon as possible. In fact, I think the leaders acknowledged the great progress that had been made in their discussions about a week ago, and undertook to try and conclude at the earliest. So,
well, what does that mean? Does that mean
again
by Christmas, July, over the course of April and May, perhaps?
Well, they've set
as soon as possible.
It's not a. That's why I want to understand what is the purpose of this agreement. Is it a substantial step forward or a photo opportunity for the minister?
I think substantial step, Senator, and I think Ms Lisson has set out in detail the importance of the work that's being done on this step.
But isn't there a risk that some of these sectors then just end up being stranded? If, for example, some of the sectors that I've spoken about are left out of the interim agreement, I mean, they're entitled to feel like they've been left behind, aren't they?
I think the leaders only last week, both Prime Ministers recommitted to concluding the full comprehensive agreement by the end of this year, which shows that there is a joint goal from both countries to conclude this year.
Okay, I have just a few questions about carbon border taxes, carbon border tariffs. Thank you.
How much longer do you think, Senator Reid?
Oh, 5 minutes tops, Chair.
All right.
Yeah.
Is that okay, Senator Rice? Yep. All right.
Okay,
Done.
thank you.
Yep.
Really, it's a very short bracket of questions. I'm aware there's been some discussions that the Minister's held with Singapore. Does this green economy agreement still plan to include a carbon border adjustment mechanism on energy-intensive products exported from Australia? Is that the case?
Senator, no, that's not my understanding. The Singapore Green Economy Agreement is an agreement across a range of areas where we will look to cooperate in projects related to low emissions technologies, etc.
Was that ever something that the government of Singapore sought?
Not to my knowledge, Senator.
Okay, and the European Union's plan to implement a carbon tax on Australian imports, has work been done on what the likely impact of that will be? How far in train that proposal is?
I might ask Mr Baxter to answer that one for me.
Thanks, Senator. James Baxter, First Assistant Secretary, Office of Trade Negotiations. So, Senator, as I think we've provided evidence on before, the original European legislative proposal was released in July 2021. A further iteration of that proposal was agreed by European Union member states earlier this month, on the 9th of March actually, so last month. It's actually changed very little from the original proposal. We have done some assessment of the likely impact of the proposed mechanism on Australian exports. I would caveat it though by saying that a lot of the detail remains to be filled in by the European Union, and that remains the case even with the latest iteration of the draft. However, in sum, our assessment is that largely owing to the narrow range of products covered by the proposed mechanism and our exports to the European Union of those products, that the impact on Australian exports to the EU is likely not to be substantial.
Can you give me a few examples?
Yes. So the products that we're talking about here that are directly affected will be steel and aluminium products and mineral chemical fertiliser. Our exports of those products, in fact all products covered by the CBAM in the fiscal year 2021 was $55 million, which is about 0.4% of our exports to the EU and 0.01% of our total exports.
And is that because in aluminium and steel, for example, what we're exporting is a bit further up the value chain than, we're not sending rods and bars to the European Union. We're sending steel in manufactured products.
It's correct, Senator, that we are not sending...
Where the jobs are, basically.
We are not sending... we don't export very much of the products that are directly affected. And moreover...
So sorry to interrupt, it's more of a supply chain issue, Mr Baxter, in terms of it's not the... Tell me if I'm wrong, but it's not the commodity exporters who are most sharply affected is the concern about what happens higher up the value chain for manufacturers, or are they excluded from the operation of the proposed mechanism?
So exporters of commodities such as steel are definitely affected by the mechanism. It's just
but as you say, the amount's small. Yeah. What about
we don't export very much.
Yeah. What about people up the supply chain?
So that $55 million figure is for all of our exports to the EU that will be covered by the CBAM. As I say, it's very it's a caveated figure at this stage.
And as we've said in previous discussions, this is the early phase of these kinds of mechanisms arriving in trade discussions that we're having. It's an issue that is going to become a bigger issue in our engagement with the world in terms of trade agreements. Your summary really of where we are with the EU is it's not material.
So, Senator, I said I wouldn't go so far as to say it's not material at all. The European Union, as you suggest, is the first. Is the first.
So it matters how we approach this discussion, because it'll impact on the way that the framework's developed in subsequent discussions with other partners.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Yes.
Chair, I'm happy to report.
Thank you. Senator Rice has the call.
I will just ask a follow-up question from that. I mean, what other countries, what other jurisdictions are we aware of that are considering introducing a carbon border adjustment mechanism?
Thanks, Senator. Actually, none at this stage have indicated to us that they are formally considering introducing a mechanism along the lines of the EU one.
Right. So when you say so none are formally considering it. Are you aware of what other countries where there are discussions as to, whether it hasn't got to the formal process yet, but it's under consideration?
So there are discussions in a number of countries. For example, in Canada, there are certainly some who wish the Canadian government to look at the introduction of a mechanism like this. In the United States as well, there are some in Congress who have mentioned that the United States should be looking at introducing some form of carbon border adjustment. Those discussions have not, so far as we've been made aware of, been taken up by the governments in question.
Okay, thank you. My question was a pretty broad one. Whether there is any work going on in the department or in the sort of financing agencies sort of in the, under the department, looking at funding fossil fuel projects overseas.
Senator, there's certainly nothing specific that I'm aware of within the portfolio. Of course, you have other agencies who it would be best to direct that question to, but we certainly support a range of exporters across a range of sectors, and that includes some who are obviously involved in fossil fuels.
So can you say nothing specific, but you're supporting some exporters who are
well, we're looking at
a range of fossil fuels. Could you be a bit more specific?
Well, I mean, we have fossil fuel exports are still a very significant part of our export performance, and so where we have those products going into various markets, if there are issues, problems, we would look to help. But I'm not aware of anything specific in that regard with regard to fossil fuels.
Okay, but it's specifically sort of funding not our exports to other countries, but specifically looking at helping to finance fossil fuel projects in other countries.
More development assistance?
And Ms Klugman will be able to answer that.
I might be able to provide a bit more helpful information, Senator.
Thanks,
Okay, if we start with our overseas development assistance, so financing in that sense, our bilateral and regional aid overseas development assistance does not finance fossil fuel projects. The reason I specify bilateral and regional is because we are members of the World Bank Group and the Asian Development Bank. Our core contributions to that as donors is pooled, and it has been used in the past to support previously approved fossil fuel related activities. These are legacy projects. Both of those organisations have taken specific decisions that no such funding will continue into the future. Indeed, neither bank has approved new coal-fired power generation since 2010 in the case of the World Bank Group and 2013 in the case of the Asian Development Bank. So not through our overseas development assistance program. The EFA, Export Finance Australia, has not provided export credit support for unabated coal-fired power plants. EFA has provided some financial support to coal export infrastructure in Australia and small and medium-sized businesses working within the supply chain.
So when you say they haven't provided support to unabated coal-fired power plants?
That's what I said, yes.
Yes. Does that mean there is any funding that's going to coal-fired projects which have got some abatement?
I'll simply repeat what I do know, but I can't speak any more for EFA. EFA has provided some financial support to coal export infrastructure in Australia.
Yes, but that's coal and export infrastructure in Australia.
Correct.
Which still, from my perspective as a Green, is totally inappropriate. Yeah. But it's in particular your wording of unabated coal-fired plants. That's not explicitly all coal-fired plants. And indeed, so it raises the question to me as to whether there is any funding going to coal-fired plants which are abated.
Australia has also signed up to. These issues were considered in a few organisations in the lead up to COP26, in the lead up to Glasgow, or at least through the course of the last calendar year. We, as a member of the G20, Australia joined the G20 Rome Leaders Declaration and the OECD Development Assistance Committee Declaration, both committing to end the provision of international public finance for new unabated coal power generation abroad by the end of 2021.
Yes. Okay. Well, can you please take on notice as to whether there is any consideration of providing funding to coal-fired plants which have got some level, or claim to have some level of abatement?
Through the Overseas Development Assistance Program, we don't do that.
No, through EFA. Because it was EFA that you were just talking about.
It was, and you'll have to refer those questions to EFA. I can pass those on.
If you could pass them on, okay. And so there's no other of the financing agencies that you know of?
Not that I know of. As far as I know, from my perspective, that's as comprehensive as I can be.
Okay, thank
Senator.
you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. That concludes the committee's examination of the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade for today. I thank the ministers and officers for their attendance, Hansard Broadcasting and the Secretariat. The hearing is adjourned.
Thank you, Chair.